We're good? All right. Hey guys, and welcome to GT Live. And I'm actually being very quiet with this intro because before we go into this stream, we're going to play a little game, okay? This is a game between me and all of y'all. Tom doesn't know about this, okay? This is going to be our secret. So, here's the idea. Welcome to talking about FNAF until I can't anymore. We are going to be talking about Five Nights at Freddy's until literally there is just no going forward. Our brains break, we fall on the floor, we lose our sanity, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, maybe even all of the above. Here's what's going down. So, in this game, we have like a kill timer, essentially, where if there's silence for an X period of time, the stream ends. That's it. So, there can be penalties to this timer based on tangents that happen, things that are not related to FNAF. But there is a way to get time back on the timer. And that's through what we're going to do. I have 3 words/phrases that I need y'all to pick between. And this is going to be our little game. I'm going to try to say that word or phrase as much as possible during this stream without Tom realizing. And every time I do, we get a second back on the clock. All right? If I can get Tom to say it, 2 seconds back on the clock. All right? That's it. Now, it ends if he realizes that I'm saying it a lot or points out, you're really saying this a whole lot. I don't know what's up with that. If that happens, the game's done. No more fail-safe. Here's what I need y'all to pick between, okay? Option 1, replete. The word replete, okay? That's option 1. Option 2, yucky. Option 2 is the word yucky. Option 3, in honor of last night, bowling ball. Replete, yucky, bowling ball. Put your choices in chat now, y'all. And once we have this, we're going to go back to stream starting soon. I'm going to pull in Tom, and the game's going to begin. But this is your moment now, chat. This is choose your own adventure. And this is the game between you and me as we lose our sanities as one. I'll give y'all a second. What are you seeing, Sam?
Votes are tallied in a couple of different counties at this point. We're up to 2,000 votes, and there's a clear winner here.
Really?
With 51% of the vote so far,
Oh?
it's yucky.
Yucky. Yucky. Every time I say the word yucky during this live stream, a second back on the kill switch. If Tom says it, 2 seconds back on the kill switch. If he calls it out that we're saying it a lot, the game's done. No more add-ons. Only subtracting. All right, chat. Thank you. Now, we're going to take a few minutes, and once I pull Tom in here, it's go time. See you soon. guys, and welcome to GT Live. GT Live on Saturday, might I add. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. My name's Ash. This is Tom, the host of Game Theory, the YouTube channel. And today, we're going to be talking about Five Nights at Freddy's until we literally cannot anymore. You read that right. I am telling you the full, honest truth. We're talking about Five Nights at Freddy's until we can't. And that can go in so many different directions. As Tom and I both know, conversations about this franchise can go 15,000 different directions. It can get hot, it can get cold, it can get lukewarm, it can get a little bit spicy, it can get a little bit sour. There's so many places that you could take conversation about Five Nights at Freddy's, including, and certainly very frequently, circles and circles and circles and circles and circles. So, we're going to see exactly where our journey takes us today. How are you feeling about that, Tom?
I'm okay. That felt...
What? I don't know what energy I'm getting here right now.
Same here, friend. The energy you are putting off is strange.
Well, okay, hold on. Well, I'm actually pulling from previous conversations I've had with Tom about FNAF, where we talk about the same thing for hours and hours, and we loop back around in a circle, right? So sometimes you can get very frantic when talking about this franchise.
Yes.
Other times, it's like you feel very still, and it's kind of like you're going into statue mode because you're just thinking and pondering and wondering, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of places that discussion about this franchise can go, and so I thought it would be so fun to put us in a room, to broadcast this out, and just give to the people pure, unfiltered Five Nights at Freddy's discussion.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just the word choices that are throwing me a little bit. It feels, I don't know.
What's wrong with circles?
Circles, it's just a weird emphasis. I don't know.
I mean, is that not your experience? Because you, my friend, you were up in the FNAF attic. Tom was in the trenches talking about Five Nights at Freddy's with Matthew Patrick himself. So you know how it goes.
No, that's true. I did enjoy the graduating from FNAF boy to FNAF man after my first FNAF theory. That was a good moment. It was a good joke. It made Matt laugh, so I was happy with that one.
It's very affirming to make him laugh. I understand.
Yes, exactly.
I understand. But yeah, now that you are a FNAF man, you've learned, you've grown.
Yes.
You've developed, you've expanded your mind. Reached out your FNAF horizons.
Yes, I have. It is strange, I think. It's it's expanded, and we're in a time where there's either a lot or not a lot all at the same time, and that's always fun to try and figure out where you go with these franchises. Like the theory that's just gone up is one where it was one tiny detail in the book, and trying to figure out where that goes is always a challenge, an interesting challenge, and I always feel better about it afterwards. But in the midst of it, it's never the most ideal.
Well, we're gonna take the not ideal portion of this and expand it out hours and hours and hours.
Wonderful.
So predictions going into this then.
Right.
How long do you think you can go?
I mean, with you by my side, I think probably I think we could go, what, 4 hours?
4 hours?
I reckon. We can get stopped in the hallway just for a quick question, and it ends up 20 minutes have gone by. So I feel this could go for a good while.
Yeah, and how are you feeling about that then?
Okay. I mean,
Tom is like grabbing the couch in such a way where he's like locking himself in.
I'm locking myself in ready. No, it's one of those things where if you were to go, like, tell me something about FNAF now, like, go.
Right.
I have that thing where my brain just empties. And I'm like, nothing's there.
You go blank.
So naturally there's a sense of like, how are you feeling about it? I'm like, I have no idea what to say
in
front of all these people.
I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's, actually.
Exactly. What do you mean? I've never heard of this franchise. What is Friday evenings at Frederick's?
Right, of course. This franchise that exists that we've never touched in our lives.
Exactly.
Dabbled, maybe.
But I know that once we get the ball rolling, it's just going to start leaking out of my ears, practically.
Right,
Because my brain is so full of it.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a really fun time. And I think with our minds together, with the chat, with the respective chats, both on YouTube and Twitch, coming along for the ride with us, I think we're in for quite the experience here today.
Probably.
So it's probably some bizarre town places. It might not be totally about the lore. I think we can talk about the franchise generally. We can take it into like jokes and bits about the franchise.
Of course.
The only thing we really can't do is not talk about FNAF once
sense.
it begins. So that actually lends itself to the explanation of the rules for this adventure, right? So, as I said before, we're sitting here, we're talking about Five Nights at Freddy's, bada bing, bada boom. As you can see on the screen itself, we have a few timers. We have a few timers on camera right now, right? So, up in your top left, over here, is going to be a timer for how long the stream has gone total, right? The timers below, one by me, one by Tom, is the time spoken per person approximately. So we have it set up right now. Sam was cooking the other day and set up macros so that if there is enough signal going through my microphone, my timer counts up. Enough going through Tom's, his timer counts up, right? Now, if there is silence, 2 seconds, silence, there is a timer in the upper right. That is our kill timer, right? Across the entire stream, we are only permitted 3 minutes of silence.
That's rough.
That includes if we pause to think
Oof.
for too long.
Oh, thinking time with FNAF. Oh, that's rough.
Now, if we go on tangents, if Sam deems a tangent is way too far removed from Five Nights at Freddy's, that gives us a 5-second deduction on the timer.
You're not making this easy for me.
Well, that's the fun of the challenge.
true.
That's the fun of it all, right? So once we go from, the 3 minutes down to 0, stream ends. We wrap it up, we shake hands, GG's, and we go on our merry way. But obviously, we want to see how far we can go.
Yep.
Because if we were to ever talk about FNAF until we can't anymore again, we would now have a time to beat.
Oh, of course.
So,
yes. I mean, there's only ever going to be more FNAF that exists. So.
Right. This is the least amount of FNAF that will ever exist again.
Exactly. Which is, given how much there is, makes me really sad.
That makes me excited. I am so pumped to be doing this. I've been telling everyone about it for the past 2 weeks.
There is so much FNAF. There is so much FNAF. It's going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Sam, are you feeling ready?
I'm feeling about as close to ready as I could. One thing I just want to check is I want to make sure that Tom's mic is not the boom, and it is in fact Tom's mic, because we did some shuffling around of microphones recently. Let me check on my, because people are saying he's a little echoey. There's going to be a little bit of that when there's two people so close to each other.
Really sorry, are you hearing me?
Yeah,
that's
definitely me.
That
That's
peaked
Tom's
pretty
mic.
intensely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, and so thank you everybody who is throwing that out there though. That's just part of the life when you have two people like sitting next to each other with microphones. There's going to be a little bit of bleed between them, so bear with us.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Also, Sam is going to be monitoring the chat as we go on. We each have one chat pass where if we're like, I don't know what to say, chat, there's no deduction here, chat, and then Sam will pull out a suggestion from y'all and throw it back into the playing field.
Okay, cool.
Do the rules?
We each have a lifeline. Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Do the rules make sense?
I believe so.
All right, the rules make sense to you, Sam?
Chat, 1 if the rules make sense, 2 if the rules don't make sense.
Ones and twos in chat.
Chat, does that make sense, chat?
Are we understanding the game? Right Toast says 3. Okay.
All right,
You
all right.
added them
There's
together.
always one. It's always going to be right.
Yeah.
Every time.
You get
All
it
right.
and you don't get it. 1 1
Yep.
1 1 1 1 1.
Sometimes it makes sense and it doesn't make sense. You know, it's like I
YouTube,
get
I'm
it, but I'm
seeing-
not feeling it.
1
Yes?
1 1. Okay.
Okay.
People have accepted the terms and conditions.
All right, great.
go.
You've
I'm
signed
gonna-
below.
I'm gonna turn on the macros then, and the timers are gonna start.
Okay.
They should. Fingers crossed, everybody. They should start as soon as I turn these on. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Sure.
Are we able to restart the full stream timer and it can just be purely FNAF talk timer?
Sure. Let me do that
Awesome.
right now.
Epic.
Goodbye, 24 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, we'll miss you. We'll miss you.
You served your country well.
Boop.
All right, and Sam, you'll have to count us down to when we have to start.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Yep.
I'm nervous and excited right now. Like my heart is beating a little bit faster.
I know, right? There's like a pressure here of like, oh gosh, this is what we're known for, so we kind of need to be.
I'm just here for the ride, man.
You're just here for the
I'm having a
Then
ball
why
right
are you nervous?
Well, because I'm nervous, because, you know, I want to make sure that I carry this stream out in an exciting and successful way, you know?
That's fair.
I'm nervous because there is the unknown ahead, but that is exhilarating in and of itself.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. I mean, I've done a whole lot
supposing.
of unknown and exhilarating mystery in the last few weeks.
In the last few weeks?
I moved country.
That's so true! That's so true!
Literally into the unknown.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Tom moved to the United States just weeks ago.
So I'm here now, permanently, in an office just down the hall.
And I said, what better way to greet this man in this country than to force him to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's on a Saturday with me?
It truly was the best gift I could ask for.
Ding! You got it, Sam. I believe it's you.
Live at you?
I was going to say Bolivichu.
Well,
Is
yeah.
Is that Pikachu's new, like, form in the next game?
Yeah,
That's
I
the
see
thing.
people are saying that Tom's timer has disappeared. I see that as well. My hope is that it's going to come back when the timer starts. That's my hope.
Oh, no!
This is when it's like, Ash, this is on you now. I've got a free pass.
That is my hope. Otherwise, I mean, I can load another timer.
It's fine.
This is so funny.
Give me stall for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I
This
can
is-
stall for 2 minutes.
This is what happens when, you know, we're doing something cutting edge here. We're trying something totally new. Sam's
Yeah.
absolutely cooking. Inevitably, there's going to be some small glitches.
This is the part of innovation that's exciting, though.
Exactly.
This is the
exactly.
innovation that excites.
I will be honest. When I walked in here yesterday, we did a quick, like, mic test and stuff, and I kind of heard what they were saying. My mouth was agape at the idea. So I'm excited to kind of see it working out.
Yeah, so I think it'll be a fun and dandy time. But yeah, if this is something that you enjoy, if these streams are something that sparks joy in your life, hey, let us know. Let us know. I'm down to do more long-form exciting things like this. If you were here last night, then you saw me play Wii Bowling for 9 hours straight, which was a time in and of itself. So if that kind of thing is exciting and fun for you, let me know. Because I'm down. Am I tired? Yes. Did I wake up a literal hour and 15 minutes before the stream was supposed to begin? Also, yes. Am I regretting it at all? Absolutely not. So, I'm ready to go. Honestly.
How long did you expect last night's stream to go for?
Oh, I thought I was going to be bowling up until this stream.
Really? You actually thought it'd be longer?
Yes.
Oh.
No, I texted Tamar and I was like, I'm not going to be home.
Oh my goodness.
I fully expected. And then, you know, I innovated. I tested out some new strategies. I came up with a pro bowling move. And yeah, I felt pretty good about that.
There you go. I mean, yeah, I was sitting there going like that again. I mean, much like this stream, I suppose it was one of those ones I was like, this is either going to go on, or you're going to suddenly just like figure it out and nail it like right away. It's one of those things.
Right? Like
Could have gone.
I know it really could have gone any direction, any temperature, any flavor, any shape. But you know, I found new strategies that I did not anticipate finding.
Yeah.
You know. So Sam is laughing, but it's true. We were both here, deep in Wii Bowling.
Yeah, Wii Bowling really is one of those like gamer strat games. Like people don't give it enough credit. I don't think for that. It was really it truly was innovating.
Right? You
and
have
exciting.
to you have to really hone in on the positioning of each of your joints as you are going about that game.
And how are your joints feeling this morning?
Sore. I legitimately, my right shoulder is so sore.
Yeah.
So I had a little extra protein with my breakfast this morning because I think I need to do some muscle repair.
I was going to say, cause, yeah, right-handed, obviously.
Yes.
Yes. Unlike Santi.
Let's try it. Let's take the plunge here.
A leap
go.
of faith.
Cause yeah, I think sometimes it's just a display thing with the timers.
Okay, cool.
So we'll try it. And then we can all cross our fingers, everybody.
Yeah, and then if Tom's just disappears into the void, you can knock mine out too.
Okay.
Keep it symmetrical.
Cool.
All right.
All right, let me turn the rest of these things back on then, and things should begin. I'm going to count you guys down
All right.
in 3, 2, 1, begin.
All right. So you actually posted a game theory today about Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yes, we did.
So why don't you tell me about that?
Okay, so that theory is about the new Return to the Pit book. The third time Scott has decided that he wanted to tell the story of Into the Pit for some reason.
Okay, of course.
But that was kind of the start of the adventure, right? Was going, why? Why are we being told this story for the third time? And from reading it, a lot of it feels very similar to the first story. So it's a bit like, why? Again, why? It just feels the same. Other than this one's a choose your own event. Sorry. Interactive novel, because it can't be a choose your own adventure because of trademarks. So,
Right.
But choose your own adventure. So therefore, you've got a lot of alternate endings, which can lead to a lot of weird things. You can save the missing children. You can actually save them from dying to the yellow rabbit, which is weird. They've also changed the number back to 5 missing kids, not 6, which the original book did, which, you know, sparked all the debates in the fandom about whether there were 6 missing kids or 5, like there are in the games usually.
Right.
Whether Andrew is a character, and I'm sure we'll get onto him and the books and stuff at some point. But
We'll touch on Andrew.
But
We'll touch on Andrew.
we'll stick to this for now.
Yeah.
But the thing for me that stood out as odd was there was one alternate ending where Oswald dies in a basement out back for some reason, but he's lured by a mysterious voice. And when you hear the description of this character, it is a doll that looks like a little girl with red hair, red nose, red cheeks, red dress, white skin, and laughing at you. It was
Right.
one of these things of going, well, who is this character? In the books, it could have been Eleanor, because that's another Fazbear Frights character, like the original Into the Pit story.
Right.
But actually, the illustrations of Eleanor are not great, because they are not accurate to the description of her. So,
Oh, right, because there was like some shifting in like the coloring of like
yeah,
some
so
of her
like
facial features, right?
yeah, so in the actual like drawing or the illustration of her, she's got red hair and the red dress and like the long slinky body parts.
Right.
But her skin is more white than silver, and her cheeks and lips are painted red, but they're actually pink in the book, which is where like I felt like this character didn't quite fit. Plus, you have adult body proportions. It talks about having a rounded bust and hips, and so you're like, well, this is a grown woman, or supposed to be, like she talks about it being like a model.
Right.
Sarah talks about it looking like one of the models in her magazines. So I was like, well, this is a child, so this isn't that. Which basically led me to the only conclusion that it has to be Plush Baby, which feels weird, but with this book going, oh, there's 5 missing kids now, not 6, it feels like it's trying to go, this is a canon book. Like, this book is definitely within the game's timeline, and so game characters are now on the table. So it was this little girl, this Plush Baby character, which led me to banging my head against the wall, and us to spending many hours with a whiteboard trying to figure out why she was there.
Right.
And so it involved us looking down the roots of why she was showing up, like where she had shown up before in previous games, what her purpose was, what was Scott trying to tell us about this character. From a surface level, one of the easy things to point out was the fact that she has, the doll has blue eyes, where Baby typically has green, which is a whole thing from when she used to have blue eyes. She scooped little baby Elizabeth, who had green eyes, and as
Right.
part of the possession, gained Elizabeth green eyes.
Right.
But if the doll has blue eyes, she has to be based on the character prior to the possession. So it wasn't like post Circus Baby's entertainment at rentals. It was prior to Elizabeth's scooping, which means before even Circus Baby's Pizza World couldn't open.
Right.
In this book, all of that takes place in 1985. Like the missing kids incident and everything that we're witnessing essentially in the past is 1985. So that would imply that Circus Baby, a blue-eyed Circus Baby, existed pre-1985, which was just an interesting point to point out, especially because we've always wondered where like Circus Babies fits in to the timeline. It's always been really, really ambiguous, and we've never been particularly sure of like where that fits in, where Circus Baby's entertainment of rentals. It's always really ambiguous, and so it's like, well, at least we can say it's before 1985. That's like a something, right? We can at least take something from that. But then it just came down to what else is this character trying to show us? And with Plush Baby, she has a habit with children of leading them into back rooms for them to be potentially to be killed. With in Help Wanted 2, you will play as Cassie, and so not Help Wanted 2, sorry, no, it's Ruin. I'm getting there's so many.
Don't you worry.
But Security Breach Ruin, we are led to a room where we hear a giggling a room of plush babies, and they just kind of disappeared. Again, it was a room that felt really odd, and we didn't really know what to do with that.
Right, and when you go into that room, because I know that was something that we researched, we saw that you actually couldn't put the mask on when you went into that space.
Yeah, and that was exactly it. And that was like a weird detail that we were like, this has to mean something. Like,
right.
But like in that game, being able to put the mask on and off usually there was reasons behind it. It was, the mixes has control of this, or mixes, we don't want mixes, there's like an inhibitor or something, but there wasn't an inhibitor in that room, like one of the things you had to actually activate.
Right, it was just a bunch of plush babies.
Exactly, so it felt really odd. But as I like looked at it, it started to feel more like the symbolic, almost, I would say, where you have this baby-esque character luring you into so with Oswald, it's this plush baby character leading you into a back room for the rabbit character to kill you.
Right.
Back in with Sister Location or with Circus Babies, again, the point of the fun times was always to have these claw mechanics that would grab kids and put them in their stomachs. That was always, but based on the timings, it was confusing as to why Afton wanted to do that. Like, was it because he was trying to capture kids? Was it like, if it was before the crying child's death, before Remnant, that doesn't make sense. Why is he capturing kids at that point? Like, it always felt a bit weird.
Right, like, unless there was something to be said about, he noticed something to do with what would soon be learned to be agony.
Exactly.
Right, with Fredbear plushie and all that.
Exactly.
But it's still pretty early, right?
Yeah, it still feels early, but by Circus Baby existing pre-1985, before the missing kids incident, it allowed me to kind of look at it and go, well, the reason for this is clearly the idea was he was always going to capture kids, and maybe it was not because the missing kids incident is where he got his hands dirty. Like, truly, like, we know, like, he killed Charlie at some point, probably before that. Again, it's ambiguous, and there's still a bunch of arguments as to which way that could go.
I would cry if Charlie was killed after that.
I know,
yeah.
But you go, other than that, like, the missing kids incident was where he killed kids himself and put them into suits.
Right, DIY MCI.
DIY MCI, exactly. I like that. But therefore, it's going, what if before that it was actually always designed that someone else would get the kids and lead them to a back room? So what we're seeing with Oswald is essentially that relationship play out. We're seeing a little plush baby, like a baby-esque character, luring a kid to the back room for a yellow bunny to come and kill them. In Ruin, it was the same thing, like being lured into this back room by the plush babies. Difference is, you can't be killed.
Right.
But that's because we haven't released the Mimic yet. And the Mimic believes themselves to be Afton, essentially. They are Glitch Trap. They are all those, these sort of Afton personified in this new era. And so having them coming back, they would be the one that would be luring you for them to come and kill you, but they're locked in the basement. So it's kind of like half the duo unable to fully fulfill the job because the other thing's not there yet.
Right.
So it seemed like we were seeing this connection of animatronics being used to help Afton, or Baby specifically being used to help Afton lure kids into the back room. It was never about Afton doing it on his own. It was always about Baby being there to help him, which is fascinating in and of itself. But in terms of with theories, we always kind of go, well, what does that mean going forward? It's cool to be able to clarify a detail, but what about going forward? Where do we go going forward? Like, what does this mean for the franchise? And the future of the franchise, ironically, takes place in the past with Secret of the Mimic.
Correct.
So we're going back to 1979, and we've talked a lot on the channel about Fall Fest and sort of the circus origins, the carnival origins of FNAF. And so it feels like, we've theorized before that this is likely, or at least we'll learn about Afton's early or first kills from Fall Fest. And so if that's the case, it also means we would likely learn something about this Baby accomplice and learn about where Baby really comes from, because Baby's always felt out of place. They've never really belonged. Even they have the fun times, but all the other fun times other than Ballora are still the animatronics we know, just with a new coat of paint and new mechanics.
Right.
So it always feels odd that you've got this clown in amongst bears, foxes, bunnies, it doesn't... Oh my. Yeah, it never really fit. And so you're going, it'd be cool if with Fall Fest and Secret of the Mimic, we maybe are learning more about Baby. We've speculated that maybe we could, but with this kind of thing being shoved in our face time and time again in recent games, it really felt like, we're maybe being shown this accomplice sort of storyline and where Baby comes from, or whether like who baby was, or the baby character, whether it was another person, whether it was actually Elizabeth, and like her dates are much earlier than we thought they were. Oh, yeah, of course, the other factor, which I always forget because I wasn't allowed to talk, or say not allowed to talk about it, Lee stole it from me for a long time, was the FNAF movie. Vanessa is literally Afton's accomplice.
Right.
In that.
Yes.
And in, like, with wanted Security Breach, we always talked about, why does Vanessa have the same coloured eyes and hair as Elizabeth? Why does she feel so Elizabeth-coded? Like, she, just in terms of, like, her backstory with her dad that made her go to court to, like, talk against her mum so that he would win custody, that his dad was clearly, like, I don't want to say, like, it's clear he wasn't very good with her, let's say that at least, like, based on the secret CDs we get. So she's very, like, Elizabeth coded, and she's got the blonde hair and the green eyes as well. And it's like, well, why? Why have we got this when, like, it would be great if this was actually a grown-up Elizabeth. Elizabeth didn't die, or she was a robot kid brought back to life. That was a whole thing, right? That we felt like we wanted or needed, but it didn't make sense. But now, if you think about this more as Afton needing an accomplice of some kind, and if the accomplice is always tied to baby/Elizabeth, then the mimic now becoming the killer makes more sense, because he's going, well, I need an accomplice. I need my own circus baby or Elizabeth. So it found Vanessa, who is very much like Elizabeth in all those ways. So the reason for the connection is not a literal connection, but it's that symbolic connection of you match what I remember and what I'm trying to imitate here. So that was kind of a lot of that thought process. And yeah, then Vanessa from the movie, again, kind of treads that thing of like, oh, Afton needs to have someone to work with. And so, yeah, it's then just about looking forward to Secret of the Mimic and where we go from there, and see like where baby originates and where this Afton's accomplice might originate and where that goes.
Right.
So there we go. That's 10 minutes of me trying to incoherent. This is why we script game theories, because now we're 10 minutes in, and it's been, I've been rambling about FNAF in all sorts of incoherent orders because I'm trying to remember it as well, because I've also been doing Poppy for the last week, but I won't talk about that.
Yeah, that's what I said about shapes before, right? And this is something I talked about a little bit as I was going through John FNAF's very awesome cinematic timeline on the channel, right?
Yeah.
Like where Circus Baby falls as a character and when that character really originated, right?
Yeah.
Because I love the pattern that's kind of emerging here of Baby being this accomplice. And I feel like Steelwool and Scott have very much highlighted this character as being important, which is ironic because we didn't know exactly how and where she fit either into the timeline or the significance of like Afton's entrepreneurial journey.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I mean, Afton's journey has evolved a lot, where it was like, originally it was meant to be, I think it was like the Ultimate Guide, or it may have been like the Freddy Files, like talked about him as he was the business guy, and Henry was the animatronic guy. And then as time's gone on, I think there was like another book up. I forget. There's so many books as well of like Ultimate Guide, the character encyclopedia, all these things. It then started going, oh no, Afton was also an animatronics genius. It's like, well, what? Which is it? Which does he fit into? How does this work? And so, like you're saying, it's a journey. And that's where, well, John and us in our timeline as well have to try to get through and figure out, how can all these things be true, and how does that journey for that character go? Right,
and it feels like that was something that was trying to get seeded in, right? Because we see the Fun Time schematics, those blueprints, they say Afton Robotics LLC at the bottom, right? So there is this implication that Afton did acquire, at the very least, some major robotics knowledge. Whether or not he came into this business completely knowing all of that, unclear. Or if he just learned extremely quickly from Henry. But again, it's like the Fun Times and that creation feels so much more advanced than what the Springlocks were able to do just a couple years before.
Yeah, and that's always been a challenge with this timeline, has always been, because like we're willing to suspend our disbelief, and we're willing to go, okay, animatronics like this existed in the 1980s, and and that early in sort of our real world history. It's not really that simple in reality, and so, but it's like, but okay, we'll accept the fact that there are these animatronics and these Springlock suits that exist, like which are like marvels, really, if you think about it. Like they're janky as heck, but they, they're still kind of incredible if you think about it. And so it made sense to go, well, here is, we'll suspend our disbelief for that.
Right.
But then you get into the timeline, like I say, of going, oh, well, clearly in this, it does seem to imply that Circus Baby, a pre-Elizabeth Circus Baby, existed before 1985. So if the Springlocks were being used in Fazbear's Family Diner in 1983, that's a 2-year gap to go from a spring lock to these wires that are more complicated than both Endo 01s and Endo 02s. Which you could go, well, that's Afton's robotics versus Henry's robotics. That actually, while Henry's were simple, or much more simple in design, I think it's the novel trilogy talks about how Henry had like this spark of life in his animatronics. So maybe that's the justification. It's less about physically like, oh, these are way more complex robots, but the thing of like Afton is looking at this purely logically and going, right, I'm going to make them feel more lifelike. I'm going to make them really complicated and incredible. And like, again, you just have to suspend your disbelief that that's physically possible. But Henry could get away with doing these really, really simple, like stick figure animatronics. And yet they just like felt alive, and they felt they had that charm and that energy that, you know, Fazbear's was known for. I'm tripping over myself. I'm like, there are so many thoughts now going, I told you, they just start coming.
Right? They all like just flood in. And yeah, it is still contradictory though to this kind of like, oh, Henry Emily was like the creative technological genius. Because if you want to take it even further, hey, what happened before that point? The mimic. The mimic happened
we're getting
first.
into it real quick.
The mimic. And technologically, how does that even work, right? Because Edwin's coming out creating this like wild robot that can not only mimic but knows how to react and respond, which is huge. And then multiple years after that, under the name of Fazbear, we get spring locks? Like, we're not sharing notes?
I mean, I guess, yeah, it's one of these confusing things. I guess, again, this is me trying to like potentially think things through and justify in real time.
Yeah.
I think because the thing that's impressive about the mimic is not its physical design, it's its software design. Because the physical design actually is very, very simple. It's very similar actually to the Endo 01s, and like the mimic we see in the game is much more reminiscent of the original mimic, except with legs. Because the original one didn't have any legs. That's how simple it was. But it was more the software and that idea of the computer knowledge and the brain behind it, which is also just very confusing to go. We've got AI. We've got AI in the late 70s for the mimic.
And Roombas, you know?
That was breaking technology. That was innovation that excited. And then he just went, and then they were like, yeah, we're going to buy your Roomba company from you. You're now going to make the animatronics for our bears. And then suddenly he'll just go, I'm going to make AI. It's just like... That is
man.
Yeah, that is weird to think about. Just that quick development from Roomba to AI. That was his next technological marvel.
Yeah, and then where does he go after that? And who knows?
Well,
not for many years.
No, he disappears for like 40 years or whatever it is. So it's like, yeah, he just kind of disappears. I also sit there and go, I refuse to admit that Fazbear paid him that much that he could disappear for 40 years and just be able to survive.
I think he was doing something.
There has to be.
He was behind the scenes somewhere. We just don't know yet.
Surely, but it's like, well, we'll see, right? Because, you know, Secret of the Mimic is supposedly going to be played in his factory, which Fazbear repurposed. So it'll be interesting to see if there is still evidence of Edwin being around, or because he only comes back. He literally, the only thing we know is that he definitely comes back 40 years later as like an old man on the board, because his contract basically said you can't not have me on the board. So there he is, and then he, you know, tries to stop the mimic and kills him and Mr. Burrows at the same time, and the mimic is still alive. Like it all works out fine. Clearly,
just imagine 40-something years passing, and the program that you made way back when is still being used in this like mega giant pizzaplex.
I know, right? Well, this is the thing as well. Is like timelines are all over the place as is, right? Like I talked about this in our week before theory of just the fact that we have no real setting of where the timelines truly take place. Like like when it says Fazbear's Fright, which is the attraction in FNAF 3.
And not the book series, Fazbear Frights.
Exactly. The S is in a different place, and that's important.
Yes.
But that is meant to be 30 years after the closure of Freddy's.
Right.
Which Freddy's? Like
which closure?
Which closure? Well, exactly, because that's the thing, because it's like, well, it makes sense logically for it to be the last Freddy's. To be like, yeah, Freddy's as a franchise is closed, and now 30 years later, we're like talking about it. But it's like, it could be any of them, which could shift all the dates. And like, so there, and I know John has, he found like posters and stuff in Security Breach way back when and like a poster. There was a signature, I think, on something, on like a picture of Freddy. And then there's a calendar as well. And with that, you can pinpoint it to maybe be like 2029 or 2035, potentially.
Yeah.
But nothing's truly confirmed with this, as with everything. But with this, if it's like 1979-ish that Edwin is disappearing, 40 years later is only like, what is that? That would be 2009.
Yeah.
2009, that's 30 years. No, so 2019. So, like, 10 to 15 years earlier, which is, like, a lot. Like, that feels really early. Again, for AI as well, you think AI in 2019 feels early, but also just generally.
But also not, you know? Like similar things existed. It just wasn't. We didn't call it AI so much.
No, that's fair. But you have to look at the fact that the AI has existed for 40 years.
Yeah, that's different. That's a little bit different.
So it's like, yeah,
but
AI running the Pizzaplex 2019. That makes sense. The fact that it's existed for 40 years.
in that specific capacity is confounding.
Because it hasn't been, because the Mimic 2s were actual animatronics. Like, it's unclear whether it was a software update or just like that was like the physical thing. Was like, we've made these new things that are like spider-like and gooey and weird, but the actual software hasn't actually been updated, because again, even Storyteller, it's the Mimic 1 program, so it hasn't been updated for 40 years.
Right.
It is literally like, yeah, 79. That's probably good enough.
Yeah, we'll take it.
We don't need any firmware updates. That we don't need to look at that. That's probably all right.
Yeah, you know, just it's fine. We made it back then. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it is broke, we still don't need to fix it.
No, like,
Screw it. Spring lock everything.
I was going to say, we've recovered from worse. I mean, they literally did. They made a VR game to literally cover up their past mistakes and go, yeah, this is fine. You don't need to worry about it. They're just rumors. Nobody remembers the 80s, let alone the 70s.
Yeah, who would remember that? You know what we do remember, though? Excellent gameplay.
Oh. Excellent gameplay.
I've always really liked that storyline has been part of the franchise, just unironically. I think it's the most tongue-in-cheek, fun thing ever.
Yeah.
Shout out Steve. Major shout outs to Steve.
Snodgrass, absolutely. Absolute winner of a game developer.
It's so funny of like, eventually, FNAF gets to this place where they're like, oh my gosh, the story is in 15 million different places.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to pull the one thing about this franchise that I do know, and it's that I made games.
It's me.
It's that game. It's myself.
I am the one. I am FNAF.
Know thyself. And I'm just going to say that there are games that exist. And all that, you saw? Yeah, it was games about a real thing.
But I loved it as well, because when it came out, I remember that, because it's in the intro cutscene. So I remember even like Matt doing it on GT Live and him freaking out suddenly going, one, Scott self-insert, like, because it's literally a picture of him. And then it's just like, oh, these are games. Oh, this is weird. Scott then had to come out and go, hey, by the way, no, it's not actually me. Like, it's a picture of me, but it's not me in the game. Like, Scott Cawthon is not canon in FNAF.
No.
A game developer that looks like Scott is canon in FNAF. So it's like, he specifically distanced himself. And then he made Help Wanted the story.
Right.
Where it's like a down on his luck guy working at a convenience store. He made like a game that is basically Chipper and Sons Lumber Co. And it's just like more and more leaning into him and it's just like, dude, is it you or is it not?
Well, it's not him. It's a self-insert OC.
Exactly, it is. But it's just funny that sense of him having to go, it's not me. And now, like, years later, I'm going to put a little bit more of me in this. And just, like, the constant give and take.
Write what you know.
Yeah,
Program what you know.
That's true.
And
what you know.
He knows FNAF and he knows himself. And that's exactly what he did. You know what I mean?
It's true. No, it's true. You've got to know yourself. And I mean, like, he clearly, it all started because he knew that he was being told that his things looked like animatronics. So,
right.
So you've got to, play to your strengths.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
110%. And it's funny that you bring that up, right? I was thinking recently about like when FNAF originally came out, right? I was 14 when it happened. I was just starting high school. Yeah, and I remember seeing Markiplier's playthrough of it. And, obviously my first thought was Chuck E. Cheese. And I remember thinking like, wow, I'm surprised that more people haven't gone through and like kind of capitalized off of like, oh, the creepy robots and things that we thought would be like cool and entertaining for children.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So just go. I felt like, oh wow, I actually want to think about the actual meta of FNAF here a little bit because it's so wild how originally we had this like, whoa, it's so scary. Yes, we were all freaked out by this thing. We agree. Shake hands. And now it's just turned into this thing that's so beyond that.
Yes.
Like, I think there's a very large possibility that there's more kids who can tell you what Five Nights at Freddy's is versus Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, I literally had it at Christmas. I went to my auntie's house after Christmas.
Yeah.
And they've got like my nieces and my nephews, and there's like a little boy and his parents that my auntie's basically adopted. So it's just like, yeah, you're coming to all the family gatherings, and he's a cute little kid. But he was like, oh my gosh, let me show you my new Christmas presents. And he pulls out, like, he's 4. And he pulls out Freddy Fazbear and Friends.
Oh my
Lego
God.
versions, Funko versions, like just normal like action figure versions. And he's like, do you know anything about Freddy's? I was just like, oh.
Do I know something about Freddy's?
It's like finally everyone suddenly was like shocked because suddenly someone in the room knew what he was talking about. But I'm also like, he's 4. He probably shouldn't know what FNAF is at this point.
Right.
But it is that thing of like, there are just kids everywhere that just, it's in every toy store.
Right.
It's on YouTube everywhere because now there's fan games as well of like, you know, there's the official fan games and there's the non-official fan games. Like FNAF is everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot escape it, especially if you spend any time online.
Right.
It has become, and that's what I really loved about helping Matt write his final FNAF theory, because it was this. It was, let's pull back, let's look at what FNAF has done, not just for itself, but for the entire industry, like YouTube, for indie game devs, everything. FNAF has had a hand in forming the last 10 years of indie game development, which is crazy.
Yeah, it literally changed the way that we look at games and, you know, in a sense, literally changed the way that we theorize and put together theories about games and different franchises, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Matt always, there was lore theories before FNAF. I think, like, it can be quite easy to forget it, but you go, like, Rosalina is Peach's daughter and Peach is dead. Like, those theories are classics, and those were pre-FNAF. But it was like, so Matt always had a thing for story and wanting to connect the dots in story. Right. But you're right, once FNAF hit and that really like took off just across YouTube for everyone, it was like, oh, this lore aspect really can be like capitalized on, and it just works. And like other games, like we talked about it for like game and film, and like all these places are now bleeding into it because of FNAF, and they're all trying to do more lore and trying to increase like how much lore, how theorizable is our trailer or whatever it is.
Yes.
Because of FNAF's influence. And it's funny because like there's a lot of marketing that goes into these sorts of lore games and things. You look at FNAF's marketing, it was basically non-existent. It was Scott's little YouTube channel and it had like a trailer, and that was like it. And there's not actually a lot to theorize about in the trailer, whereas you look at like Poppy trailers these days and there's like, oh, look at all the theory potential compared to FNAF.
Right, you're going frame by frame.
Exactly, but yeah in FNAF it was just here's some cool gameplay and it's a bit creepy, go for it. And that was it.
Like, yeah!
And that was it 4 times over for 13 months. That was it. And then we had 4 games by the end of it.
Right, but I actually think that the structure, and I've kind of missed this in recent FNAF games actually, there was something to be said about having a similar sense of structure in those first 4 games that kept building and evolving, but you still had a general idea of what to expect because you knew the baseline mechanics.
Yeah, I think that's something generally that is like really important, is if you look at what Scott did, he wasn't like, feature creep is a really common thing amongst indie games, I think, where people want to make the next chapter bigger and better as you can. Right. FNAF didn't do that. FNAF 2, do you know what he changed? He took away the doors. He took away a mechanic.
Music box.
Okay, he did add a music box.
We love the music box.
And he did add a mask, to be fair. But it was like, okay, I take away 2 doors, here are 2 extra little mechanics. But it's like, it wasn't like, and like there were more animatronics was the big thing. Like that's, so it was meant to be, I'm making it scary because there's now more of the scary thing, and less protection. So but the actual scope of the game wasn't huge. It wasn't like the biggest sudden change from even to like 2 to 3 and 3 to 4 as well. They're all small incremental changes that feel big and good, but it's never been a massive change, and I think that really helped, like you say, solidify it. I also think the other thing is not just the, I don't want to say repetitiveness because that sounds bad, but like the sort of recognizability of the gameplay.
Yeah.
I think also it's the repeatability.
Yes.
The fact is, with it, you had to get through the first 5 nights, which were challenging enough. Then it's like, oh, by the way, there's a 6th night, and that's really hard as well. And then there was a 7th, like, custom night, and you could customize that however you wanted. And so you go, what happens if I just put Freddy on 20? What happens if I just put this person on this? What happens if I put 1987 as the difficulty? What happens if I put them all on 20?
Right.
And so there's like challenges, and you have to build yourself up to the challenge of going, I'm going to start them all on 5, then I'll start them all. Maybe we'll go up to 10. And so it's why, again, it took off, because you think there were months of just like I can't even remember how many Let's Plays Markiplier did of just the original Freddy's, because it was that thing of I've got to do this, and because there were all those secrets, like, right, I'm going to play and get the secret because, oh, you can only get Golden Freddy show up if you do 2020 mode, and it has to be the 5th night, and you have to press this button into the wall for some reason.
Beep, beep, boop, beep, boop, boop.
And then I get a mini game, and that's the thing. And then he added the mini games in the later games, which obviously really added to that replayability. I think it's something I fear like Security Breach somewhat lacks.
Yeah.
Because it breaks from that format of I can play this, I can sit down and go, right, I'm now doing this again, and there's a challenge build up, because it's a not a walking simulator, kind of is, but it means you're walking through essentially a linear path. While you've got a bit of an open world hub, you are being put down a path to go, right, you need to go and do this mission now. And so the replayability comes from people like John, who are free camming it and going, I'm going to look around at all the environmental details, but there's not as much of the, like, I'm getting satisfaction from replaying the game again. Like, I don't want to do Roxy's boss fight again. I don't want to, watch this cutscene again. I don't want, like, and you without starting a new game, you can't really either. That's the other problem. So I think that's something that I think the VR games do a good job of kind of rekindling that and getting that back, because it's all minigame based.
Right, and it sets its own structure,
Exactly.
right? I feel like with things like Security Breach and branching out into other mascot horror games, there is now a genre sense of like set structure of this is what you should expect going in.
Absolutely.
And that's the walking through, going through the path and solving the puzzles and doing chase scenes, and right? Whereas originally with FNAF, the structure going in, you knew what it was.
Yeah.
Check the cameras, look to see if there's animatronics coming, shut doors, put on masks, lights, whatever, right?
Yeah.
FNAF had its own structure, and now there is more of a genre-wide structure that is expected when you go in.
Yeah.
And that is another reason why I really like the Help Wanted games, for the same reason that you said. Like, yes, I had to play through a lot of the VR game because we lost progress on it when we were trying to do the content update, right? But it was also fun to go into because it felt so much like its own thing.
Yeah.
Right? And that was so refreshing, and it felt like more of a return to form.
Yeah.
For that I really liked.
Yeah, I also think just VR works so much better for horror.
Yes.
Just really, like, the fact is everyone says, and I know after Five Nights at Freddy's came out, there was, and after a little bit of it being around, and, people getting fed up of it, like, oh, jump scares are cheap.
Right.
They're cheap scares. And yeah, to a degree, they are cheap scares. And like horror movie, like if you go for a horror movie and all it is jump scares, you kind of feel a bit cheated because there's no suspense, there's no actual like scares.
Right, like what's the build up here?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think because like a jump scare like with FNAF works well because you have that sense of when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? I remember walking around the first part of Security Breach going, when am I getting jump scared? And then it just doesn't happen. But I think that, with VR, it brings back that sense of anticipation, and it just makes that scare feel less cheap and actually more scary because it's in your face as if it's happening to you. And so it kind of it both Help Wanted games, I think, and especially the first one, I think, were that like rekindling of like the franchise's kind of roots and that sense of self that it had kind of developed beyond. I mean, Help Wanted 1 slightly less so because it came after Ultimate Custom Night, but Help Wanted 2 especially after we've had Security Breach and Ruin, which is why, I mean, Trika's Secret of the Mimic has a optional VR.
Yes, it does.
I believe, which again I'm fascinated by, because if it's more to see if it's like a mix, because there's chase sequences from what we learned from PAX West, so to see how they handle that in VR. But I think it's good because I think Steelwool is they're a VR company first and foremost, so I think that'll be good.
Right. And like more immersive FNAF is a very fun and exciting concept.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
absolutely, yeah.
Like they proved the proof of concept was help wanted, and it was wildly successful in that way. So it's more of that like insertion and immersion thing, which I think is really helpful, especially for a franchise that is so focused on its lore and piecing things together that, you know, you might pull from the books or notes or things that you don't quite see. So putting the viewer, the player, the gamer into the game itself, having that sense of immersion when it's so much thinking outside of what the game tells you, I think is a very rewarding experience for a FNAF enjoyer.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was again part of the challenge of Security Breach. I think again it's where I think it just had some hiccups or some challenges because environmental storytelling has always been Scott's MO. It has always been a thing of like when you're sitting there and you're trying to pull out these tinier details, it's better to be able to be sat in a room and go, right, I'm now going to look around the room and see what I get. I'm going to look at the cams, what's on the cams, or I'm going to, in Help Wanted, you know, you're looking like, can I look under the table? What's in this drawer? Like, but you're kind of like stuck to a spot, which allows you to have that freedom. Whereas I fear that if you are at, you know, when you're walking around, there can be all this environmental storytelling, which is great, but you can't guarantee someone's going to be looking in that specific spot. Whereas, you know, tie them to a desk, they've only got so much they can look for. And so, someone will eventually look under the desk and see the code written underneath it. Versus Help Wanted, where it's like, have they checked behind this one arcade cabinet out of the thousands that exist? It's just that the scope is a little too big. And it's why people are still finding things in Security Breach. Go, oh, there's like this detail like of the mimic's claws in a random vent in like the main game. You're like, oh,
right. I remember during John's interview with Steel Wool, he was told that there's still things in these games that people have not found or have picked up on yet.
Yeah.
So, and to your point too, right? That's also a strength of those earlier games where you were just kind of stuck in one spot, right? Where it's like, oh, you're shown newspaper clippings, the occasional poster, you know, thing hung up on the wall. It's like, oh, 5 children missing, okay. Animatronics smell bad. Okay, that's kind of yucky. I'm gonna keep moving on. And then, you know, there you are in this space, and you have what's given to you versus that more exploratory sense where, you know, it also points to the importance of FNAF having a community, though, when you are opening up the space and the environment so much, when there is more to be missed, because that allows for more of a communal gathering of evidence and clues and things to put together. So there's pros and cons to it, but I think because FNAF has such this huge community that cares so much and is so excited to look for more details and piece this together, then, you know, that can be more successful and FNAF can get away with that, you know?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think the community is incredible, and I think again, even like outside of like just the smaller, even like theorist community, like the FNAF tubers, it's like everyone is constantly going back to this game and constantly working together to figure things out, and it's taking small pieces. Like I find a small piece of evidence, then Rai finds a small piece of evidence, John finds a small piece of evidence, and it all kind of starts tying together, and that's really fun to see those evolve because, ID might have a theory based on this one detail they have, and then we find a second detail from someone else, and then suddenly it all like you can build off it and go, okay, maybe that wasn't quite correct, but it put us on the right path because now that we've got piece 2, these fit together. Oh, now there's a third piece, and actually that puts us in that direction. And that's really fun.
Yeah.
And that's what I like, is being able to go back and talk to people and work with people and kind of go, right, where is the community taking this, or what details of the community have. And like the subreddits are great for that as well, both the FNAF one and the Game Theorist subreddit, where you constantly got people noticing tiny details somewhere. Someone, I can't remember. Oh, it was that FNAF? No, it wasn't FNAF, so I won't talk about it. There have been a few details like that where people on the subreddit found a very, very tiny detail and it just works. But with FNAF, like John found like the one toy. He found like the one toy Chica plushie in the entirety of Security Breach in a random like underground vent that no player, I think, could reasonably access. But it's there. We have no idea. I remember him being on a Discord call with him and he's going, why is this here, Tom? And I have no idea. And we still don't really know, but it's there.
Right.
It exists, but we don't know why. And I think, but I like part of that is the fun of theorizing, right? Is being able to go,
what does this mean and why? So that's literally where today's theory came from, was that thing of, why are we being shown plush babies? Why are we being told this story for a third time? What are we supposed to learn? And that's like the fun of theorizing in general, but the fun of FNAF specifically is being able to, you know, work together with a bunch of people, because there's so many people. And I loved seeing that actually after Security Breach, because up until Security Breach, like there was like the first 4 FNAF games had a bunch of people like Dorko and Razbowski and 8-Bit Ryan, everyone, and even Mark was somewhat interested in the lore at that point, because he was like, I press this thing and I get a secret code, or I get a secret mini game, and that's fun. And you know, the Bite of 87, like
the Bite of 87?
He was in the lore enough to know what the Bite of 87 was at that point. But then there came a period where it felt like theorizing got lesser, or just wasn't as focused on by other channels nearly as much. I think like Dorko obviously still carried on, but like I know 8-Bit and Razbowski kind of moved into more doing Let's Plays and into other franchises, which, you know, it's one of those things that just happens as the platform evolves and as people evolve. But then we had Security Breach and we did our talk back and we were like, who do we invite to this? And it was an interesting one. So that's where we had John on for the first time, which was great. We love John. I see John in chat. Hey friend, great to see you.
Hi John.
But like we had John on.
John.
We had John on for the first time. We had but then we had like Tetrabit, because he was breaking games, which was really fun. We had Super Horror Bro, and we it was a good time. But after that moment, suddenly all these FNAF theorists came out of the woodwork. Suddenly you had the Ride Hosts, you had the ID's Fantasies, you had a bunch of Ozone. Obviously in recent years we've had dual process and like Demuted and and there's a billion I could reference, but you know, it really feels like FNAF had like its second coming of lore focused and theorizing, which was great.
Yes, and honestly, like, thank goodness for that.
I know, right?
Right? Like, game theory obviously had such this like chokehold on the internet in terms of like FNAF lore and where it stood for the longest time.
Yeah.
And I think it is so important that we had more theorists like just pop up and like have more conversations with each other, right? Because we need different perspective. We need people who are like looking for different clues and putting things together and coming into FNAF with fresher eyes.
Yes.
Right? And different perspectives. Like, it's great that there are plenty of people who don't agree with us so that we can actually get somewhere.
No, that's exactly it.
Perfect.
Exactly. And like you say, as the games are getting bigger, that's necessary.
It's needed.
There's so much of that. It's important. It's why Matt instituted the Fnatic, was exactly that, because I was brought on to kind of help him, and suddenly there was a new perspective. And then we also had Dan coming in to help us when he was in town. And it was just that sense of, we need to basically tear down everything and start again. What do we know for sure? What are the facts? And like restart. And it's so much better and easier to do that when you've got so many more people with different perspectives.
And I think this franchise really, really needed that. And I think the community really benefits from that, right? Like, it was so cool being tech for GT Live for so long and watching this new era of Matt reacting to a bunch of different theories, right? Because I learned a lot from that. It was interesting to see him stop and think and reconsider things that he had just taken for granted for all these years. And that, for me as a viewer, was so rewarding and was interesting to see, like, oh wow, you know, some of these things that we take as assumptions going into various theories and things, evidence points that we don't really talk on anymore because it's just, you know, it's assumed that the general FNAF audience would know what that is. To recontextualize that is exactly what we need now, right? And I'm kind of going on that journey as we speak. Like, I have this sort of, I don't want to say, well, I don't even know what the word is, but I kind of just fell into FNAF at like this alarming rapid pace. And like, I heard high-pitched noises as I like catapulted downwards.
Oh, you don't want to hear those in this franchise.
I know, you certainly Illusion discs?
Where are you? Or is it gas? I forget which one it is.
Oh gosh. Oh, don't get me started.
It keeps changing. I keep losing
Don't
track.
get me started. But as I'm going in and I'm examining the lore, looking at these mini games in more detail, listening to more theories, there's things that I assumed were just like fact because of like game theory that I was like, oh wait, actually, I don't know if I fully agree with that. To be honest. And I think with the emergence of people like Rye and ID and dual process, like that has really, really helped me shape my understanding and this growing understanding still of Five Nights at Freddy's. And that's why it's fun to talk about it still with you, with John, with whoever is willing to listen, regardless of their knowledge about FNAF.
Very few people.
Right? A select few.
My wife is forced to, and she knows far more than she ever thought she would.
Right? It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens.
But talking about FNAF and asking those questions and reevaluating, reexamining all these evidence points is really a fantastic way to get into it, right? Because, like, I'm currently in this thing now where I'm asking almost hyper, like, practical questions about FNAF. I'm very curious as to Afton's financial situation. I don't know where that man got so much money. Because considering the structure of Fazbear and what we see with these restaurants opening up, with, like, the local cartoon, like, Fredbear and Fred, like, going out, it doesn't make sense where all of this money came from, where he could afford to just open and close all these restaurants, to build a big fat bunker. Like, where are we getting the time, the resources, the money? That part, it just gets me so stressed out.
Yeah.
And, like, it's bringing me to these moments of, you know, insanity a little bit. Like, I was rereading Fetch recently for my Twitch offline video on GT Live, and in the first few pages, Scott was there was this one line about this guy getting a bunch of money because of investments and stocks, and I legitimately had a moment of, like, but what if Afton was a stock bro? And what if he made some investments and got that money that way?
Well, that's...
And that, I don't know how I feel about that, man.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking with some of our old timeline, was that sense of going, you know what? It feels like he's just buying companies, which feels like a very just like investor bro thing to do. So I'm going to buy all of these and make a bunch of money off of them. You know, so
Investor in companies.
Yeah,
he's like, we're gonna be disrupting these spaces.
Exactly. So they bought Henry again. This was he bought Henry. They bought Edwin, and he's just like, I'm gonna turn this into an empire and make my millions. But I also just think, you know, it's one of those things. Yeah, the startup costs, I think, are what's interesting, because I think once it gets going, let's be honest. Look at real world FNAF. Merch sells.
Yes.
Having just plushies alone will, like, make Afton a millionaire.
Right, but like, expanding beyond, like, the town that they're in, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's
how
true.
far are we going? Is this a local economy endeavor, or is this wider than we think?
Well, I think the books, Tales from the Pizza Books, would imply it's much bigger.
Right.
Because there are multiple pizzaplexes that they refer to.
Yes.
So this is a franchise. This is something that is, like, countrywide. Admittedly, though, at this point, like,
but that's by the time of the pizzaplexes, though.
well, and that's the thing, and it's like whether Henry and William are around, probably not at that point. Again, depending on continuities and various things.
Yep.
But you go, and so it's like, when did Mr. Burrows come in? When did, like, because it talks about him in the Storyteller, about him coming in and buying it, and again wanting to turn it into this massive thing. And so it's like, well, yeah, he buys it, turns, and so again, you've got a different load of finances to consider. So where's Mr. Burrows coming from? What's his background?
Yeah.
Is
Is
he an investor bro?
All of them pizza stonks. It's so bad.
It's all just Fazbear stonks.
Well, based on the
That's all it is.
timeline, could be crypto.
It could be. Oh my gosh, Mr. Burrows is a crypto bro. Love that.
Just saying.
Like, this thing, Fazcoin is like the new thing that he launches. He's like, you know those little coins? You remember them? The nostalgia you would get from winning these tokens at the arcade. Do you remember? Well, now you can own them digitally, and you can use them to buy real Fazbear merch.
Oh, Fazbear NFT is painful. How dare you?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Fazbear, it was a risk. There was always. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it depends on continuity.
No.
Well, it's because this is not our world, obviously. So who knows? Maybe NFTs were really well received out in Fazbear's universe. Maybe people love NFTs there.
I will talk to Mr. Cawthon myself and ask to get that retcon.
You need to say something how NFTs are bad in your next book.
No, this is a yucky concept. I'm not down with it.
No.
No, absolutely
No,
not.
I mean, I'm glad he's not gone that way in reality, to be fair. Like, that was a win. That was a good choice on his part.
Right, of course.
Not getting into the crypto game.
Of course. But it still begs the question of, like, Afton getting that bag, right? And I honestly wonder if something related to Fall Fest helps contextualize that a little bit.
Hopefully. That would be
Right?
good. Cause I wonder how successful carnivals actually are. Because they clearly are able to run and, like, travel around the country and do stuff. It's
That's
like,
true, yeah.
But, like, how successful? How successful can a carnival really be? Like, is it, like, enough to, like... Which, again, might explain why... Henry's initial animatronics are so rudimentary and it's so simple because budget was tight
Right.
versus once Fredbear's Family Diner kicks off, suddenly they're making that bag, and so Afton's like, well, I'm going to take all this money and make crazy wire machines because I
Right.
have all this money now.
Yeah, and also in terms of, like a
Sorry.
carnival, are you... Okay.
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm good.
okay,
I'm good. No, you're good.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, in terms of a carnival as well, in terms of transport, that's a big factor here.
Yeah, massive.
And making sure that, you know, if you are doing like suits and things, that it's like more so one size fits all and easy to move around to operate and put on.
Yeah.
So that is a big factor in that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like suits in carnivals are they're not cheap.
No.
They're not cheap at all, but they are easier to maintain. Like you just need a seamstress or someone with sewing ability. Like it's part of the reason why clowns and things like have those patches, because it was cheaper just to sew a new patch on than to like get a new set of overalls. And so you go like, oh, okay, yeah, you can keep costs down and do all of that. And again, like if you're selling merch, we don't know, like Fall Fest, sure, it's in the 70s. We know it goes back at least to 1970.
Right.
But we don't know what happened before that. Again, it's this thing of, well, what was before? Was this the first? And because we're only going to 79, we may not fully know.
Right.
But how successful was it? Like, and how successful were the characters? Because we theorize that these characters, Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and potentially Baby as well, have been around since the beginning as costumes. So
Right.
merch would be a thing at carnivals. You would win
That's
them
true.
at prize stands. And so
Yeah.
you're then going... Like, well, again, was that what was making bank? Was all the because like you're like, and again, we all know like how carnivals like to rig a game every now and again. So you're taking all this money for prizes that people want. So it's like not only are the prizes people want the prizes and they're willing to pay money for it, no one's getting any of the prizes, which means you still have them to sell on at the next place you move to because of the rigged games.
So Afton's really been slimy from the start.
I mean, are we surprised?
No. I just think that, like, you know, there's this want for Afton to have this moment where he just kind of turns like this inspired motive that
Yeah.
just makes him like flip. Like obviously there's got to be a little bit of that sinister in him from some point.
At
But
some
it's like,
point.
if he's just kind of this carnival con man from the very beginning, it's
I-
like, oh, well, maybe my guy is just destined to be like this.
I kind of love that though. Like it feels like a proper, a random but fun origin story to have him be just like this slimy carny who's just like out to rip people off, and then one day, you know, he, as the Joker says, he just has one bad day and suddenly he goes on a spree, and that's like puts him forward into the next thing, and everything he does is just like it was all originally for the pursuit of money, and then he realized money couldn't bring back his son, and then it like goes from there.
Right?
But I do like the idea, like, because again, like Afton, we've not really had much characterization of Afton, especially
No.
not in the games.
No.
Like we had the Silver Eyes trilogy, which is its own continuity, and he's fine, but he's kind of just a villain. He's just like, I want immortality. And I'm gonna like kill, and I killed all these kids in pursuit of immortality, and you're like, okay,
And I'm gonna dunk on Henry and Emily every turn.
yeah, and I'm gonna, you know, steal his child robot and turn her into Baby for some reason.
Yeah, because that feels right.
That feels
to
right.
do.
Which is also a weird connection that we've never quite made sense of. But
They are linked very frequently,
yeah.
but we'll get there.
We'll get there.
We'll get
We'll
there.
get there. There's time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird that we've never really had Afton be a character. He's just been the shadowy purple guy sprite in the background, kind of like, I'm laughing and there are these dead kids in the next room.
Yeah.
I definitely killed these kids, and hi, I'm now coming to kill you as Springtrap. And
Lol.
you know, you get a couple of lines from him in
Ultimate Custom Night, obviously, where it's like, I always come back, and that's where that whole famous lines and stuff
Right,
come from.
of course.
But even then, it's never a big, like, we never get much motivation for him. Henry, again, in the games, less so, but it does feel like outside of the games, he's a little, like, in the book, in this trilogy, he feels a little more well-rounded. He feels like, he's a family man. He is, you're right?
I'm okay.
Okay, good. But it's like, yeah, he's a family man, and he, he's devastated by the death of his daughter, and so he's trying to bring her back to life. All of that makes sense. And so he feels like at least a little bit more of a character. I still think there's more to him. I think I theorized about it, I mentioned it in this recent one, I think he's complicit in some way to early Afton problems, whatever those are. Or more, he's complicit by not doing anything. It's a sin of omission rather than a sin of commission.
So how much do you think that Henry Emily knew early on?
I think.
How much do you think he's privy to? Because complicit has implications.
I mean, I think there will probably be, again, it depends on like the amount of theorizing and speculation, right? I think if we go down the route of like, oh, he was William was a sleazy con man that was ripping people off of money to try and make a business, I could see Henry easily being complicit to that, because you just kind of go like, yeah, but I need money, so I'll go along with it. For me, the line was, I forget it was a Shakespeare quote that was made by the design director at Steelwall when they promoted.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He gave a Shakespeare quote from Julius Caesar when he tweeted about it when the trailer came out. And it's a speech from Mark Antony when Antony is basically trying to talk about how Brutus is not a good person and killed Caesar, but he can't directly accuse him publicly.
Right, yes,
and so,
yes.
So he goes, the honorable man, Brutus, he keeps referring to him as honorable in that sense of like being sarcastic. And like, the good is often, the good dies with them, but the bad lives on, which obviously feels like a thing with the mimic, right? Where it's like, oh, the bad is living on in the mimic. Afton's evil is living on. Any good that he had died with him, and now but because this is Secret of the Mimic and it's early on, it also feels like there's something to do with, again, the evil that Afton has been known to commit, and Henry talking about it or trying to talk about it. And so I feel like and obviously Brutus' whole thing, he killed Caesar. Caesar allowed Brutus to get close to him because he loved, Caesar loved Brutus and they were close. And so he allowed him to get close to him, and then Brutus stabbed him in the back. And it felt like again, symbolic sort of symbolism and connection between Afton's Yellow Rabbit and like the kids. They all loved him, so they gathered to him. That's why he wore the suit, was to help, for the kids to gather towards him or to not feel scared in front of him so that he could kill them. And so, yeah, you can pull that face every time we talk about killing kids, but it's not going to stop. And so that's what it felt like a connection to, was like, oh, like Brutus is Afton is Brutus. Caesar is like the kid or kids, and therefore Mark Antony is Henry. And so Henry knows about, and that would then imply Henry knows about the murder, because Antony knew about the murder of Caesar, but he just couldn't accuse him. And so it feels like almost like it would almost be like a public statement. Fazbear has to make a public statement over like the death of this kid, and Henry knows what's happened, but he can't talk about it because it would ruin his business and it would ruin his, like, the life of his future, his kid. Like, again, it's more on the speculative side, and it's kind of like, oh, there's some interesting connections here, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I think that makes Henry a much more interesting character, not a good character, or a good guy character, but an interesting character, because there's layers to him then of like, and again, it gives him motivation to come back and want to make everything right in FNAF 6, more so than just he killed a bunch of kids, which, yeah, of course, that's like good guy Henry, great, you all these kids died on your watch, you're now, but it's that extra bit of motivation of, I let this happen. Not only did it happen on my watch, but I actively let it happen and actively like protected him.
Right. I think there's this morality that is often projected onto Henry for exactly that reason, right? But you know, ultimately, I'm guilty of that too.
We all are.
like I'm a Henry defender.
Yeah.
I am. I love Henry Emily as a character, and I really wish that we got more of Henry Emily prior, right? Like, I think it's so to see that kind of redemption and to feel that sense of accountability and responsibility towards the end of that, right? Like in FNAF 6 and that monologue where Elizabeth stops in her tracks and then Henry just lays down absolute bars, right?
Absolute bars.
It's fantastic.
One of the best written pieces in FNAF.
Yeah, oh, hands down. Hands down, if not the, you know?
Absolutely.
So it's like, to know more about what Henry was doing prior to that, where there might be an additional cause for redemption that we have not seen, I find very intriguing. But also because I feel strongly about Henry Emily, just in my own brain and heart, it's also a little bit harder. And I'm a little bit in denial.
Yeah.
Copium is happening.
I get that.
Part of me hopes that he doesn't know that it's Afton.
Yeah.
That he is so entrenched in the creation of these robotics and these characters that he doesn't think to accuse him or that there's something else going on, right?
Yeah.
Like, I want him to be in denial and then to realize that because he couldn't look past what was in front of him, that he let this happen.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm much more lean in that sense of I really enjoy kind of the morally grey character for both Henry and William, actually. I don't like the idea that William's just evil. He's just evil for sake of evil.
Of course.
Like, and Henry is just good because we need a good guy. Like,
Right.
I think like early stories or simple stories, you can lean on that. And I think if FNAF had only been 3 games, you probably could have gotten away with just like serial killer is serial killer because serial killer, and you'd have been fine.
Yeah.
I think that it's gone on for so long, and I know we've kind of moved on from the like it's weird, right? Because now we're going back in time, so we're kind of, even though Edwin and the Mimic is involved, there you go. Because even though Edwin and the Mimic are kind of involved more in this new story, we're obviously going back in time to Fall Fest, where it feels like the origins of Fazbear, and so it feels like early days for William and Henry. So it feels like there is more we need to learn about them rather than just totally moving on and forgetting about them. And I think because we're doing that, it's a really good opportunity to make them feel morally grey. And it's why Matt was really keen to analyze Afton's motives constantly. And I know there's a lot of different theories out there with a lot of different names that I cannot remember about, like, you know, did William care about his kids really, or was he actually just an awful father to begin with? Like, did he care or did he not? Like, there's those debates you can have, but I do think with a character that's been running for this long, it is interesting to have a debate or a something that makes him not quite as simple as he's just bad. Right. Or Henry is just good. Oh, like, yeah. I think Henry can still be good, even if he's covering for Afton with this crime. He can still be a good character because he's doing it for reasons that are inherently good. Mm-hmm. He's just having to cover up something really awful for that. So, we don't know their home situation. We don't know what was going on with Charlie and whatever at that point. So you're going, there could be if they can have a really good reason to justify him knowing, because then you start to sympathize and you start to go, I don't like the fact you defended him, but I get why you did it. And that turmoil is great for character.
100%.
And the same with William, that thing of like, oh, he's been a murderer this whole time and he's just been bad and doing whatever. But the idea that, he was killing kids and getting remnant because he wanted to bring his son back, while not the best justification, at least gives you a reason to go, there's something more to him than just murder. Right. Like, he had a purpose. There was something he did care about more than just being evil.
Right.
There's a motivation, I think, because we as people all have motivation. We do things because we want to do those things, or we have a reason to do them. And I think, I know, right, deep, but it's what makes us feel, what allows you to connect to characters or understand characters or make the characters feel more fleshed out and more just interesting to deal with. And again, if we're putting Afton and Henry to bed, which, Lord, I hope we do at some point. I hope we can get fully into a new era and go, right, here's the new stuff. But I think if we're doing that, it's good to settle those debates and have them feel more fleshed out and kind of, no, here's the full rounded character, the fully fleshed out thing. It's been 10 years. We finally fleshed out these characters. And now that you have that kind of clarity and that sense of peace around it, even whether you like it or not, but it's but
there's the answer.
Yeah.
We can now put them to bed.
And I think we're approaching that point.
I think
right?
we have to be.
Like I think we're going into this period of FNAF clarity, right? I honestly think that the content update for Secrets of the Mimic, like the tease of that,
for Help
was a
Wanted 2.
huge point of that. Yes, because the Mimic being there, along with our little Tiger Rock plushie,
Yep.
was like very much a, hey y'all, look at Tails. We are pointing our hands towards Tails
Yep.
now. Like there are answers to be found. Like we are not just walking through the thick fog anymore.
Yeah.
Like here's some clarifying detail about what's going to be able to work here, right?
Yep.
That was really refreshing. Like
Yeah.
yes, it didn't automatically solve the franchise, nor
didn't, no.
should it have.
No.
But like having more of that information and that like, oh, actually, yes, there are things from the books that might actually be part of the game continuity is very exciting. And again, there are still questions to be asked
100%.
about how much of Tales fits into that, right? Is it just the Mimic stories? Is it
Yeah.
all of it? What about the ties to Fazbear Frights, right? Like to Be Beautiful and Frailty, right? Where those interconnect. How does that work?
Yeah.
But having more clarity about where we're heading is absolutely huge for this community.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge.
Absolutely, and I think, and I kind of, again, I mentioned it in this theory and in the previous theories, that Scott is clearly making an effort to give clarifying details. And it's interesting because when he gives normally gives clarifying details, they're very specific.
Right.
And actually quite on the nose. Like a lot of theories over the years have been big, wide stretching, like we have to connect the dots and here's all this symbolism and stuff like that, which is what, again, today's theory was. Whereas the clarifying details that we've talked about in previous theories are much more on the nose. It is here's ditophobia, it's hallucinogenic gas. There's your solution.
Surprise.
Here's the aerial antenna in 5 Laps at Freddy's that proves the Midnight Motorist car was run by Afton because it's a spring trap or a spring bonnie aerial. So you're going, great, that was Afton and Midnight Motorist. We know that for a fact.
Yes.
There are those sorts of details where it's like Scott, in recent time, it feels like his clarifying details are much more on the nose of just here is a thing that just answers the question.
Yeah.
I ranted in a previous theory about what those do. The clarifying details we're getting aren't the big solves right now. They're the little details, which maybe at one point will add up to something big, but right now they're kind of just little things. It's okay, great, I've got clarity on that. I know that Foxy did the Bite of 87. Great, but the Bite of 87 doesn't really have much weight on the general lore and franchise. So it's interesting to see that he is doing it at all. And I'm thankful that he's doing it at all rather than not giving us anything. But it would be nice to get more of those clarifying details and try to narrow the story down, especially as we are again reaching this inflection point of leaving the old lore behind and Henry and William leaving them behind and focusing on the new stuff. It would be great to kind of have more stuff to kind of go, we fully understand this now.
Yeah.
We understand where we've come from, but this new stuff is still open to interpretation because that's the fun of this franchise and theorizing.
Right, 110%. And it's interesting too, right, with Scott and the Foxy bite thing, right? I've been interested as I've been going through and reading a lot of this material for the first time, the emergence of patterns in the storytelling, right? I know that there's a lot of discussion and debate about parallels versus what is in the continuity and what do we know for sure.
Yeah, canon versus parallel, basically.
Right? I am kind of in this little circle outside of that discussion where I'm looking at patterns. Mostly. So tracking storytelling patterns across these different timelines, continuities, to see what ingredients might be reused and how they're contextualized in their respective continuities, right? The Foxy Michael patterns, I adore, right? Michael is Foxy Bro, Bite of 83, right? So we see the crying child get chomped on. That's unfortunate. That's sad. And then Michael has a bunch of guilt. We see he really struggles with this. There's this kind of isolation of Michael, just feeling a little disconnected, right? Yeah. So then we see also in this new book, right? Oh, the bite was Foxy. He was separated from the group. Again, like the isolation. And now Foxy is tied to both of these different bites in some way.
Yeah.
Which I find very interesting.
That is
and
interesting.
That's like a narrative detail that I find to be so cool, right? So laying down those different patterns, I think, is so intriguing, because I think that Scott has tried to do it more than once.
Yeah,
like,
probably.
The kidnapping thing. Kidnapping is a pattern.
Yeah, kidnapping is a pattern.
That's an ingredient here.
Kidnapping of a sibling.
Right, kidnapping of a sibling, whether that's, we see it in the Silver Eyes trilogy, in the FNAF movie, clap and circle, but, also in different ways, such as the fun times and their mechanics, right? Like, they're supposed to kind of take kids and hold them.
Yeah.
So that's not just immediate child murder, but, it is the taking, the napping of a kid.
Yeah.
So
no,
it's interesting.
The movie thing is interesting because, again, I brought it up earlier with the pattern of Afton having an accomplice, essentially, or the parallel of him having an accomplice with Vanessa in the movie.
Right.
It does feel like him retread, because it's a very different story and a very different continuity, clearly.
Oh, obviously, yes.
But it is retreading a lot of that ground and reusing a lot of those things. And I know, Matt and I talked one time for hours just trying to figure out what the deal with Sammy was from the books.
Yeah.
Because it was this thing that was really important. It was a really important plot point to the book that we had this sibling, or that a kid was kidnapped. Obviously in the trilogy it ends up being oh no, it was you that was kidnapped, and you weren't really kidnapped, you were just kind of taken and killed. But there's that, and then obviously and it all came out because the movie came out and we were like, oh, Garrett's now getting kidnapped and killed. So what is this about having a sibling? What do we miss? Because in the games we haven't actually seen that.
Right.
Directly. Right. So, and that's where both of those are both the movie and the trilogy are obviously ones that we know are very specifically in different continuity. They're not in the Fazbear Fright Tales, potentially canon, potentially maybe some canon, maybe not. It's not in that space.
Yeah.
So it's okay, well then, what in the games is meant to be tying into that specific idea? Because again, you've repeated it twice now. You've repeated it a couple times. What are you trying to tell us? Why are you telling us this again? What is it important about having a sibling be kidnapped and killed and be one of the victims? Because our 5 main victims aren't connected to anyone. The crying child isn't strictly a victim, so you have that. Charlie, as far as know, is an only child, which is why the book was interesting. So they have a sibling, but that kind of doesn't really go anywhere. And in the games we've got no sense that there is another Emily. So yeah, it's been a bit of a it's those sorts of processes that we go through. There you go, there's some insight for you guys in terms of how we theorize. I go, Ash, come into my office, we've got a blank whiteboard to fill.
Okay. And then you end up writing really dumb things on that whiteboard, like writing down every E name vaguely associated with clown iconography and being
that.
E.
And you know what's upsetting? Then they went and called it Jackie.
Jackie E!
Oh,
Jackie E! Tom!
We got to reverse this one. There we go. There's the logic.
Why?
No, it's because it hasn't got any legs, so we have to flip it upside down for it to walk properly, and therefore backwards. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how that backwards.
Maybe I'm talking about FNAF too much, but I don't know what just happened.
I don't really know what happened either, to be fair. But it did happen, and we'll move forward.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
sure. So I think those patterns are really fascinating. I hadn't considered the Foxy one about the bite of 83. Foxy bro, and then we have the bite of 87 being done by Foxy, and then he gets isolated, and so it's that sense of Michael became isolated, or was being isolated by Afton and Fazbear essentially, but Afton after that, which probably leads into the whole FNAF 4 and all of that, which we've kind of theorized about for a long time, that it was Michael and this was a punishment. But it's just an interesting detail to go, oh no, like it's that extra bit of evidence to go, yeah, this makes sense as to why this happened here, or this feels like more evidence to prove that happened here.
Right? And I like that it gives us an answer about the bite of 87 and more information on that, while also being narratively satisfying.
Yeah.
It's like a 2-for-1 special, which
true.
I really adore.
Yeah.
But, you know, I wanted to ask because I'm trying to think back to the character encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Right? So we're talking about, and this is not me saying that I think this is what it is at all.
Right.
This is me just spitballing in the moment because it's GT Live, and this is where we ask questions and then look like idiots. Yep. That's the fun of it all.
It is.
So this thing of kidnapping siblings, of what's even going on here, right? Who didn't have the last name in the encyclopedia?
Henry.
Henry?
Henry doesn't have a last name.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
I don't believe Charlie does either.
Does Charlie not?
I don't know if she does. I know Henry doesn't. Henry specifically is just Henry.
Okay. Sam, if there's anyone in chat who is reciting answers to this, I would love to hear it. But I remember the lack of last name in the character encyclopedia really threw us off because that's such a specific detail not to include in something like that. And that's not me saying like, LMAO, Henry got kidnapped. No, not at all. But like, it's just like, it's something, if we're talking about like families and the removal of a thing and like ambiguity around who belongs to what. Yes.
Oh, the who belongs to who has always been a debate because so many Fright stories are about like kids being adopted into families or having a step parent or a stepdad specifically. I know Dad did Dad Pat did a whole theory. See, that's how influential he's been.
Wow. Okay.
You know, again, we've been talking about this for an hour and 15 already. It's starting to happen.
Oh
like,
yeah.
But
welcome
when
to the party.
he was, he did a whole theory about the stepdad thing and how maybe Michael maybe was adopted. And again, I'm fascinated to see where the FNAF movies go in like his connection because clearly Afton and Michael have like there's the connection. He obviously kidnapped Garrett years ago, but it feels like there's a little bit more going on potentially. So I'm intrigued to see if that turns into anything that could be usable. But yeah, it's the whole like. It's that thing of someone. It feels like someone has to be adopted. Someone here has to be. Someone has to be adopted. Like and like I've wondered whether Elizabeth was
really?
Like an adopted one because she feels so different to the other two Afton boys. Like she feels really like she's like physically she's just very different. Like they're both sort of brown-haired boys. Yeah, that sort of thing. Like yes, she's a girl, they're boys. So yes, there's a difference.
I was like, yeah, I guess so.
I meant like hair color, eye color, that sort of thing.
Yes,
is quite drastically different. And again, because she just doesn't fit. Like her and Baby are like the ones where it's like we have no sense of date. We have no sense of like when you died, when you were born, how old you were, anything really. And so because they're this odd one out, it kind of lends itself to that whole idea of like, oh, maybe that's it. But we've never done anything with that or like explored that in real depth because again, it doesn't really go anywhere. It's just kind of like, okay, what would that change? At this point, not a lot. But yeah, the Henry Emily discussion or the Henry maybe lack of Emily discussion is interesting because she's called Charlotte Emily in the book.
Right.
But there's the discussion of, is that a middle name? Is it Charlotte Emily, like double-barreled or like her middle
little
name?
Southern Belle, Charlotte Emily.
Exactly.
Yep.
You know, from Utah.
As you are, yeah.
But it's that question of going, okay, are these actually connected? Is that the last name? I can't remember. Like I don't like to lean on the graphic novels for evidence because the illustrations are iffy, but it's like I believe her grave is just Charlotte Emily, which would imply a last name. But then the graphic novels are not always the most accurate, as we talked about with Eleanor earlier. Even those illustrations, I think actually, the graphic novel might be slightly more than the original illustration, but they can be a bit funky. Like I think Oswald just has like a different hair color in the graphic novels, or there are characters that do, or it might be the one in Fetch. They basically just redesign characters and go, he's a brunette now, and it's like, he's meant to be blonde. But
well, sometimes you start blonde and then your hair becomes more brunette over time.
You do, but when you've only got a short story to cover, you kind of feel like it should probably be the color the book says it is.
No.
But therefore, like the Charlotte Emily discussion is it a middle name? Is it the full name? Is it not?
Right.
It is up for debate, and yeah, the fact that Henry's name was such. I mean, the character encyclopedia is a mess in terms of like Michael's not in it.
No.
Just Michael's not in it, and you're like, he's like the main character. How is he not in it?
But what if he is in it?
What?
We just don't know.
Oh, possibly. You know, I loved it. I also love the fact that they felt the need to include the Blob and Burn Trap, but specifically called out non-canon name. I was just like, you could have given us the canon name. I think the Blob ended up being the Tangle in the game files, but
Right.
like Burn Trap, just again, it felt like, oh, are they hinting at that was the Mimic? But then that's a non-canon ending, so it's all a bit confusing. But,
Right.
But it was just that weird thing of like, why do that? Like, why do that? And then why miss out Michael? I feel like there are a couple of other characters that are missed, but like Michael was the big omission that you're just like, why is he not in it? And then, yeah, and then you've got Henry missing a last name, which is just like, again, which you could even just put down to it being book canonicity versus the games, right? Oh, in the books, yeah, they were, because that's why Charlotte is like Charlotte. But then, no, because then in the books they talk about Charlotte Emily as being from both the game and the book.
Right.
So yeah, that's just weird. That's just a weird thing for them to do.
I mean, you could get super funky with it and be like, this was Michael's headcanon about everyone and everything that he's ever met or seen. And
So
the
he only knew
character
Henry by a
encyclopedia-
first name.
Yeah, he was like, I've never asked. And he was just scrapbooking.
Yeah, this is the thing.
It's
The
not
character
like-
encyclopedia, it's like the security logbook. This is Michael's scrapbook of all of his adventures.
This is his fan wiki.
This is his wiki, which has Glamrock characters in it, which raises a lot of questions.
It sure does.
I mean,
What
he
are
has
you
a
doing?
room. He has a room in Security Breach for some reason.
Yeah.
His room is there.
It's where he secretly scrapbooks. He's a very artistic man, you know?
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's
And he feels a lot and he has to express it.
Yeah.
And it's through scrapbooking.
Yeah, I'm excited. We've got another, I think it's like an employee book of some kind for FNAF coming out this year, I think
Ooh.
August time. I think it's where it's meant to be like, ironically, so the security, like, it's more like the orientation notebook from Poppy Playtime, where it's like, here is like a staff book, which now has, well, I mean, that's kind of like the survival logbook to a degree, where it's got notes and stuff in it, but I think it's more like gathered evidence and facts and like more post-it notey, whereas Michael was like filling out the activity book, so, or the survival logbook. So I'm excited for that, because it's always fun to get stuff from like staffing perspectives to kind of go like, how did this work? Why did you do this? And like, what can you tell us that we don't know about this franchise? So that's fun.
Can I pick your brain about the post-it room?
Yeah, of course, go for it.
No, I want to hear your baseline interpretation of it.
I feel like I feel like it has to be to do with the Mimic. I feel like it has to be. I know the door is labeled Charlie Door, which is so confusing, and I do not understand why it's called Charlie Door, other than, again, if you link it to like the fourth closet, which
That's what I was about to say.
which is like I think John has done in previous stuff, because I know Charlie Bot was his big thing, and so you go having the Charlie Door linked to, like, because Charlie Bot is like the fourth one, it's like the child being brought back, so which is why we thought it was like Gregory and Crying Child Bot initially, because it was like, oh, this is a room about a child, like it's a robot learning humanity, because it starts with zeros and ones, like binary, and then it grows into like kind of rubbish scrawling, and then it slowly becomes more and more legible. And you had like the pictures of the 7 kids, and it was for me, like the party was for me, that kind of vibe, which again we know was the Crying Child because of the survival logbook and stuff like that. So it's like, oh, this feels really obvious. Obviously, we now have the Mimic who is pretending to be Gregory, and so I feel like that kind of covers our that part of the world and the theory. Why it's up here and not locked down in the basement is where it gets confusing, and where I understand like the idea that it feels like it has to be the Mimic falls apart, because if it was locked down in the basement, like in Ruin, which it's been locked down there for a long time, presumably like since 1979 potentially, Secret of the Mimic. Well, because in Help Wanted 2 you had them pulling away the mixer's machine, didn't you?
Yeah,
in the
update. In the update, yeah, when you take the Vanny mask off, you see it move away.
Which implies that they're like, and like that's the same, but that's the same van that Gregory drives in the end of Security Breach. It is. It's the same van. And so it feels like Gregory and Vanessa taking the mixes to security breach, to the Petaplex, to make sure the mixes like stays locked away. Because if Vanessa was under the mimic's control and Gregory was at some point as well, they know what's down there, and so they want to like keep it trapped there. Like, oh gosh, we've almost released this thing, like we need to keep it trapped.
Yeah.
Which implies that it doesn't imply it's been down there since 1979. I'll retract that, but it's been down there for a while. So it's whether it's how long it's been down there, because in like the Tales from the Petaplex, it was locked down there basically since the FNAF 6 location got like cemented over. It's just been down there.
Right.
But it could be in this story that Vanessa is like literally putting the mimic back together after it's been destroyed, but she's doing it like in this back room, but it's more above the surface, right? And so again, it is the mimic like coming back into consciousness, like kind of remembering things from its like glitch trappy connections, because they also feel separate. Glitch Trap and the Mimic at this point feel like two separate things.
I would agree. Yes.
And so it's kind of like it's trying to learn, which is why we have things like the party was for me and those sorts of things, because it's like kind of mixing and muddling the quote unquote memories it has, like the data it has, or it kind of feels like that. But again, I know it's
confusing to me.
Oh, it is really confusing. But that's
like,
the thing.
That crying child, it's like still I don't see how you're here, like your phrases get here.
And that's why that room is really confusing, because it definitely feels like a robot coming into consciousness to like believe it is a person, but the person it looks like it's meant to be becoming is the crying child.
Yeah.
But the mimic is more like Afton, or the glitch trap virus is more like Afton, admittedly, and that might be part of it. Is it's like the glitch trap virus is Afton, the physical mimic could be more like crying child or Dave. I keep forgetting. I'm so in the habit of calling him crying child in that debate.
I mean, you want to talk about pattern,
yeah.
right? Like in terms of, Edwin creating Mimic to, it will eventually like mimic his son, David. And then, in a way, it's like the son kind of lives on after David, passes away.
Yep.
But then Edwin decides to teach the Mimic violence, which sucks. And you shouldn't do.
They always do.
They always teach them violence.
Wow.
I'm like, oh my gosh. These like smart, like rocket scientist levels of genius, just having these moments of like, what were you thinking?
Yep.
And then you go over to like, the potential of Afton trying to like almost help his son, Dave, with meaning or having connections to the word beloved, like live on past that. Like that would be interesting. But again, it's like, how do we get to that point? You know what I mean?
100%.
It's cool from a narrative perspective to trace that pattern again, but we can't say for sure that it's like, that's parallels between these two.
Yeah, no, and that's always the challenge, right? And it's always going to be the difficulty with this franchise in general, is just trying to figure out where it goes, which is why so many theories don't get made. Like honestly, because so much of it is like we can't just like it doesn't feel like we can just throw out an idea with no reasoning behind it. Like,
right.
Okay, Elizabeth was adopted. You throw out that idea, but like, what does that change going forward? What does that change about our understanding of the franchise? What has shifted because of this shift in understanding?
Yeah, and what backs it besides like patterns and recessive genes?
Yeah, like exactly. Well, that's the thing. Is like patterns, and like even parallels to some degree, but like patterns especially. It's very good supplementary evidence where it's like, if I've got a point, this is, and that was the thing with like the symbolism and the patterns of Afton having an accomplice. It was that same thing of going, there's not a lot showing it physically, but these two moments like really symbolize this relationship. And then we've got two examples of it happening in a pattern with other characters who like map onto these Baby and Afton really well.
Right.
And so you go, this kind of all stacks up to like something that feels at least has some kind of legs to stand on, whereas so much of these theories just don't. It's just like, this could be an interesting narrative exploration. So again, like an interesting narrative exploration of is the mimic body trying to like learning to become the crying child? Is that the data it's left with? Like, if it was like because that's what like the party was for me is about. But you go like it could be interesting because then you've got the mimic and the glitch trap mimic program is mimicking Afton, and so you've got the coming back together of like the family unit again, which we theorized back in the day, right? With like the mimic and Vanessa taking on Elizabeth and that, and then Michael somehow maybe, but it's like that's what it felt like in Security Breach originally was, it's the coming back together of the Afton family. This is what this is. And so narratively there is like an interesting the table exactly. So there is we've lost the Elgato. We'll keep going. But it's there's an interesting idea around that, and the narrative satisfaction is good, and I think that's been a big shift actually in FNAF theorizing in recent times, which has been really interesting, is that shift from strictly being evidentiary and leaning into narrative, the narrative of FNAF. At the end of the day, FNAF is a story.
Right.
Where does this story go, and what is this story trying to tell us, and like how do we connect these dots in a way that feels narratively satisfying, which is where I talked about like like the idea of like having good characters and stuff, because there's that sense of this would be narratively satisfying. It may not have the most evidence to support it. Like our whole timeline, there are pieces where it's like this is very much just a narrative driven timeline story,
right? And
narratively it works and it makes sense, and there's some interesting motivations and things like that. There's just not always a whole lot of evidence to support those bits, because you're like, with this franchise we're left with so many gaps. So it's the figuring out that balance, I think. But yeah, the post-it room's a mess. But to round it out, go back in circle, the post-it room is a mess. It really feels like a crying child thing. I feel like it has to be the mimic in some way because it's binary to something else. But how you get from there to being concreted in down below doesn't make any sense to me. Right. And so that room just kind of feels a bit strange. Like if there was somehow a way where you go, there's this one vent actually that leads from like in the hot concreted room into that room, and it was like where they like you could go between the two, sure, but it's so deep underground. It's like below FNAF 6, so you're just going like, how this cannot work, but it feels like it has to, and this is the joy of FNAF.
Right. So it's interesting too, because I touched a little bit on like the narrative satisfaction and how that kind of coincides with the sort of clarity era that FNAF is going into.
Yeah, for sure.
And as we're sort of analyzing a lot of these recent theories in the past year, a lot of them do focus on the narrative, right? Yes. So there are some details where, maybe from the books this doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but like if this is what, for example, I'm thinking about dual process theory, talking about the costume that you go inside in Sister Location when you're hiding, right? Yeah. And the narrative significance of that, right? Yeah. So it's like, I think Matt looked at that and he was looking at the exact outline of the eyes in that mask, and he was like, okay, so this wouldn't be one-to-one for sure. Yeah. But narratively, it is so satisfying that you want it to be true. Yeah. And as we're kind of assessing all of these theories, and we're talking here right now, there are things that we're talking about where it's like, well, I guess based on what we see here, this would make the most sense, but from a story perspective, this feels cleaner. Yeah. And so I think this is a huge impetus for what we're going into Secrets of the Mimic with, and I wonder, after the kind of fallout of Security Breach, if this is our big reel-in, because Security Breach had, I would argue by far, the most moments of like, narratively, this feels like everything is going off the wall.
Yeah, the connections weren't there at all.
But also, wasn't it Scott who was like just giving hints?
Yeah, so I think
steal wall.
So I think Scott has learned a valuable lesson in being a manager, which is, hey, just because you understand the story doesn't mean other people will if you just give them hints. I think, and part of the problem with game design, and I think specifically because clearly, again, this was the thing you've got to bear in mind. This was the second Steel Wool game.
Yes.
Help Wanted was the first.
Yes.
And so clearly Scott was doing this method of just giving clues because it worked the first time.
Or so we think.
Or at least he hasn't talked about like how that one was a mess. And actually I think a lot of people online, a lot of theorists would probably go, actually no, Help Wanted story is relatively clean. Like a little confusing, but all FNAF games are confusing, but it's relatively straightforward and clean because it's basically about Tape Girl and Glitch Trap. Yeah. And that's kind of it. But when you then have Security Breach as this open world game, like kind of open world, but there's lots of exploration and lots of environmental storytelling, it is much harder to do the just put something there, they'll figure it out. Like just put a thing there, because they're trying to build a world with a through line, right? A story that you can explore. So you are the A plot, you're Gregory, you're trying to get out of the building. That is your A plot. And so they are building a world based around that plot. But therefore, if Scott's only giving hints, going, oh, put that there, put this here, it makes it really, Steel Wool has to have a way of interpreting that, because in a VR game, again, it's that thing of like, if you're just sat at a desk and he goes, put this poster on the wall, there. Like, you can do that, and that's fine. Like, Steel Wool doesn't have to understand that. It can just be there. It's like, okay, that's just a background prop. But if you're like, put a room here, put a character here, put a thing here, because this is a more narrative-driven, like, has a more narrative-driven A-plot, it has to make some sense. And so Steel Wool were doing just that, trying to make sense of it, which then led the whole thing to go off the walls, because it was Scott's ideas and Steel Wool basically being theorists and interpreting the story how they felt based on the clues they had, going, oh, I think this is where it's going, which is why Burn Trap is alive and moves. And, you know, those sorts of things which Scott never intended, but it's their interpretation of it, because they're doing what a lot of us theorists are doing, just trying to make the best of it. Clearly that didn't work, and they are now trying to course correct and fix that.
Yeah.
So clearly Scott is going, okay, I am just going to tell you the story now, and we're going to, because then Steel Wool can make the open world stuff fit that story more cleanly, because they understand what he's trying to say and how he's trying to hide it.
Right. And we saw that pretty immediately when Ruin came out,
100%.
right? Where, like, we're greeted with the mimic at the very end, and he puts on the costume in that true ending, right? It's like, oh, all right, this is where we're going, and now we have a very clear directive of what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. And I think, and I even think just the decision to put Ruin more on rails, like to be more of a walking simulator.
Yeah, like go on a path.
But it was the better move given where Security Breach had been, because it just meant that storytelling could be much cleaner. They could course correct much easier. Whereas again, if they'd left another open world thing, there could be so much more up to interpretation that's just left to the theorist's devices.
Yeah.
That you're then suddenly going, oh, I thought I was fixing this and I haven't. Whereas putting it on rails meant that everything there was very purposely and meticulously planned, so it could course correct. Hasn't solved everything, obviously, but we're getting more games and we're getting more books, and so the hope is that will continue to just course correct us some more.
Right, but you have to admit that conceptually, open world FNAF is such an awesome concept.
Yeah.
Like, being able to go through and look at clues in this environment, kind of uninhibited, is awesome.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool idea. I think there is definitely a world where it can work. Again, I think Security Breach is it's an okay proof of concept. I think that, as we talked about, there were flaws, there were glitches, there's a lot of things like that, right? I think there is something there that can be done. I think the two major things for me that I think that would need to happen to make a FNAF like open world game really, really work. I think it needs to feel darker, like Ruin did. Ruin felt creepy, it felt dejected, it felt like I'm in a horror space, which I think is just the appeal of FNAF, right? There's nothing wrong with having a bit of neon and a bit of like fun every now and again, but Security Breach didn't feel scary because there was nothing hiding in the shadows. Everything was in front of you. You could see it all. And that's the challenge with like the open world aspect, is how do you do like the characters chasing you in the jump scares? Because you can just see them a mile away, and that's tricky. I think it can be done, but I think if you have that darkness, it buys you some of that. I also just want there to be the ability, like if you beat the game, or I don't know, beat the game, you unlock a cheat code or a certain mode or something, which just allows you to walk around totally uninhibited. Because that's the problem. Going back, even though I've beaten the game, going back to like wander around and figure out, like find those lore pieces, or like I want to examine this weird detail very specifically for a bit. And then I have Roxy going, there you are, and like trying to chase you down. You're like, well, now I have to, because like I can't get close enough with Freddy and he's got all his HUD, so you can't see anything. So I have to get out. Oh, now Roxy's found me. Ugh, great.
Yeah.
And I just want it to be like, I want the lore hunter mode. So
Yes.
I've beaten the game. I've proven I've done it. I've unlocked the true ending or whatever it is. I've done the hardest thing. Now just let me have like free reign to walk around the world and
That's
just
cool.
explore.
That's cool.
Just because I think that's a good reward, and it encourages theorists to beat the game.
Yeah. And that allows you to discover more of those hidden assets,
Yeah.
like the plushie Chica. That was just
Exactly.
kind of like around.
Yeah, or like
That's awesome.
you know, or the more consistent one, the night marionettes, who are just
Yes.
around all the time. But it's like, again, if you're just playing the game, you don't see those. You don't get a chance to see those. Whereas again, if I had free reign to just walk around Monty Golf or wherever, I can just go, I'm gonna look in this teacup. Ah, there's one of those. Wonder why that's there. Oh, there's another one. And then you start putting the dots together. But you're
Right.
not worried about being jump scared every 5 seconds because, you know, the game hasn't ended technically. I think that's part of it, isn't it? Because the game ends like when the game ends after like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
The only way to go back into the game is to reload at 5 a.m.
Right.
rather than having like a non-canon lore explorer mode where you just go, this is 7 a.m. This is after the game. You've escaped, but you're now just allowed in to let wander and see what happens. I don't know.
That's so sick. That's so sick. I would actually be really excited to see that mode in a game. I would be pumped for that.
It would make your secret hunting videos way easier, that's for sure.
And more fun because
Yeah.
I could break the game. I could find some lore.
Yeah.
I could make little jokes and things. That'd be so cool.
Yes.
That's such a fun feature to have. And like that also feeds into the community really well in ways that are a little more unconventional, right?
Yeah.
Like of course we have the Freddy in Space games. And especially like I think it's the latest Freddy in Space. We saw the NSFW like Chica level.
Yes, that was
and
the one.
that was it's
was
like
a
you know
level.
what? Scott knows what's going on here.
Oh, he has his finger on the pulse. He
Right,
knows.
he's very tuned in, but this is just like another angle of being tuned in that isn't so much connected to the memes, but like here we planted things because we knew it would drive you crazy.
Yeah.
Go for
I
it.
would even let it be like an update. You go, right, the game's been out for a month. Here's your lore Roma update.
Lower roamer.
And you just get, and so it's like, yeah, so you have the month where you get your excitement, you get your let's plays, you get your stuff of like, we're just playing the game and seeing what we can find along the way and trying to explore, but knowing that we're at risk.
Yeah.
And then a month later, it's then like, and now, because that then also just keeps
The excitement going.
The excitement keeps the hype going, keeps the videos going, because everyone will release their videos in the first week or month of the game coming out, maybe multiple. And then you get to a month later and suddenly it's like, oh, here's all the new stuff to talk about because
Yeah.
now we've been able to explore more. And like, or maybe, and they get like, you know, if you really wanted to milk it, you would go area by area. Go, right, now this area is open. Now this, like, that would be probably a step too far.
I think I'd be frustrated.
Yeah,
by
that
point.
feels like milking it too much, but it's that point of just going, it's these little ways of finding how you keep the hype and keep the video train going and keep people interested in finding new stuff. I think that would be great, and I think especially if it's a darker open world as well, where it feels just creepy. I think there's loads you could do with that, hiding in shadows and stuff. Like I never looked in this specific corner with my flashlight, and suddenly, oh, there's this poster that tells me something really interesting about the mimic or whatever it is.
Right. And as the game sort of proceeds, you could even have different modes because certainly the environment would change after you progress through certain points of the game, right? So you could like
100%.
toggle between like beginning of game environment, end of game environment,
yeah.
just to see how it changes, you know? Or like in the case of what we're seeing with FNAF right now, free range mask on, free range mask off. Because that is a very different ball game.
Yeah, the VR AR mask thing is a whole thing. Gosh, it complicates things so much. It's great. It's a really interesting mechanic, but it does complicate. I still love the fact that we broke the game in my apartment. We were
Oh,
just
and
sat
y'all
there.
just completely bypassed Roxy.
We just missed all of Roxy and all of the lore that came with Roxy. It just happened. Oh, that was a fun moment. Like,
Yeah.
we didn't know we'd done it until afterwards
No, y'all
as well.
just walked through.
Well, we just
was
did it.
Awesome.
We were just like, oh, we're here now. But we assumed that was intentional.
Right.
We had no idea. We had no reference because we hadn't watched anyone else's. We were doing it day of.
Right.
But yeah, the mask on, mask off stuff is fascinating. And like they played with it a lot in the VIP book, which I thought was interesting. You cannot beat that book without going into the VR mask twice.
Right.
Because you put on the VR mask and it like restarts your story with the mask, but then you get to the point of having to put the mask on again in this VR world. And so how many layers deep are you? How many layers deep can you go? in this world. Because at the end, like the true ending, you do that ending and he pulls the mask off, and it's like, yeah, but we put 2 masks on technically, because we put a mask on the VR world. So are we out of the VR world at the end? Like, is that ending the true ending? Is that actually like? And I think the VR world offers just a lot of interesting potential like story like twists like that, where you can go, oh, you're not actually out of the VR world, or are you?
Oh, well, that's like what we saw with VIP, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, are we?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Yeah, VIP. Yeah, it is literally because to beat that book, you literally it is like because you go into the VR world and meet the very not the what was the virtual important pig or the helpful pig. I forget what he was called because they're both called VIP.
Was it the very informative pig?
You had the very informative pig, but then there was like the virtually informative pig or something because it was the one in the.
I'm like virtually important
because he was in the VR one, so he was the good one. The
Right.
good pig that was in the mask.
Right.
In the VR world, which is why I feel like the V stood for virtual in some way or virtually.
I don't remember how
I don't
it
remember.
changed.
I recall it did, but it was still weird and confusing anyway. But yeah, you
Chad, if you know, let us know.
But
Let us know,
you
Chad.
meet him, and then you go about the story again. It obviously multiplies everything, but you can get back to the mask, put the mask on again to multiply your points further, and that's the only way to get like 10,000 points by the end of the book or whatever it is
Yeah.
you have to get. And so yeah, it's like, oh, he takes off, you rip off the mask, and everything's happy, and everything's like too good to be true. And so I'm sat there going, we've only taken off 1 mask. That
It's like we got out of that really quickly.
yeah, that and everything feels like again for FNAF everything. You never trust a happy ending in FNAF. If
No.
everything ends really happily, there's something amiss. But I just think with VIP, with there are a couple of other VR experiences like Tiger Rock and out of it's not out of order. What is it? It's in the first Tales book. I forget what it is, but she enters like a VR dome and ends up being killed by like blobby amoeba baby things. There's a lot of VR stuff that they've played with, and obviously Ruin did it, and I enjoyed it in Ruin actually. I think there's more you could easily do with that to it for exploration, for lore purposes. I think there's a lot we could explore with that, and I'm intrigued to see if they continue to do that, because like Secret of the Mimic is obviously before Vanny and that kind of digital world, so it's probably not going to be Secret of the Mimic, but we also don't know what happens to Cassie at the end of Ruin, so it's like there's potential for us to still explore that side of things and the really high tech stuff in the current timeline, which is it's so fascinating to going to a prequel now. I think to then be like, oh, we're now like ditching all of that and we're going to find the origins of the Mimic, but we're still sitting here going, what the heck happened to Cassie? Like,
Right? It's like it's cool that we're expanding both ends of this timeline.
Yeah.
That's very fun. Also, in VIP, weren't the names were they Ike and Devin?
yes.
Scott, what a troll. I remember reading that being like, oh my goodness gracious.
What do you mean? We like Ike.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Thank you for that sick campaign reference. Sick.
What campaign reference? I'm talking about Super Smash Bros. What are you talking about?
Oh, I can't.
Literally, the crowd
Idiot.
cheers. We like Ike. Anyway,
Anyway,
FNAF.
tangent.
Yeah.
So, yes, going back to the very beginning and now the very end of Five Nights at Freddy's, there's also, oh my gosh, the singing show. I'm excited to see if we get some more
Freddy Fazbear's singing
information on.
show.
Because I know it was in the game theory timeline, and we were just like,
Yeah, Fredbear's singing show. Sorry,
yes,
not-
yes,
Fredbear's singing
yes,
show.
yes.
The original bear.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued to that for sure.
Right? Because I know there was the whole thing about like, oh, well, it's printed in black and white. What does it tell us about when that comes out, right?
Black and white,
But
pie-dyed art style, and like the amount was like very similar to something else, to old carnival tickets. Yeah.
Right. But also, I think when we looked into like printing history, right, it wasn't completely uncommon for things to still be printed in black and white, at least in like the kind of like poster ticket like situations, like through the 60s.
Yeah, like I remember I've done a lot of deep dives like that about like the history of the printing press and the history of when were like color posters invented, or like for other things as well. And it's just like with that, yeah, black and white can happen, and it's the same with anything, right? It's always hard to pick it because you're going printing press, like you say, black and white, still happening in the 60s. The pied-eyed art style is still being used today by Disney for a very specific like Mickey Mouse cartoon,
Yeah.
but it's being used today. So you can't strictly go, oh, it has to be the 1930s. It's when it was most popular, and so and black and white printing would have been popular at that point, and like a traveling roadshow would have been popular. So again, the things add up, and you go, it's most likely then.
Yeah.
But you're correct in saying nothing's certain. As we've said before, nothing in this franchise is. But
Yeah.
it's an interesting detail. I think the thing that got me was like the cost of the ticket, because it's like 50 cents, which
Yes.
is cheap.
Well,
Cheap,
yeah.
but for the time was like, again, in the 1930s ish was about the same cost. I think dual process theory also called out similar. It just in terms of like for a traveling show, 50 cents in like the 30s was about right. But again, who's to say that they weren't just going, here's a cheap show to get people through the doors, right? Like at any point. So.
Well, especially if we're going to go in with the whole angle of like, hey, all of our games are kind of rigged and
Yeah.
it costs money to play the games. So
It's just, the cost of admission rather than the cost of the game.
because you're expected to spend more money once you're in there.
It's true, and that's the thing. And I wonder whether that's like even an attraction within the carnival. So
Right,
it's like you've already
true.
you paid admission, you're paying for the games,
And you're paying 50 extra.
It's that thing of then going, well, 50 cents. It's a cheap thing to keep the kids happy. It's like a cheap, like, look, you've been losing all day. Here, have a freebie almost.
Right.
Like, come in and just enjoy the singing show. Like, it's 50 cents. Come enjoy a singing bear.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. Like, I could see that.
Right?
I
And then
could
you
see that
walk
working.
out, you go over to one of the stands, throw some rings around.
Exactly.
Maybe you want to buy a little food, a little snack, right? All that money flowing in.
Fazbear carnival food scares me.
I think Fazbear food just scares me in general.
I mean, have you looked through the cookbook that exists?
Well, I was part of the food theory.
You were, weren't you?
Yes.
You were.
And I saw
recall.
the abysmally colored tortillas that emerged.
The difference between Santi and Matt's attempts were quite comical.
Yes, I would agree. I would agree. But yeah, I mean, the FNAF food in our realm aside, right?
Yeah.
The food like portion of Fazbear has always been a little bit slept on.
Yeah. I mean, we know pizza's a thing.
Well, yeah, we know pizza's a thing. Is it good pizza? Bad pizza?
I mean,
who's making the pizza?
I'd imagine it's like Chuck E. Cheese level, so it's like,
Are they putting together the slices?
maybe. Like, that's just a different theory for a different channel.
Yeah.
But it's you got pizza, you got like whatever Monty mixes, like a pizza scented goop. That was a food that existed. Oh, they do have, because they have some things, right? You've got like the moon drops and the sun drops, like the candies.
Yep.
What other? I'm literally like they've got like
We have not talked about Eclipse at all. Please continue.
Yeah, we'll get
We'll
get there.
Oh my
like
God.
so many things. Put a pin in that. We'll get there.
Oh.
You got sun and moon drops. You've got like the fizzy fazz, different flavors of fizzy fazz. You've got piñatas that are full of candy. I think there are some chips or crisps or whatever we want to call them, but they're around. But yeah, I feel like, because it's one of those things with like the Pizzaplex, I almost expected to see more food around. Because it's one of these, like, it's this big arcade, and like you would think there'd be snacks or vending machines or whatever, but like the main place is mainly just pizza, and like, but you open up a carnival, that opens up a whole realm of confusing options.
But who's cooking? Who's cooking?
Well, and this is what I think will be really interesting to see about the carnival, because a carnival is not an easy gig. Like, there is a lot of people involved. You've got people in every suit. You've got a bunch of stands. It's not like just one guy running a show. Like,
right.
And if you do, it's not a very good carnival. Maybe that's why it costs 50 cents. But it's a big thing. You have a lot of people selling balloons, being at stands, doing things. And so you're like, you need to have people operating all of those, and that's gonna, that means more people, that means more cost, and like you probably would just have to have people like making the food, but it's just like, but how many people, what kind of food, all those sorts of things are going to vary wildly. But like, what would your idea, like, themed Fazbear corn dog? Because that feels like, as an Englishman, that feels like what a peak carnival food would be a corn dog, right?
Funnel cake.
Oh, okay.
Funnel cake and lemonade, dude.
I mean, lemonade I get, but like, again, this is the British person talking about American stuff. So that's what I've been fed, is corn dog is like the carnival food of choice. But either way,
Yeah.
what would a Fazbear funnel cake be?
Right? I think I mean more of, most of these locations are centered around, well, food is the thing that you buy here.
Sure.
But you go for the animatronics,
Yes.
right? Like you go for that experience.
Yeah, in the arcades and
But
stuff. Yeah.
I just find it silly that it's like, oh, these are pizza restaurants and family diners. However, the food could suck for all we know. And you don't talk to anyone who's actually making the food or
Yeah.
like coming up with these recipes.
The only thing we know is that it was wildly popular. Both the Pizzaplex and the original pizzerias were wildly popular, hence they were able to expand, and why it was such like a detriment, and why people are like nostalgic for it for Fazbear's Fright.
Yeah.
It was that sense of there's nostalgia there because people remembered it and loved it or whatever. And so it's implied it's relatively well loved. And I believe the Pizzaplex especially is talked about as being like they keep making a point about how it's the place to be.
Right.
Like, oh, you have to go to the Pizzaplex. Like, it is the place to be. Every kid wants to go to the Pizzaplex. Like,
right. But like the Pizzaplex has a bunch of different attractions and fun things in it. But like, what if the food is mid?
Yeah.
What if the pizza's yucky? What if there's slimy cheese on these slices?
I guess it comes down to like Chuck E. Cheese history. What was the main appeal of Chuck E. Cheese? Was it the animatronics or was it the
No,
was
I'm
it the
playing
pizza?
games and I'm getting prizes. I hated the animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese.
And was the pizza mid?
I didn't try the pizza. I didn't.
Wow.
I didn't care.
Wow, that's so fascinating. But therefore, that kind of just tells me what it probably is. It probably is just like really mid pizza.
I mean, I tried the pizza eventually, but
Yeah.
when I was a kid, that was not what I was interested
the
in.
animatronics are creepy. It's probably more the arcade games people were actually interested in winning prizes. So
Right.
like, I think that's the thing. I'm still gutted that the pizza endeavor, the Ghost Kitchen pizza restaurant that Scott was going to do fell through. I remember
know.
that.
That was so exciting.
I was so excited for
remember
that.
that.
I'll be honest. I was going to be so mad if I opened up my pizza box and there was lore inside. I was going to be really mad. That would have made me mad. But the general concept, I was very excited for. I thought
What's in the box? Lore.
Yeah, it just has like it just has like Afton did it, like written inside.
No, absolutely not. Well, actually, if you look at the arrangement of pepperonis, you will clearly see that when Circus Baby whatever. But
Like I love that idea that the artwork on the pizza toppings is like magnificent.
No.
Just like everything, it's like such detailed dioramas, and if you buy a larger pizza you get a better diorama basically of a scene from Fazbear's history.
it's like if you order a Hawaiian pizza, you'll actually see that the ham and the pineapple illustrate the layout of the bunker and the experiments, and based on the amount of pineapple per room, you can actually tell what exactly happened in there.
Yeah, and whatever like the most hated ingredient is what represents Afton. Like what is it? Anchovies or artichoke hearts I've seen, which I don't know why you would have that on a
What's
pizza.
purple that you would put on a
Or
pizza?
purple on a pizza. Would you put beetroot on a pizza? That feels like putting beets.
The pizza?
The beets.
You can
There
make
we
a
go.
pizza. You can make a pizza.
That's the one. The pizza. That is Afton's pizza.
Would you put? I mean, for Willie A. I don't know.
But I
know
don't
if I
know
would.
what other purple stuff there is outside of like, because you can get into like the fruit world and stuff. But
Right.
That starts to feel like, I mean, like pineapple on pizza is one thing. I feel like if you're starting to get into like purple fruits, that's going to start like really shifting the balance of like what is okay.
Red onion. Afton could be red onion.
Red onion, that's true. That tracks. That
Red
is
onion
the
Afton.
the red onion, which is ironically purple.
Yes.
we know, like, and blueberries, which are also kind of purple, really, rather than blue.
Okay, well, I'll give that a pass.
Yeah, like
But-
again, like there are a lot of things that we call colors that aren't really colors.
Right. But let's talk about Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yes, let's do that.
So we don't know the full story about the food. It could have been mid. It could have been good. But at the very least, the animatronic shows went so hard that it didn't even matter.
It didn't matter that the pizza was mid. It's just everyone loved or was kind of afraid of but intrigued by these animatronics.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
what? I don't understand how you run a business like that. I don't understand how Chuck E. Cheese has been going for so long, to be fair.
Right.
But yeah, it explains why they had to keep reinventing themselves all that time. Who is your favorite redesign? Like what era of
Whoa.
animatronic is your favorite?
Whoa.
Like, because I mean, picking a favorite animatronic is a hard choice. We might get there. We'll narrow it down. But like, you've got all these different eras. You've got the rock stars. You've got the toys. You've got the glam rocks. You've got the nightmares. Like, which is your favorite like era of animatronic?
Ooh, that's a good That's a good cue, my guy. I do like the fun times. I do like the fun time animatronics. I do.
Yeah, they're fun.
Times. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's also the. I also like the glam rocks. I'm gonna
Yeah.
be honest. I like the glam rocks a lot.
I think the Glam
They are
really
such
fun.
a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Such a slam dunk. Especially like when we were able to see Bonnie during the epic collab of Dawko and Markiplier and MatPat and John and Rye and ID and literally everyone in the
I'm
space.
so pleased that became
and
a
then
thing.
Dawko again.
That was perfect. Perfect moment.
See, that's the benefit of y'all skipping Roxy, so that I could have pulled Matt in.
To
We
do that
did
extra
that,
episode.
and then make him suck an egg.
There you
That
go.
was because of that.
He can
But
suck an egg.
because we saw Bonnie in there, I was like, you know what? That went hard too.
Glamrock Bonnie, actually, I really like his design.
Right?
Like, I mean, I like Monty's design. To be fair, I thought Monty and Roxy actually are my favorite of the Glamrocks, just because they're new and interesting.
I think that lines up with the jacket choice
It does.
as well.
I
Yeah.
felt so. I felt appropriate for today, but I feel like because they're just new, they feel. I don't know if it is just because they're new, they feel interesting, but I do feel like they have something. There's something special to them. But I agree. I think all the Glamrocks are really good. I think Bonnie's design is great. Freddy is great. Freddy has like a special place in my heart because of just.
It's the new iconic
Yeah,
Freddy.
it is the new clickable Freddy. Like that's the thing. He is the clickable Freddy. Boop that snoot.
Boop that snoot. Yeah, no, it's a good look. It's good design.
it is
It's
good
good design. Say what you want. I think that character design in FNAF has always gone so hard, and we sleep on character design as like a key part of what keeps franchises healthy.
Oh, 100%.
But like, oh my gosh.
Bright colored, simple shapes that anyone can draw. And ones that you can kind of keep reinventing, but yet still recognize them.
Right.
So like you could line up all the Freddys, and you're still like, or you could see,
still know it's
you
Freddy.
still know it's Freddy. Some of them are more interesting than others, and you know we've actually done tests on thumbnails of which ones are more interesting to click on. But it is that thing of you always know it's Freddy. You can always tell because it's the bow tie, it's the hat, it's just like the shape of his face is relatively similar between them, like, and so you can always tell. Same with Bonnie, same with any of them, which is great, and that's really fun. I think, yeah. So the Glamrocks are a really good choice. I think the Glamrocks are fun. I think for me, the toys are creepy. I don't like them.
You don't like the toys?
I think they're creepy.
Really?
It's funny, right? Because I really like the Glamrocks, but the toys almost feel slightly too clean and polished, like, because they're plastic, right? That's like their point, is they're meant to be these like cute shiny things. It feels wrong. On the Glamrocks, the hard plastic shells work for me.
I just want to say, I love that you were like, I don't like the design of these characters in this horror game because they're creepy.
I know, right? It's like, but it's creepy. It's creepy in the like cutesy creep way, in that sense of like that's off-putting rather than this is creepy and isn't scary. Like, I think the nightmares do a really good job of being like actually kind of scary in the setting they're in.
Their teeth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas like it's that uncanny valley almost, like they just feel like you make me feel uncomfortable is what the toys make me uncomfortable.
Okay.
In terms of how they look. Although I do love Mangle.
Oh, Mangle's great.
Mangle, my beloved, is like, you know, I love Mangle. I think Mangle's great. I think they are an underappreciated and underutilized character, and they've got a whole bunch of lore and history, which I think is fascinating.
Yeah.
But in terms of my favorites, I, in a weird way, really like I like the ones that everyone forgets, which is the rock stars.
Ooh, okay.
I think they are, again, sadly underutilized. I think Rockstar Foxy is hilarious in Ultimate Custom Night. He's just funny because he basically trolls you, and it's like every time you're like, click the bird or whatever, and like sometimes you can click the bird and it will win, and then sometimes you'll click the bird and he kills you anyway. It's just like
right.
It's just like he's just a bit of a troll, and that's fun.
Yeah.
But I think that again, it feels like the toys to some degree, but like they've like toned it back to the right level of like they've got a slight bit of coolness to design, some differentiation from the originals. Like they've got the stars. Freddy is like got his red hat, or no, not red hat. He's got the purple hat instead, which is confusing, but it works visually. It looks quite cool. Bonnie's back with his guitar, which makes sense. And then obviously Lefty, who is just great.
Lefty.
Oh, I love
Lefty. Classic Lefty.
Classic Lefty. That I remember seeing Lefty for the first time and going, what are you about?
Yeah,
You are.
what is going
And
on
so
here?
then when we realized what it was about, I was like, that's why you're like that. That's so weird and cool, and I love it. It's just, he is just like the perfect, again, it's that perfect level of like, he is clearly one of the Rockstar animatronics. He
Yeah.
looks like the others. He's still got the same thing, but the black and red is always a good color combination. One.
Right.
So like the red cheeks and the red hat works really well. But him missing the eye just adds that little extra something of just like, ooh,
That oomph.
that like, ooh, you're off again. It's that like, you're slightly creepy and off-putting, but in just the right level where I'm intrigued by you.
Right,
And the fact that
right.
and then obviously you see, and he has like a danger rating of 1 billion, and he's like, oh, he is going to cause you a problem.
Oh, that liability
You know,
risk.
that liability
That
risk.
liability risk.
You know, like that's a high liability and not a lot of reward in anything else. Just
No.
that makes you go, there's something about you.
What are you bringing to this establishment? And we know what Lefty is bringing to this
Li-
establishment.
literally-
Or whomst.
Yeah, literally another person.
Yes.
But that's all fascinating. And so but I think the rock stars in that game just like, for me, just work. I really like their designs. I think they're really good. Like, again, I think the glam rocks are fantastic. They're like easily up there. And the others are all fine. Some of them it's like, because like I don't know anyone who says the originals are their favorites.
The OGs,
Because there's almost an element of like, well, of course, because they're the OGs, they're the classics. Of course they'd be like well loved, and they are. And like, I think they're really solid designs. There's a reason this franchise is still going.
Yeah.
Because those designs work really well. And yeah, I think the fun times for me, I think they're good. They can be fun, but it's a lot of just white and pink and a little bit of orange occasionally. And so it just
I like pink.
I know. I like pink as well. I have nothing against pink. It is more just against one another. It's very monochromatic. And like, it's just like, here are two colors over and over again. Whereas with the normal ones, you get like, here's a blue/purple Bonnie. Here's the brown Freddy. Here's the red Foxy. Here's the yellow Chica. And like maybe a bonus character who's
I'm hearing Ballora and Bonbon Erasure.
But yeah, they're blue, aren't they? Like, Ballora is blue. No, that's fair. To be fair, I think most people forget about Ballora.
Crime.
I mean, let's be honest, though. When you think of the fun times, Ballora is usually the last one that gets thought of.
Really?
Oh, for me, absolutely. I'm going Circus Baby. You're then thinking Freddy, Foxy, Chica. Which is ironic, because Chica's not even in the sister location
I think
game.
of Fun Time Chica last.
Oh, see, no.
Because of that.
Because once I get on, like, the Freddy and Foxy train, I'm then going down the line of, well, you've got Chica and Bonbon and Bonette.
Yeah.
And then Ballora's just, again, the weird one off in the distance, who, again, may make more sense in Full Fest. Like a ballerina, a kind of performer, like a tightrope walker, might make more sense. But
Acrobat.
yeah, exactly. That sort of thing will make a lot more sense. But yeah, she, even more so than Circus Baby, to me, feels like the odd one out. And again, because she's also the one with a really different color scheme. I know Bonbon is blue, but like, she's white and blue, whereas all the others are like white, pink, and red, basically.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I feel like they're them as characters, especially outside of like Baby and Ballora, when you get to those original ones that have been revamped into Fun Times, you do just kind of go, oh, there's just this mess of the original ones that are all kind of the same, similar colors and look.
Right.
And so I think Circus Baby is really interesting as a design. I think Ballora is interesting, but it's just, as a collective, I don't think the Fun Times are necessarily the strongest, at least for me.
Yeah, I think because they are so different, that's why it stands out so much to me. Like, I remember peeping back into where FNAF was at the time and seeing these characters and being like, whoa,
Yeah.
what's going on here, right? So it felt indicative of this big change and shift, which it was, right? And to this day, we're still seeing like Circus Baby is being pushed at us as being important. Even Ballora to a degree, because like she had that specific mini game in Help Wanted 2.
And she had the story, didn't she? I forget what the name of it was, because it was another one of the phobia ones in Tales, where like she's chasing him down the very constricted pipes.
Yeah, I mean that's all stuff I'm still going through,
You're
so
still
I
going
can't help you out with
You
that.
haven't got to that point. Basically, it's like Ballora's like, it's basically like her exercise room, and the point is you climb through these like tubes, like, you know, like in fun playrooms where you had like the plastic tubing you'd like climb through,
Yeah.
like in a kindergarten or in a like McDonald's playground or playroom or whatever it was they used to have back in the day.
Sure.
Those, again, that's my memory. That's the only time we had those sorts of things in the UK. you had those, and the point was that it was designed to help you lose weight. Was kind of the thing. It was meant to be like an exercise class. So you go through, and the idea is that obviously you're exerting yourself crawling, because you're like military crawling through these tubes. You're also sweating a bunch. So the hope is you're like losing weight. But like the tubes are then get so small that it's like a struggle to get through. Like the guy in the story isn't like a big guy, but it's just, it gets quite hard. And the point is, it's like meant to like help you with goal setting, I guess, of like trying to get like, oh, you should be able to fit through this, or we're trying to help you exercise so you can fit through the tubes. And like, it's not great. Let's be clear. It's not a great method. Ooh. But the problem is that he starts getting stuck. And then what happens is Ballora is there as an assistant to basically be like, I see you're stuck. Let me help you. And like, if you get stuck, might like pull you around the bend or get you through. Obviously, as things get tighter and things physically, like bone structure, like his shoulders, can't physically get through the gap. If she starts pulling, you can start imagining what happens. Limbs become detached.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
And it gets from bad to worse. And so that's that story. But again, shoved in our face doesn't really tie into what we know, or like it's an attraction that isn't in the Pizzaplex we know. But again, like Ballora being brought back felt weird. It was just one of those things of why Ballora of all, like we know that Chica did Mazer size or whatever in Security Breach. So it's like, why specifically bring back Ballora for this, other than just like we're having the whole cavalry of characters like in our franchise back at the Pizzaplex. So that felt odd. And then like you say, what was her game in Help Wanted?
It's where you're crawling through her room and then you have to throw away the mini arenas.
Oh yeah, it's just this location again.
Yes,
I forgot that. Yeah. It's one of those things of when they keep bringing stuff back, like because again with the original 4 they revamp them, so it's always here's the new Freddy, here's the new Bonnie, here's the new Chica and Foxy, pretty much almost every time with a few exceptions.
Yeah.
But it's normally here's the guys again. They're all back, and then. So for Baby and Ballora, but for Baby especially, to have never had a revamp, right? It's always
they're consistent.
Like it's the plushies we get like little like the mini arenas, and you get like here's plush Baby and little things, but it's always just them. Like Baby is back in Help Wanted 2.
Right.
Like she has that very confusing line of what makes you so special, but she's there in a mini game playing boss. Like I'm gonna be the manager and you will be the worker. It's just like just like
playing pretend.
Exactly.
Yes.
But it's like, but it's still just Baby. It's not Glam Rock Baby. It's not like we had Scrap Baby.
Yeah, I was gonna say like what happened to Scrap Baby?
We did have Scrap Baby, but and she was there for law reasons. Scrap Baby was there, but Baby never gets and that was because she put herself back together as Scrap Baby. She used Scrap to make herself back into Baby after getting kicked out of Ennard.
Yeah.
But since then, Fazbear has never felt we should. Like we've revamped every other character we own. We should revamp Baby for this. But give her a glow up. No. We'll stick with the original clown in an 80s glam rock establishment. Like,
which is awesome.
It's just strange. And so again, it highlights a sense of she has to be important. Right. Because nothing is changing about her. Like she physically is not being updated compared to everybody else that is.
I mean, it highlights an importance about her aesthetic that needs to stay consistent.
Exactly. Like the clown thing, again, is tied to Fazbear in some way, whereas the original animals can be upgraded and still be animals and still like fit whatever the theme is.
Right.
But the circus like root of Fazbear, like there's something in the heart of it. It's like, the clown thing is important.
Yes.
Which is great.
Right, it is great.
It is great. It's great. It gives us more theory to fodder.
Yes. I mean, I know that Jackie is going to be a huge topic of discussion on the channel. I mean, even from like the first time we really see Jackie, where we have the 70s groovy carpet, which does make a comeback, and then we have the box, and then you can hear, it's like, hey, we've heard that jingle before. Who was that in relation to? The puppet. And it's like, and here's Jackie.
Weird. Sorry.
Right, no, it's good. It's good. All good. It's like, oh wow, are we connecting these again once more? Then,
yeah. Well,
why puppet? Why?
Yeah. See, for me, all that did is go back to the whole Elizabeth Charlie connection.
Correct.
Again, you've got a clown with the music box of the puppet, which is Charlie. And so again, it feels like there's a thing of Scott was trying to tell us something with the fact that Charlie was Baby, but also Elizabeth at the same time.
It's like, but because
which feels like Jackie is the same kind of thing, where it's going to be that culmination of
both of them.
Here's the puppet, and here's the clown aesthetic from Baby, and here's the music box from the puppet.
Right,
So
they're, like,
Elizabeth
put
and Charlie
together.
put. It feels like there has to be something, and I know.
Right.
Yeah, no. I know, like, there's been a lot of discussion about that, but again, because it's just a trailer, there's not a lot more for us to, because then the Help Wanted thing lent into more of the book canonicity stuff and Tiger Rock versus. You're right there.
Yeah, the fact that it seems like there is a link that is being established between the daughters, essentially, is so interesting, but also puzzling, right?
Yeah.
Because Jackie and, like, the whole Jack in the Box thing that we see in that teaser, right? Presumably based on the timeline, and this is again where it comes into play, that the timelines and the exact, like, dates and the ages of, like, Charlie and Elizabeth, we can make assumptions based on the evidence.
Yeah.
But, it's still not completely concrete. You know what I mean? But, like, that's still happening probably before at least one of their births. At least one.
Yeah, well, Charlie, again, and this is the problem, right? Is that in the games, we don't actually know when Charlie dies, and that's a whole debate in and of itself.
Right.
But in the book, it's very clearly, well, I say it's very clearly, in the last book of the trilogy, it is 1983. In the original book, it's 1982, but we're just going to ignore that. 1983 is when she dies.
Right.
But she is also, and again, Scott isn't very good with ages in the original trilogy because she's 17 in 1995.
Right. Yes.
Which would make her what? 7 in 1985, therefore 5 in 1983. But she's described as a toddler in 1983.
Yeah.
Like when she was kidnapped, or when Sammy and her were, when one of them was kidnapped, they were toddlers, not 5. So the math
you wouldn't call 5 a toddler,
no,
would you?
no. Basically, the point is the math ain't mathin'. But the point, she's meant to be like a toddler in 1983, like 2-3 years old. Really, I think
Right.
I can't, because again in the book it doesn't have, or in the graphic novel especially, I don't know if it has a birth date or whether, I think it does have a birth date. It might have 1980 on it. I forget, but I think she's like 3. Or she's meant to be like 3, which therefore means, she'd be born after Secret of the Mimic and after,
right,
like, the game and after Full, and well, not Full Fist goes until 83 at least. We know that.
Yeah, but if this game is presumably 79, it's like I said, presumably it's before at least one of their births.
At least Charlie, yeah. Elizabeth, we don't know. Elizabeth is nebulous, and I talked about it in the theory. Narratively, again, if we go down this accomplice route, narratively, it's really satisfying for it to be Elizabeth. Again, like from a narrative perspective, because you go, oh, is literally Afton's baby. Literally, like, she's dressed like she's at Dad's work. She's like dressed in a cute clown outfit because she's like, at her dad's work at the carnival.
Right.
So she's just there, and like and like Vanessa is the what do they call it? Something, because it's not unwilling. It's I've forgotten what the phrase is. Reluctant follower. She's the reluctant follower. Similarly, you have Elizabeth being essentially like the unknowing accomplice, where she's like, oh yeah, like my daddy's got all these toys, and like, because her daddy's like, tell them they've got all these toys, and like she goes, yeah, come and do this, and like lures them to the back room and they all die.
Yeah.
She doesn't know that's what's going to happen, and so there's a narrative satisfaction there of like, oh, this would be just interesting. But it would require her to be like a toddler in 1979, which feels too early.
Right.
Feels too early.
It feels too early.
We could be proven totally wrong, but it feels too early.
And like
because she was a toddler when she gets scooped as well, so that's a whole thing.
Right. My mind goes to a point made in the dual process theory video, where in Elizabeth's room you see the torn apart Mangle toy, which was meant for toddlers.
Yes, it was meant for toddlers. Like that. That's weird. That whole thing is weird because. Yeah, Mangle. So there's a distinction I think that can be made, because Mangle is made for toddlers. The animatronic was built for the Kids Cove in FNAF 2, which is in 1987. Before that, and this is where I was talking about why Mangle I think is underappreciated, because Mangle, the lore-wise, and what I talked about, my very first FNAF theory is it seems very clear that the toy animatronics aren't like necessarily new revamps of the characters. They are actually based on the circus designs of the characters, based on some illustrations of like concept art we have, where they had the red cheeks and stuff like that. And on the carousel in Help Wanted 2, you have the toys. You have both the regular animatronics and the toy animatronics on the carousel. So you have the red-cheeked Freddy, the red-cheeked. You then have a red-cheeked white Foxy. So Foxy, Funtime, and in FNAF World, there isn't a Funtime group because Sister Location hasn't come out yet. But Funtime Foxy is there, and it is tied to the toys. It's part of the toy group. So Toy Foxy is most likely Funtime Foxy, who is then most likely what becomes Mangle. But when it comes to, therefore, that toy isn't cannot be, in 1983, it cannot be a Mangle toy.
Right.
It is a Funtime Foxy toy. And Funtime Foxy strictly wasn't made for toddlers. The Mangle animatronic was made for toddlers because it was in Kids Cove and the kids kept pulling it apart and putting it back together. And so, it is a Mangle toy because it was built, that game was made before any of all this lore about the fun times and things happened in Full Fest. But it's that thing, if we're looking at it through the modern lens, you're going, well, that cannot physically be a Mangle toy, which means the idea that is it made for toddlers might work, but also might not work. However, I do look at Elizabeth when she gets scooped in that minigame, and I know it's a minigame and they're all like sprites and kids and stuff. She does look young. She does look like she's she has speech. She's not quite toddler, like 3, because she's able to go, like, Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? And do all, she's got full sentences and speech. She's like 5 or 6,
right.
I'd say, probably at least. But that still would mean, for her to get scooped pre-1985, for her to be around, she's a toddler 2 or 3 in 1979, you go, okay, then she'd be 6, 7, 8, which is kind of pushing it even then. She could be younger in 1979, but then it becomes harder for her to be somewhat active in that narrative because she'd literally be a babe in arms at that point. So, and those are the kind of questions, and we will see. This is all totally working on speculation of who's going to be important and when.
Right.
I think it'll be interesting to see where that goes. And what we get, because again, we're talking about 1979, it's Secret of the Mimic looks like it's taking place in the toy factory, not at Full Fest. I'm sure we'll see stuff like we've seen posters about Freddy's opening and the diner being in existence. I'm intrigued to see if we see anything about Full Fest and posters or anything more, because it felt like they were really pushing in that direction with Help Wanted 2. And then it's Secret of the Mimic 1979 in a toy factory. We're like, what has that got to do with all the stuff you were the carnival teasers that they were giving us? And so I'm intrigued to see how much is Mimic focused in terms of the actual toy factory and Edwin and that part, and how much and whether we're going to get to is it going to be multiple locations, or are we just in the toy factory the whole time, or is it going to be the posters and the notes and the news clippings and that sort of thing? I think that'll be fascinating to see.
Real.
Which
animatronic do you think you could take in a fight?
Helpy.
You would want to fight Helpy?
I mean, let's be honest. Again, if we're being realistic, none of us are taking the big ones. I don't think any of the big ones. So we've suddenly got to shrink it down. So it's I think Helpy. I think I could possibly take Helpy. I think Balloon Boy would probably be quite an easy fight.
Well, I think that a lot of people would feel inspired to fight him because
Balloon Boy. Nobody wants to not hurt Balloon Boy.
Well, it's here's the thing. I don't want to hurt Balloon Boy.
Oh, okay.
I know. I'm a little bit out of the loop on that one. I get it. Hi. Hello.
What, you don't find that annoying? Just hi.
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 Well, here's the thing, right? In terms of, I was not annoyed by Navi. I am not annoyed by Balloon Boy.
Oh, you don't have that scar. Okay.
No.
That tracks.
No.
Okay.
So I'm fine. I think.
Hey, listen.
I think it's silly and fun where it's I could use Balloon Boy as an accomplice because I know other people are affected by him, right? So it's if I need to take someone else on in a fight and Balloon Boy is going to psychologically weaken my opponent, then that would be a really valuable alliance to have.
Yeah, that's fair. Who do you think you would then take?
Who would I take in a fight? It's okay, there's the aspect of who would I want to fight and who do I think I could? Right?
Those are two different questions for sure.
I think I could fight Lefty. I don't want to.
You really think you could fight Lefty?
Yeah.
Really?
I think I could.
I feel with his puppet grabbing technology, I feel that's a fight you're gonna lose.
I'm very agile.
So was the puppet.
I can dodge.
That's what Charlie said.
I don't think Charlie said a dang thing. And I'm saying I'm agile.
Fair. Yeah, see, whereas I'm just pick the small ones, pick the bonbons. Pick the bonbons.
Well, yeah,
Pick the helpies.
But that's not going to be a satisfying win.
It's not about satisfying, it's about winning.
Really?
Yeah.
You want an easy win?
I'm
down for a challenge.
I'm all about surviving. I am just looking out for my self-preservation, and I'm going, if I can take the little one with not much of a fight, that's a good win for me. Considering we live in a world where animatronics are all trying to kill me constantly,
Right.
I need that confidence boost. I need that win.
Here's the thing. Like I said, I wouldn't want to fight Lefty. I think I
No.
could, but I don't want to. I think Lefty's chill. Lefty's chill.
Who would you
That's
want to
fine.
fight?
That's the thing too. That's why I pose this as like a two-pronged question. You know what I mean?
Want to fight?
Right? Because like
motivation, like, is it a hatred motivation? Is it just I think it would be a fun fight? Like,
could be either. Could be either. Pick your own adventure.
I mean, I think if I was looking for a challenge, I think Monty.
You fight Monty?
I think if you're looking
with the
I think if you're looking for a challenge and you're looking for what is going to be like entertaining and challenging, like from that, if that's your desire, if that's your want,
Right.
I think Monty's a good pick because he is a loose cannon. So I think he would be an I don't think he'd last very long. I think like, you know, well, I mean, Gregory did, and Gregory's, you know, a pipsqueak. So I think like there's, you know, you have to use your brains in that fight rather than your brawn. But in terms of like, if I want, like really want to fight, who would I want? Like, because it's like, if it's a character I hate, then yeah, like we've talked about, Balloon Boy's like an easy one to just like get rid of him. Like I want to fight him, I want him gone. Want like a desire? I don't know. That's a really hard question.
Right?
Actually,
Like
'cause
I never thought about it until now.
because it's all about the motivation behind the want. Like hatred because you think it would be fun, because you think it would be entertaining, because you think it would challenge you. If it's gonna be entertaining, like and actually entertaining, like, well, what's a fight that's going to go on a while? Well, who am I going to fight that's going to go on for a bit that makes people feel like they're getting their money's worth? If they're paying for like YouTuber animatronic creator boxing, like YouTuber animatronic boxing match,
Right.
Who's going to give them the most bang for their buck as an entertaining fight?
Who are you? Like who's in your weight class?
Who's in my weight class? I mean, they all weigh so much because they're metal, but
Right.
But in terms of like realistically, oof, I think you could. I think Ballora would be interesting as a fight.
Ooh.
Because she's nimble. So she's less about pure animatronic strength and more like she's nimble. She's got those dance moves that, you know, Lee did a whole short about dance fighting and how that's an interesting fighting style. But, you know, I think therefore there would be some opportunity to, as a former dancer myself, I think there's some opportunity to like circumvent
Y'all
the
have a
moves.
dance fight?
Yeah, exactly. They see entertainment value.
Oh my gosh.
Tom versus Ballora
we
dance
put
fight.
y'all on the dance floor. Like Friday Night Funkin' style. And Ballora goes, and then you go.
There you
and
go.
it goes back and forth. And you could see on the back wall the meter at the bottom where it's a Tom face and a Ballora face. And
they
it's
get
going
more-
back and forth, back and
and
forth.
they get more and more deranged
Yes.
as they get beaten. Yeah.
And then Gregory is sitting on like a
Gregory's
subwoofer and he's just like hanging out as it's all happening.
Oh, that's brilliant. I love that.
I think that could be huge.
That would be a fun fight.
That could be
What
huge.
about you? Who could you? Who would be the most entertaining fight?
Who would I want to fight? Who would I want to fight? It's honestly, as we were talking about it, I was like, if I were to take on like a flock of mini arenas, that would be satisfying to me.
Yeah.
But I need a flock of them. It's not fair if it's just one.
No, I think that's fair. This is where the Fazbear Fright story upsets me though, because I'm just like, oh, they will just start crawling in your mouth or try to crawl inside you. That's just what they do,
Well-
and I don't like that.
Well, I have very brisk reflexes.
You do. This is true.
Tom.
This is true.
So I think I could take it.
For how long for? How long could you last before they start overpowering you?
You know what? I think I'm lifting, and
You are
I'm
getting them gains right now.
I'm very devoted to the cause of whatever I really do.
This is true.
So I think that, you know, I could make them almost like a chain, you know, because they're kind of pirouetting the whole time.
They are.
So I could kind of do like daisy chain a little bit and then just like let them all away
I
and then run.
I guess that's the thing. I guess you could pick a couple of them up and like do what you need to do, because like it's gonna take a like how many, when we say a flock, how many's a flock?
Right? I think a flock can be defined as like let's see, because when you're doing I'm thinking back to the Help Wanted 2 minigame, right? Because you have the two that are just kind of like spinning towards you a lot, and they're much harder because you have Ballora and then little bitty Babs. But like, let's say if I had like 4 to 6 that I had to fight, I think I could do it, because I also think, you know, I grew up, I liked throwing around a football, okay?
Yeah.
So I could pick it up, get that nice spiral, that nice spin in the air, bonk, right up against the wall, knocked out. You're going to take a few more seconds to get back on your little feet, and then you'll spin towards me later. But you're going to have less and less stamina as you go, but I stay winning.
That's true.
So
I just realized this, but I realized that between our two things, it's basically, do you want to fight the full-sized ballerina, or do you want to fight like 100 mini ballerinas? Like, it's basically that argument. Do you want the ballerina-sized ballerina or 100 mini ballerinas? Which is your fighter? Who do you choose?
I think I'm doing the lots of little ones.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because like especially if I can get multiple out in one go, then there's less like opportunity points for attack. So I could knock out multiple at one time, whereas I don't really know the general like HP of the larger one. And because it's so much metal, because the size is so big and there's so much force that I'm dealing with, there's less like points needed to knock me out.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's also unclear like
strategy of fighting FNAF animatronics.
It's not clear how metal or how much metal, how like weighty those little arenas are, mini arenas, because they look like those little art dolls that you have in art class.
Right, but like versus Ballora,
where
you know it's going to be like boom,
exactly, which is why you have to do the dance fight. You have to embarrass her to win. That's how you win.
You just have to the emotional damage. You're dealing emotional damage.
That's what it is. I'm destroying her spirit, because then her body will fail.
Oh no.
See?
Well, I guess we have very different strategies as we approach the fight.
That's what makes Team Theorists so diverse.
It's sad that we both picked like the ballerina.
I know.
I don't like that much.
No.
But like, I don't know. Here's the thing. I think Helpy can get kind of devious. He's very cute. And that's hard for me. But also you said you would fight Balloon Boy.
Yeah.
So
I would fight
I think if we're talking about actual physical fighting,
I just want to kick his face in so much.
So if we're talking about physical fighting, I think you have to stick with Balloon Boy.
I think that's fair. I think that's
You have
true.
to stick with Balloon Boy.
Yeah.
But like, I have a personal beef with that minigame from Help Wanted 2.
That's fair.
And because I had such a problem with it when I had to remake that progress, that's where that's coming from.
Yeah, that's fair.
So let's set that down now.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
But
gosh, no, now all I'm thinking about is all the annoying versions of Balloon Boy that are in my head.
Yeah.
I will never forgive DD for what they did. What they did.
Never.
No, well, them not ruining, but making Ultimate Custom like way harder than it needed to be. You're on 50-20 mode, and then DD shows up and goes, by the way, I've got like 5 extra animatronics that I can just add into the game like that, so like have fun. And you're just like,
oh, thanks.
Yeah. Her song is stuck in my head. It will never leave. Yeah. Uh-oh, how unfortunate. Uh-oh, how unfortunate.
I was really hoping you would.
I'm gonna do a sneaky thing and put a new contender in the ring.
I was hoping you would.
I was
like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it?
I was getting that. I was trying to. I briefly had to remember the words.
I could tell.
The melody is in my head.
I wanted to give you space.
The melody. I appreciate you giving me the space for that. But no, the melody was in my head. Did the timer give me? The timer did give me space. Like I had the moment. I was okay. I didn't take. We have only added time to this FNAF discussion.
I'm so proud of us.
We're doing so well.
I'm so proud of us. So, because we are here, I think you need to continue talking about Five Nights at Freddy's for at least 3 minutes because I have to exit the room.
Yes.
So
I feel like there may be a swap that needs to happen as well on the other end of that.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
so,
you go for it.
All right, cool.
Right.
Start your Five Nights at Freddy's monologue.
Let's talk about Five Nights at Freddy's. So, it all started in 1970. No, I won't go through the whole timeline of things here, but man, no, I'm genuinely I'm gonna talk about Secret of the Mimic a bit more because I'm genuinely excited about Secret of the Mimic. I don't know if Sam can actually interject at all here or if he is allowed to because I feel like that might be cheating, but I can monologue. It's up to you, man. I feel like Secret of the Mimic is
what I want this game to be is to very much be the ending of the old era. I feel like we've explored the old era a lot, which has been great. But I'm really but we've now started moving into this new era, and what this is doing is one, closing the book on the Afton Henry era, but also giving us more insight to move forward into the new era with the Mimic. I think that's really exciting. I'm still looking for a Chica mask. I'm excited. I want to see if there's a Chica mask in Secret of the Mimic. I think I'll flip. I think I'll literally hit the ceiling, because we've had this theory for, if you don't know, we've had this theory for a little while that part of there are many themes going on in modern era FNAF. It's partially forgetting the old and moving into the new era with the Mimic. It's looking at this new but it's also about like the it's clarity. We've talked about clarity, but it's also about redemption. It's about Foxy Bro, Mike, and all of his buddies, the bullies from FNAF 4, getting some kind of redemption arc. We've seen it with Michael. He got redemption in FNAF 6 by burning everything down and like killing Afton. We saw it in what was it? So we've had Foxy Bro. So that was Foxy Bro. We've also had Bonnie Bro. We believe that Bonnie Bro is Cassie's dad and became a technician for Fazbear because of the mask that you unlock right at the end of Help Wanted 2. You can unlock this secret mask, which is a Bonnie mask, and goes, this looks familiar, which implies the mask belongs to him. Cassie talked a lot about how Bonnie was her dad's favorite, and so there's a lot of connections there which make it feel like and he collected old Fazbear memorabilia from like the 70s and 80s. So it felt like he's Bonnie Bro, which means he became a technician at Fazbear in order to basically keep all the animatronics working, make sure like the animatronic malfunction that killed Dave the Crying Child isn't going to happen again. And that's a big deal. And then we talked about it loosely with Into the Pit. It felt like, unlike in the books and the stories, in the game, there was that random Freddy mask that you get in their house, despite the fact that Oswald has no idea who Freddy is or any of the animatronics, and there's no other memorabilia in the house. For some reason, there is a mask, which means it belonged to either the mum or the dad. And we know the dad used to play in arcades and things like that. So it made sense for that to be implying at least a parallel or a similarity to Freddy Bro, or it might actually be the real Freddy Bro. We don't really know. But therefore, there is Chica Bro who is left. And so I'm excited to see if a Chica mask shows up in Secret of the Mimic or in another, probably, let's be honest, it's likely going to be a spin-off title, because it feels like, I don't know, because Help Wanted was a main title, so it might be Secret of the Mimic, but who knows. I'm excited for a Chica mask to show up so we can explore that connection. Hi there.
Hi.
I was just I started talking about what I'm excited for Secret of the Mimic, and then I started talking about like the themes in modern FNAF. And the themes of modern FNAF, which is like out with the old, in with the new, essentially like the closing of the door of the old, like Henry and William, into the clarity. We've also got clarity, as we've talked about already, and then there's the redemption arc of the FNAF 4 bullies being like a random thing. So yeah, we're just talking about how I'm looking forward to finding a Chica mask somewhere so we can understand what's happening with Chica Bro. Because that's the only one we've kind of not got at the minute.
Yes, that's true. That's true, because we saw the Freddy mask in Into the Pit, right?
Yeah. So that was the implication there, was that Oswald's dad was the Freddy Bro. Bonnie Bro is Cassie's dad from Help Wanted 2. And then obviously Foxy Bro is Michael, and he got his redemption back in FNAF 6. So So it's this like redemption, and again, like chances are they're going to be a Fazbear employee, because both Bonnie Bro and Freddy Bro became Fazbear employees, or worked adjacently to Fazbear, because Bonnie Bro was a technician,
right?
And Oswald's dad worked at the mill, which has animatronic parts outside of it. So it's implying that they're making animatronics for Freddy's. So they are in some way connected to Fazbear, whether directly or indirectly.
Right.
And so it feels like Chica, therefore, is going to be connected. Chica Bro is going to be connected again in that way. It's that sense of like, we're going to make things right. We're going to fix things so that what happened to the Crying Child doesn't happen again. So I think that could be fun.
It could be very fun, indeed.
I think so. It's those little connections, like you were talking about patterns, right? It's going, and it was fun when we realized, because Bonnie Bro was like out there. That felt out there. We all knew about Michael and about that, but when we were like, is this Bonnie Bro? That felt like a big revelation of like, this feels like a big swing.
Yeah.
Like, this is out of nowhere. Why are we suddenly bringing back this character? Out of nowhere, really. but it made sense with everything we got about. Yeah, it all kind of tracks though, so it kind of feels like it needs to be. And then we got to Into the Pit and that Freddy mask, and we're like, oh no, this is like a repeating pattern now. We're getting these masks and we're seeing this like redemption story of the characters. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see where we find a Chica mask, because it can't be. I doubt it will be Secret of the Mimic purely from a timeline perspective, because that would be pretty. That would be because that's not 4 years prior to the bite, so that would make no sense. But who knows? Maybe in the sequel to the sequel to Ruin, because there has to be something going forward from that story, right? That we've talked about. So
unless
hopefully.
they pull this thing where it's like, oh, well, surprise, Chica was a character before, and then this is just a mask that is completely separate from this incident that existed before, and we're using this to foreshadow who it might be.
Well, exactly. It could be. There could be a foreshadowing thing about, oh, I can't wait to bring this home to my kid, or something like that. You could see a note like, I don't think they'd be that overt. So, like, FNAF has never been that overt. But it could be something like implying, oh, I have a kid at home, I just won this prize, I'm going to give it to them as a gift. Like, there could be things implying that rather than outwardly stated in a note or something. But that might be that would be the only way to do it, because I think otherwise it's just going to make it like, and that's how I would be interpreting it as well.
Yeah.
Like, if I saw it, I'd just be going, well, this has to be connected to that, but therefore it means it has to be the parent bringing it for their kid.
Like, the masks have such this weight in terms of the lore and the story, and I think they know that they can't just drop it somewhere and not expect people to look into it.
No, exactly. Right. Are you ready to monologue for 3 minutes?
Yeah, of course I am.
I also need to exit.
Of course I am.
I was going to say, do you need anything while I'm gone? But you've just been out, so if you did, you would have got it, I'm sure.
If you could grab me a water, that'd be dope.
Oh, I can do that.
I was eager to get back to the space.
I appreciate you not letting, because I don't think it was actually 3 minutes you left me for, but I appreciate.
I'm agile. I told you. I'm on the move.
You are speedy.
Yes.
You're speedy. Cool. Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Go for it. So, kind of building off of this previous conversation in terms of Bonnie Bro becoming a technician, Oswald's father being Freddy Bro, right? I've always found it very interesting how Fazbear kind of acts as this vortex. Like, people are connected to it in some way. For example, like, with the bite of 83, all these kids were involved somehow with the bites, and then they either make their way back to being within Fazbear, working for it, having this, like, strange additional connection to it, as we see in Into the Pit. Like, it's just interesting how this company tends to suck people back in. From a story perspective, I find it very interesting. I don't know if it's connected to the sense of like, oh, I have done wrong and I need to make it right. You know, that seems to be a recurring trait in some of the characters that we have seen so far in this franchise. I would say, you know, it's on a very broad scale what we see in Henry Emily with the aforementioned monologue in FNAF 6. In terms of Bonnie Bro, it's an interesting conversation, right? Because again, with this next iteration in the franchise, Secrets of the Mimic, that's coming in at the beginning of this timeline, and all these kids grow up and, you know, contribute to Fazbear much later in that timeline, you know what I mean? So it feels like we're gonna have to wait a good bit to get more of that explanation. And we'll see. Tom mentioned this whole idea of like the themes of FNAF in this new era, right? We've been talking about the clarity part of it for a little bit, but like out with the old and in with the new. Ironic in a sense, because these characters aren't exactly new, but they're new in that they are now being built upon versus just sort of appearing in these like 8-bit mini games. You know what I mean? But I'm interested to see what the releases look like after Secrets of the Mimic, and if we're going to build on this anymore, if we're going to find that fourth mask and who that's going to belong to, or maybe there's one that did get away. It feels unlikely at this point because of how they're seeding out these masks, and it feels like they're doing another thing where it's like, hey, Circus Baby's important, Ballora is important, these masks are important, they're going to keep coming back, but because there's this waiting period, holy moly, you got the goods, huh?
Yeah.
Golly. Thank you.
Don't say I never do anything for you.
I wasn't going to, but I appreciate it. You know, thank you. Again, it's just this waiting.
Unnecessary. Given the amount of talking we're doing.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be important.
It is, indeed. I might grab one right now. But yeah, I was just building off of what you were talking about earlier with like waiting for more of these reveals. And also this like strange vortex magnetic effect it has where it's like once you're in Fazbear or had a traumatic event happen within one of these establishments, it seems like you're just kind of locked in for life.
Oh, you are. That's it. Like, and again, that's been part of the theme is that we were talking about it was the moving on part of like moving on. Yeah, they're not the greatest.
They're a little yucky, but like it's okay.
But they do the job.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They're doing what they're there for. But the moving on is partially about moving on finally from like William and Henry, but it's also the knock-on effects of what they have done and how that affects other people. So it is like the effects of how it affected Michael and his friends, and like what they did with Fazbear then continues to, affect them going forward. And so it is that legacy, which was again why I thought it was so interesting that it got tied back to the Shakespeare quote about like the good dies with them, but the evil lives on. It's that sense of actually, even if you put those characters to bed, what their effect with Fazbear affects so many people, and it does stay with you, and it does like just affect you long term. So it's fascinating to see like characters like Gregory and Vanessa and Cassie and where they're gonna go for exactly that reason, because it's like they are on the newer end of being infected by Fazbear and how all that works. And so it's like, well, where do they go, and how does this continue to affect them long term? Like they're, I'm sure being brainwashed by the mimic is not exactly something that you're not going to have some trauma that you need to work through.
Yeah, not a normal situation that you would process in a normal way.
No, not at all. Which is why I'm so impressed. Like they got their acts together and went straight back into, we need to stop the mimic. It's just like, wow, you're just like diving straight in. It's like, we'll deal with the trauma later. we need, which to be fair, it's like save the world, deal with my own personal trauma. Needs of the many, needs the few. I understand, but it is just a funny thing to think about in that context.
Yeah, indeed. And again, we're gonna have to wait an iteration to see what happens after that fact. But
well, maybe.
Perhaps, but like. Unless something absolutely buck wild happens with this foreshadowing.
Well, it's more that I know we have the third and final, or at least currently final, interactive novel is about Cassie in the Pizzaplex.
You're so right.
So there is at least, we're going to get some Cassie, but it's unclear because there are security guards, like escape security guards is one of the descriptors. So it's taking place before Ruin. Has to be.
Right.
Because unless it's a retelling of Ruin, and like Fazbear has security guards there to like keep guard over the busted up Pizzaplex so you haven't got thugs breaking in and doing things. That's the only logic I can see right now.
But again, it's like the questions of continuity when it comes to those things,
well,
right?
and this is the thing is these books especially feel like they're really trying to tie themselves into the canonicity of the games. Like,
yes,
which is
why
what
you said at the beginning with Plush Baby.
With Plush Baby, with the coming back to 5 kids for Return to the Pit. The week before is certainly the week before FNAF 1. Like it's very explicitly the week before FNAF, the first game. Like they're very specific about that.
Yes.
So that's in canon, and even VIP. You right?
Yeah.
This is just.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Yeah, good. But Dasani. Sorry, that's why it takes place. But it's a funny thing with the VIP, because VIP, it feels like it dances on the line a little bit.
Yeah.
Where the Pizzaplex sounds a little more like the Pizzaplex we've heard about in Tales, but a lot of the events really track with what we know about Security Breach. So you have all the missing children.
Yes.
In Security Breach. On that one ending, and it's like, what about the missing kids? And we're like, you have never mentioned missing kids. What are you talking about?
It's like, what?
And then in that bad ending, when he leaves, you see them on the newspaper. But we find like 4 of them it's like 3 or 4 of them in VIP. So it's like, oh, okay, like this is part of that continuity. This is setting up what happened before leading into Security Breach. So again, it feels like a retelling of Ruin wouldn't work or wouldn't be a wise choice because we already have Ruin in game continuity.
Yes. So why would you do it, right? Like that wouldn't make sense.
Retelling Into the Pit to help realign it with the continuity.
Right, because that seems like a branch rather than being...
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, which then implies, okay, well then this is like during the Pizzaplex's opening, or being open, because there's security guards, but the animatronics are still malfunctioning, so that can still happen. But it then begs the question of, why the heck would she come back? If she's being chased by animatronics in this, why the heck would she come? I know she wants to save Gregory, and I know that's like the reason they give, but if she knows how dangerous the animatronics are because of like this incident,
Yeah.
unless the canon ending is she walks through and everything is just fine and it's only the branching path she encounters the bad things. So the canon path is she has a good time and has a birth. Maybe it ends with her birthday where she's crying and Gregory
Whoa.
comes to comfort her. Maybe that's the moment we see.
Whoa.
But it's like everything else is just like that and there's nothing wrong that's happening to her directly. And so therefore she can go, I'm going to come back, and doesn't realize how bad the animatronics are.
Right.
But it's just one of those questions where it's like, well, either this is a retelling in order to align it, or in order to have it be like ruined and be where we know Cassie from, or it has to be beforehand. But then it begs the question, why would Cassie go back?
Right.
If she knows how dangerous this is or how bad this is. And I know you could argue the same thing about Michael. Michael knows, but Michael has a motivation, like a real motivation.
Yeah.
It's like, I need to kill my father. Basically,
Right.
that's his motivation.
It's like his life mission at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, yeah, okay, Gregory's her only friend. And I understand that as a kid who didn't have many friends growing up, I empathize with that. But if I know that I'm going to potentially, most likely, die at the hands of these animatronics, and my friend's been missing, like Gregory's been, like she goes to find Gregory, and Gregory's been missing for a while, clearly, because obviously it's gone from the Pizzaplex to ruin. So it's like, he's been missing for a bit. Why would I go back to the place where I know I'm probably going to die, which I don't even know if he's there? Or does she know? I forget how she gets there. Does she like get a note or something? Is that kind of...
She's summoned in some way.
Yeah. Well, because very early she finds the walkie-talkie where the
Yes.
mimic starts talking to her, but I forget how she gets there in the first way, what brings her there and goes, Gregory is there and why Gregory's there. I forget. Because that's one of those bits, the kind of premise of these games we often just brush off because we're like, that doesn't matter. But now we're kind of sitting here and talking through logic and like,
yeah.
how does that work? How did she get there?
No, I have a feeling that after this stream, you're going to sit down and just go on a deep dive about like extremely minute details.
Oh, absolutely. Always. I mean, most of what we do for research is minute details, but it's that logical inconsistency, right? Because there's the minute details of going, how does that work within the world? And then there's that, how does that work in this world? Like, if this was real, how and why does this make sense or not make sense? I think there's a lot you can explore with FNAF in terms of like but with most stories, to be fair, just where like characters like that doesn't track, that doesn't make sense. Like most people wouldn't do that, but then you've got to have some disbelief because it's a fun story or it's trying to make a fun story. So
right, but there comes a point where there's so much ambiguity and there's so much to piece together that like the logical questions do become something that needs to be considered because everything is being reconsidered. So why wouldn't the logical stuff be taken into account therefore?
yeah, it's true. Do you think Scott should ever confirm the answers?
That's a great question. I think that things like the content update were a great way to do that.
Without having to say anything.
Yes, because I think there is a certain kind of magic of us not knowing. It can get frustrating when it gets too aggressive, but like the fact that we can come together and theorize about it, like that open space in the exact parameters that Scott has done it has really cultivated this community in a way that other franchises have not been able to replicate thus far.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There was a period where I was a bit like, I think Scott needs to just come out with like, here is the law, here's the book. Because we were moving into this new era. I was like, well, we're moving into a new era, so just confirm the old era. Like, don't like leave all the new stuff up. Like, and again, this was an old thought of mine because I think I've come around very much to what you were just saying. But it was very much that sense of no, like, because to move forward, we need to have a solid ground to stand on. Whereas, because right now, and people online will agree, I'm sure, is just that it's theories upon theories upon theories upon theories at this point, which is very, very shaky ground because you change one thing down here and the whole castle comes tumbling.
Right.
And so I always was like, if he's decidedly moving forward, like this is a new era, or just like, and part of that was going, I think he should not reboot, but like just do a hard end and then like a new restart, which is like a new story in the world. And I think there is stuff in the world that could be explored outside of these things, but therefore confirm the old. That was my old stance because I felt like
we're just running around in circles and
Right.
it's so much arguing. But I think you're right, and I think while we are moving on from the old story, naturally, as we've said, the old story is so just intensely entwined with the new stuff. Like, it's hard to confirm the old stuff without ruining, or like if you just came out and said it,
Right.
it's going to make some elements not boring. Like, the fact is, so many FNAF theories, if you look at the FNAF theories that are coming out, Dual Process is a great example. It's all old. It's all the old games we're still theorizing about, and we can still have new perspectives on, and that's really interesting, and that does keep the franchise alive, which I think is good. I think what is helpful is, as you said, is that bringing in of tiny, like, smaller things that start to push you in the right direction or start to confirm things. And like I say, I think if we're moving on from like William and Henry, I think having little things that maybe confirm, not confirm, but like heavily hint towards more depth of their character or more stuff, so we can at least have, again, there are certain things in this franchise that we as a community all generally agree upon, whether they're confirmed or not. And I think it'd be good to have the earlier part of the franchise start to feel more in that realm.
Yeah.
Rather than it feeling still so open.
Right.
It doesn't have to be like out of Scott's mouth going, right, here's your book, here is everything. Like, but have something where it feels a bit, we're getting more things where it feels like, right, we all have a pretty solid, there's still some room for interpretation or room for wiggle room, room for retcons, which he won't tell us are retcons, but it means that we kind of can all move forward with a solid foundation. There's a base here of going, that's our foundation, we all move forward up from here. And all the Mimic stuff and all the brand new stuff with Vanessa and Gregory and everything, that's all still open.
Right.
But having a more solid, say, I'm not going to say completely solid, because that would require Scott to literally lay it out, but having something more solid, I think would be useful. But I think the way of doing it is exactly what you've said, which is that how he did Help Wanted 2 update, and how he's done a couple of the smaller updates recently, just maybe those get a little bit bigger, but just those things of like, here's a very clear clarifying detail. This will settle this. This will settle this. This will give you a bit more clarity on that. And then piece by piece, we start to have a more fuller picture over here so that we can focus on the new stuff.
Right. And it just makes it more fun, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's like when you want to know something like really, really badly, or you're waiting for a release to happen, you're waiting for this release, and then something happens, and then suddenly there's like this kind of staleness, you know? Where it's like, oh, the excitement, I had it for so long, and now it's over, it's paid off. Now what, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think there has to be a distance from those original mysteries to, because I think, like, for example, if Secret of the Mimic came out, and then within the year, Scott came out and went, here's what the story was, that would feel super, super
like,
unsatisfying.
aw.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
it'd be super, super unsatisfying because there's still time and things to, like, think about it.
Right.
Whereas you think, like, OG, old school theories that were, like, 10 years old at this point, you think having clarity on, like, those moments can give just that sense of, like, that sense of peace and that sense of, like, you know, you just kind of, like, I get it. Okay, cool. Closure. That's the word I'm looking
Yes.
for. Closure. That sense of just, like, right. I understand that. We can close that mystery now. Rightly or wrongly, we can close that mystery. But you have to have had enough time away from it for that closure to work. Because if it's too close, then you're frustrated because you feel like you've been robbed. If it's too far out, you're just like, well, what's the point at this point? Like, so that there is a balance to be had and how you deliver that closure. But I think that, you know, it'll be interesting to see how long FNAF goes, and that's the thing, because you then go, if FNAF like theories can carry on beyond an IP. Obviously, it becomes harder because there's no new stuff coming. But you go, when will FNAF IP, like FNAF stuff, stop? When will we stop getting books? When we stop getting new games? When we stop getting merch? Probably never. But when are we going to stop getting these things? And then at what point do you then go, now's the time for the story? Like, you know, like, is it going to be, let's say FNAF keeps going for another 10 years, you know, and then decides it's ending, let's say.
Yeah.
Would it then be like, what, 10, 20 years after that, we suddenly get Scott comes out, so it's like 20 years after the franchise has ended, you then get that, oh, by the way.
Right?
I think that would be the biggest troll move. But I don't think you ever would, though.
Right. I suspect that at some point in Secrets of the Mimic, we'll get another one of those little moments, very subtle, nothing too major.
Yeah.
But just like this is a big suggestion as to what happened in insert situation, insert FNAF situation here, right? But honestly, it's highly dependent on the way that they build out the timeline through the games as to when they can or should reveal certain details 100%. And the way that they should do it, right? Because like I would say that matters more so than time, right? Like if you get to a certain point in the story's development where a lot of the focus is on this newer stuff, and then out of nowhere you get this reveal about something from the past, it's like, wait, what? Wait, is this important here? Oh my gosh. And it just reignites like this kind of curiosity that we've had about earlier entries into the series.
Yeah, that's true.
So like very much so the emotional and the story context surrounding those reveals has a really major impact on the way that we process that. So I would be very, very curious as to see what's set up. I think I've said it on GT Live a couple of times now, but like if we see Henry Emily or something related to him in this game, I will pass away. I will pass out, away, up, down, sideways. I will be going in every direction and preposition known to man.
I'm so desperate for us to get something more on Henry in this game because yeah, you're right, because this game is taking place at this time and in the right place at the timeline. It makes sense to reveal some of those like past mysteries or clarify those past details for that exact reason. And I think that'll be really, really fascinating. But again, it's then also we've now got the added complication of Edwin existing as well and how he fits to. I love the idea that you've had like this picture of like Afton and Henry, like it's like a torn picture, right, of like Afton and Henry because they were friends and business partners, and it's torn apart, torn in two, and you put it together, and then you notice there's like a little an extra part that feels like it's like, oh, is that a missing part maybe, and then there's like a third and it's Edwin on the end,
third
like,
wheel.
Yeah, in the middle there's just Edwin just like in the middle, like as like the third part of all of this, right? Which it does again with the Mimic now being so important and the Tiger Rock plushie and his literal business name existing. It does feel like him being like the third most crucial part of Fazbear's history. Oh, like not a founder strictly like William and Henry, but important enough and early enough to be of like importance.
Yeah, one of the brightest minds in that company by a mile.
Exactly, and they would have known, and like William especially, I feel would have known that. Like he'd have gone like if we're thinking of him as like conniving and like slightly slimy, like he would have seen that and gone, I can exploit this for money.
Yeah, or he was like, you know what, robotics inspo. And then he put that on his like little idea board. You know, Michael's scrapbooking, but William Afton made idea boards, and that actually inspired Michael through this. And there's a very terrible irony here, but you know what? That's fine.
I love the idea that each character like has different ways of like coming up with their ideas. You've got the ideas board, you've got scrapbooking. Henry's there with a mood board, just like like this color inspires me.
I rest in peace, Henry Emily. You would have loved Pinterest.
Absolutely, yeah. Henry was a Pinterest guy. He would have been a Pinterest guy. I mean, they're making technology, and maybe they had their own internal Fazbear Pinterest that they made before Pinterest existed.
I hate that. I hate that. That sucks. Look, I just think you need to have other ways of expressing yourself that aren't completely, you know, dependent and contingent on the creation of animatronics and robots.
I mean, I think that's fair. I think we can all appreciate that to a little bit. Who was the doodler? Who do we think doodled?
I didn't hear that as like doodling. I heard it as like dude and then lure, like the once-lure, but the doodler.
The doodler.
And I was like, what? Within the context of Five Nights at Freddy's, I don't know, man. You're asking.
Who's the dude? Well, it's obviously Phone Dude. Obviously, he's the doodler.
Phone Dude.
Phone Dude.
Oh my god.
You've got Phone Guy and then you've got Phone Dude.
I know. I just imagine getting a phone call and it's like, what's up? I'm the Phone Dude. They call me the Doodler. That's the worst.
I mean, his phone calls aren't dissimilar to that.
I know.
Three.
I know. But it's hard to process.
No. Who do you think was like the drawer who is like sketch out their ideas?
Right. Let's see. Who's sketch? I mean, I feel like Henry Emily is by far like up there.
Surely he's got to be, yeah.
Right?
As the guy like building a lot of it.
Yeah. Let's see. You know, I think I think Michael grows up to be scrapbooking. I could see young Michael Foxy Bro era doodling a lot in the school notebooks.
I mean, he does doodle a little bit in the survival logbook.
Right?
As well,
Right? There's those little, like, drawings.
Yeah, the little drawings. And they're not bad. They're like, he draws Nightmare and it's good. So
Yeah.
it's like, you've
I
had
told you,
practice.
he's an artistic man. What did I say?
Exactly. So yeah, he started out as a doodler as a kid, and then he grows up to be like a scrapbooker.
Yeah.
And the doodling kind of like, you know, he gets a little bit of that in his scrapbooking.
And
his
then
ideas.
there's also images and, like, illustrations in the scrapbook. So maybe that was him.
There you go.
And that makes you think now, doesn't it?
It really does.
So-
It makes me think so hard.
Yeah, the artistic endeavors of your favorite characters of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, who's the theater kid though?
Who's the theatre kid? I mean, Crying Child's sensitive enough to be the theatre kid.
I don't know if Crying Child would be comfortable enough to go on stage.
Yeah, it feels like he might be a little shy of that.
Right?
Feels like Elizabeth.
I was about to say Elizabeth has that energy.
Because she has that, like, it is that, like, Daddy, like, let me do this. It's like, oh, like, listen to my show, everyone.
Well, it's like she's like, I will make you proud, right? So she's
Oh.
willing to go the extra mile,
Oh,
right?
she's-
Like,
that's
I
it.
will perform and do well at it.
That's it. It's all, because that's the thing. It is, like, her whole thing is all about making Daddy proud. And so it's just like, oh, gosh, like, that just drives everything. It's like she's an overachiever in school. She's a theatre kid. She's, like, you know, playing all the instruments, playing all the sports. She's just like,
But you
I
know what?
am.
Not theater kid negative.
No.
Not derogatory theater kid.
No.
I think Elizabeth would probably be extremely talented at that
Oh,
craft.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's again, there's a fine line in theatre, isn't there, of like talent versus attitude.
Right. Like I say this as a former theater kid.
Exactly.
You know?
But I do think Elizabeth would have the skill. Again, she's got the diction. Her pronunciation is on point.
Enunciation over the moon.
British
100%.
British recognise British.
Game sees game. Yeah. No, I think that's I love this. I love tracking the creative pursuits of each of these of the Emilys and the Aftons.
The few human characters we get in this franchise.
Yes.
We really don't get that many, all things considered.
Right?
Like, yeah, it's like the three Afton kids and Afton. There's illusions that his wife existed at some point, maybe. Henry and Charlie, Gregory and Vanessa.
Ooh. Do you think I can see Vanessa as being like a painter?
She definitely. No, she's a crafter. She's crafty.
She's crafting.
So it's artistic, but it's in like the DIY. It's in the kind of like crafty range. It's like Amy.
She's like Amy.
So Vanessa is Amy. Amy is blonde by nature. I'm just saying.
That's true.
I just need to ask if she had a rainbow streak in her hair at any point.
Oh my gosh.
Vanessa's iconic. Only ever written but never seen.
And Amy does a lot of the cosplay and stuff, so she has things like the mask and that sort of thing. Look.
Wait, see, now we're getting into who is which character.
Now we're
in Theorist. Who is who in Theorist?
Oh no!
No. That we'll leave that for chat to decide.
Oh my gosh! Can't wait for the whole Ash's Balloon Boy thread. It's gonna be awesome. Excited to see that one.
Yeah.
Mega thread. Every Ash to Balloon Boy comparison.
But I mean, like there is one other who I think is obvious. Dan is obviously Monty.
Oh yeah.
He crushed that at Sith.
That's true.
He was Monty personified there, and he crushed it.
I can get down with that.
Yeah,
I would agree.
That makes sense. So those are non-negotiable. Those two are non-negotiable.
Right. I think I'm going to take psychic damage if I go too far down this line.
Yep.
And I know it's counterintuitive to the purpose of this stream,
Yep.
but I truly that would break my brain more than investigating the lore or the impact of this franchise.
That makes sense.
So
where would you like to move on to in the FNAF franchise?
Where would I like to move on to? I think I'd actually like to use this moment to redeem my chat pass.
Ooh.
And pop over to chat
Ooh.
and see what they're discussing.
Wow,
And what we can
pass. 3
discuss
hours
based
in,
on that.
first chat pass. Let's go.
So, let us know. Oh, he's going, clearing his throat. So,
Howdy.
what's up?
Earthwing wants you to talk about
Earthwing.
FNAF World.
Oh my gosh.
Best FNAF game.
Right
Oh.
off the rip. That was a quick one.
Best
Woo!
FNAF game.
Oh my gosh. First of all, hi Earthwing. What's up?
Hello.
So-
Great question.
Here, you were excited. You
Oh.
screamed.
FNAF World. Hands down best FNAF game.
Okay.
Which is, and it's interesting. I've seen this online a lot. It feels like that game,
like, it got a lot of hate when it came out, and I think
Yes.
there's a lot of understanding as to why, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It wasn't what it promised. It didn't have like a 3D art style. It was the first iteration especially wasn't great. But as like it then went on, it was fine. I think the problem was it was so different at the time, right?
Right.
It was so different for FNAF. It was RPG. It was bright. It was colorful. It wasn't scary in any way. It just was an RPG, and that when people are so desperate for the lore and the creepy and the scares and the spooks, it's just not what people wanted. And so I think, and it is confusing, and if it's totally canon or not, it's uncertain. There are reasons to believe it is, there are reasons to believe it's not. And so I think there was a lot of frustration. Again, the fact is it's really hard to recoup from like a bad launch, right? Like security breach. Actually, the game they kept updating it, and actually it's pretty, like, it's still a bit messy, but the glitches aren't nearly as bad, but it hasn't gotten away from how bad it was at launch. And so I think FNAF World was largely the same, but going back to it now, and a lot of people I've seen doing this are like, actually, this game's pretty hype.
Yeah.
This game is really fun because it's different.
Right.
All the reasons people hated it, it feels so much nicer, so much like it's just a breath of fresh air in this world. And there is some interesting story. There's also just random stuff. You've got, you know, Chica's magic rainbow trying to kill you. You've got the personification of like Anim Dude is there to like attack you. And he's being incredibly meta, and it's silly, and it's tongue-in-cheek, and there is some interesting stuff about like the teasing of Circus Baby, and there is some interesting stuff about, you know, interpreting the pictures of like, is this meant to be Michael and Elizabeth and the crying child, or is this Henry and whoever, or is this like, you know, because again, it was around the time of Sammy and Charlie, so it's like, oh, is this actually Charlie and a sibling we don't know about, and Henry, whatever. Like, who's Desk Man? Is that meant to be Scott losing his mind, or is that actually Henry? Like,
Desk Man.
all those sorts of things. I think there's just a lot of fun mysteries, but partly because it's like questionably canon, there's almost just a bit more fun you can have with it, because you can just go, if we don't fully solve it, it doesn't really matter. It's just fun to like theorize about, but it's fun to play. I'm just a big fan of RPGs generally. Love an RPG.
Yes.
And so I think that game it's balanced in a fun way. I think the different characters and the moves they use, like the imagination behind some of the moves they use and their character descriptions, and like just how that game functions is just a lot of fun and gives you a lot more game compared to you know, other FNAF games as well. So it's just like something you can keep coming back to and play it differently and have different teams and try different things. So I from just a like purely gameplay and that, I just love it. I think it's a really fun game.
And like, it's a different replay value than other games, right? Because you're going at, like you said, it's because it's more RPG. There's more of like that different like strats and stuff. And yes, there are certain things where you can be like, oh, it could be lore, right?
Yeah.
Like the things with the Desk Man.
Yeah.
And then you got my Mr. Consequence. So, old man consequences. But like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different reason to go into a FNAF game than I think that people have previously been given.
Yeah.
And so being able to do that, like, yes, I totally understand. I didn't see a lot of the reaction when that was happening in the space. But coming into this later, again, you really only hear positive things about FNAF World.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think there was, correct me if I'm wrong, the teasers like leading up to FNAF World were a whole situation in and of themselves, right?
Yeah, that was a weird one. Because I'm trying to remember those as well, because it was a long time ago, but also they were very strange, because it was like revealing of characters and like, but it was like the old characters in like, or it was all the characters together, which basically felt like it was like a teasing of almost like what an Ultimate Custom Night would be. And I think that was also it, which is why Ultimate Custom Night became a thing. Yeah. Because people wanted that. And then they started like chipifying into their models. And that it was just that's what I remember, but I can't remember the specifics of how long that went on. But yeah, it was a bit of a strange situation. It's just no one knew what to expect. It was just, this is very, very different, and so we don't really know how to take this.
Yeah, it's like, Scott, what are you doing right now?
Exactly.
Right? Especially like during a time where there's more things coming out about the story and the lore, and there's more mysteries and stuff. Then we're hit with FNAF World?
Yeah.
What?
Well, exactly. It was totally out of left field. Like,
I get why, because again, I think again, which is why like Deskman being Scott makes a lot of sense. He's incredibly burnt out. He was burnt out making Sister Location. He was also working on the book. He was also like, and it's all the same. Like it's a lot of the same stuff, right? And so Sister Location is a drastically different game, and so there's some level of, but it's like it was creatively really draining. And so I think FNAF World was a good reprise for him. I'm sad that at the time it wasn't well received, but it's like,
Yeah.
I think as a creative person, I get that need to do something different that isn't your normal stuff, right? Because it's that is what keeps you fresh and keeps you kind of like mentally able to keep going. Whereas if you are doing the same stuff day in, day out, it gets tough. It's why we occasionally do a random theory that isn't like our usual lore or indie horror or whatever. We do Shadow as a Genie or whatever, because it's just that creative freedom. And so I get why Scott wanted to do that. And yeah, I the other thing I really love about it though is the benefit that an RPG gives you, like you say about replay value. One of the things I saw, which I loved, someone did a Nuzlocke of FNAF World. I can't remember who it was. Was it Astral Spiff? It might have been Astral Spiff. It's Astral Spiff or Rye, I think, but I think it was Astral. Apologies if I'm wrong there, but yeah, you do a basically you do a Pokemon Nuzlocke, i.e. you collect your team, and if they die once in battle, they're dead and you cannot use them again.
Permadeath. Yes.
And basically, I think they proved that it's nearly impossible to beat the game.
Awesome.
Without losing your entire team, because it is just not built for that. It's not that kind of RPG. But again, it allows you to have those fun challenges and go, how do I do this in my own way? Whereas like FNAF, even like the original ones, there's not that many outside the custom nights. There's not a lot of challenge you can yourself insert. Like I know people tried to speed run FNAF, because there are a couple of things you can do to like speed run, like the menus and the screens, like the night, like the 6 a.m. screens.
Yeah.
But normally it's RNG, right? Of just what you get.
Right.
Whereas because it's an RPG, you can plan for it. It's not completely random, and so you can like set yourself limitations and goals and whatever else. Or like, I'm going to do it with no items. I'm going to do it with only one team member. I'm only going to use the the toy animatronics. I'm only going to use Freddy's or whatever. You can set yourself fun little challenges to keep you coming back and making that. So I really love it from a gameplay standpoint. Lore perspective, as we said, it's weird.
Right. And it's also, it begs the question of what we can take from FNAF World in terms of how that fits into other, games down the line, right? Because, like, Into the Pit, very, very different, right? One, understand, like, Scott was much more hands-off with, like, the more recent games in the series, right? But these games that feel differentiated from others in, like, the general period of release, right? Like, hey, do we actually need more of that variation in Five Nights at Freddy's? Is that okay? Because right now we're seeing some like structures emerge, kind of like what I said before about like, oh, this is what structure to expect going into this game based on where indie horror and like mascot horror is in 2025. And then like you had that structure again with FNAF 2014, 2015, where you went in knowing kind of what to expect. Where FNAF World, you went in, what? Yeah. Right? Like, is that something that we think could happen again in a way that works? Or maybe it's okay if it doesn't get received well in the moment, but is better down the line. Yeah. It could also be a thing of like FNAF World was also a little like novelty in that way, where it's like you can't really try to replicate that. No. Because it was such its own thing.
I think it's hard. I think from like, because there's the lore side of it, right? And with Into the Pit, we had the same sort of debates of like, is this canon or is this not canon, because it was such an out there game. But I think there's definitely, and again we're getting 5 laps this year, so that's
full 5 laps
this year, which, guys, I'm just saying, if it does not have online multiplayer, what are you doing? I'm just saying, because like, it's a kart race, so what else are you gonna do? Like, I'm very excited to play that with a bunch of people. I think that'll be great. But and I think the thing is, we're at the point now where we would accept and welcome novelty. I think when FNAF World happened, it was the first novel thing, and so that's always hard because it's like a change in format.
A novel thing, but not first novel.
Yes, not that. that I can't remember which came first, FNAF World or Silver Eyes. They were very close together, I'm pretty sure. But it was that thing of like, because it was the first real novel game, there's an uphill battle you're fighting to kind of convince people to play this. It's still the same. It's the same franchise, but you're still gonna love it. Whereas now people kind of like 5 Laps. The idea of it was well received until it released.
Right.
But it was well received because people are like, oh, that's novel, that's interesting, that's different. Same with Into the Pit. It's different, it's interesting. And so some people go like, it's one of the best FNAF games because it's just different and interesting. It's refreshing, right?
Yeah.
I have seen people wanting a FNAF World 2 and asking for a FNAF World 2. And I think there is scope. I think you could do it, and I think it would be a very different experience. I think it would be much better received now than it ever was back then.
Yeah.
But I also think that there's just so much you can do, because again, that was all pre-sister location, so it was, again, like, loosely, it felt like the lore, and I know some people have theorized about it, it was based around like the crying child's brain and the idea of like putting the pieces back together and helping the crying child's mind come back together.
Right.
That's like a theory that exists out there, and so, but that was, yeah, it was the crying child and, you know, the box, the FNAF 4 box, and FNAF 1 to 4 and all of that stuff, right, all exists in FNAF World. Since then, we've had the whole end of that era. We'll get to it. Yeah, it's like we had the whole end of the era, so we've had FNAF 5, 6, and 7. Also, isn't it funny that we went from FNAF 1 to 4, then we had Sister Location. We still call it FNAF 6, even though it has a name, but then we call Sister Location, we don't call it FNAF 5.
Right. I was thinking about that the other day,
and
actually.
We don't call it FNAF 7, we call it Ultimate Custom Night, but FNAF 6 we still call FNAF 6.
Yeah.
It's weird, even though it's just called FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. But anyway, that's a tangent, but it's a FNAF tangent, so it's fine.
Yes.
But I think we've had all of that part that you could riff on, but we're now also in this new era from like Help Wanted onwards, where you could riff on something for, like, you know, have this be, you know, in the VR world. That's the world we're playing in, rather than like the mind of the crying child. So you're playing in the VR world, like kind of in a sense what Princess Quest was doing, but
right.
You could do it in a more RPG, in a bigger way, where it's like we're in like, and like you've got the realms, right? Because in FNAF World you go down in levels, which I think is fun, and like one of the bottom levels could be just Princess Quest straight up.
Yeah.
But like the higher levels are more of like the top level VR and stuff, and like because you've got the Mimic and you've got all of the things it controls and its influence on stuff. Again, if we do end up with more influence, that isn't just like, or you're seeing the internal battle of the Mimic. We theorized before about how it feels like it's getting data from Afton and Charlie, which is why like Night Marionette is such a thing. And so, and if it does end up like with Jackie and stuff being this thing about like, here's Elizabeth and Charlie and these kind of opposites kind of working together, I definitely think there's a world where you could literally be in the mind of the Mimic program, as it were, in the VR world, in the Mimic program, and RPGing around the place, like RPGing around the place, but just like exploring that and trying to either fix it, correct it, like shut it down, like anything. And whether it's canon or not, or whether you like find a way to make it work into the canon, or if you don't, I think that's a really fun world to. So like we were saying about exploring more of the VR stuff, I think this could be a good way of doing that.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Because again, if you're worried about is it canon or not, you can do whatever you want and just say, well, it's not canon, and then it, like, well, I mean,
I guess you're not wrong.
I mean, like in terms of like, oh, but would that mess with like the plans we have for the Mimic? You just go maybe, and if that is the case, you just kind of frame it in a way where it's clearly just like a separate canonicity. It's just showing you it's like we can learn about the inside of the Mimic, but the outcome isn't necessarily canon. And that could be a way of playing it, similar to what we've done with the book, similar to what we've done with like the original. I think there's things you could do, and I think that could be really fun. But yeah, you okay there? You all right? You're struggling.
Oh man. Okay. I'm starting to feel the impacts of talking about FNAF until I just can't.
Do you need caffeine?
I might.
Okay.
I don't know. I slammed this coffee here.
Yep.
I have worked my way through 3, almost 4 bottles of water. So it's been 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I have a Gatorade before? And who knows?
Who knows? But there's a lot.
Yes.
Let's talk about the box then, because you cringed at that.
Oh, ew.
If we need as a starting point, you cringed at the box, so let's talk about the box.
I was really surprised that we got this far without referencing
The box?
the box really at all. But I feel like the question has been stated so many times of what's in the
What's
box.
in the box?
Of what's in the box. And it's like, you almost feel a little bit helpless approaching the question. Because, like...
Well, we know what the answer is right now. The answer's nothing. He hasn't planned what's in the box. We know that that's the answer. The actual answer is right now there is nothing in the box.
Right now.
Right now.
Right now.
This is the thing. Like, we need... Like, Scott basically says he doesn't even know if he's coming back to the box, which is why I'm like, even for now, it's like, yeah, no, there's basically nothing in the box. Because he hasn't planned for it, and he doesn't plan to come back to it.
It's like FNAF Schrodinger's box.
Yeah.
There's nothing in... But there's nothing.
Yeah, well, while it remains,
now.
closed, it is both full and empty at the same time.
Right, but that's why it's like, yeah, sure, nothing's in the box.
There has to, sure, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Theories are, and clearly at a point there was something in the box. There was a plan for the box, but it just never materialized. And so because he basically said the story has changed so much that what was in the box basically doesn't work anymore, and so the box can't, like, it doesn't work in that way. And so that's like a part of it, right? I think there have been theories all over the years of what's in the box. It's the crying child's dead body. It's the crying child's toys. It is the parts of the robot child that need to be put back together. There's a lot of options of what could be in this box. I just think, but it's one of those things of like, Scott has no intention of answering that question. And so any of those original theories could be right in terms of what was in that box. But again, we've also got to a point where does it matter if there's nothing in the box?
Does it matter? And there's also the question of like, hey, should there be nothing in the box? Should Scott come back to it? Is that a thing? Steffi, you are so kind. Thank you.
Got a Celsius and a Monster. Take your pick, friend.
Oh, this is overwhelming for me.
This is an overwhelming choice. So, I'm going to keep talking about the box while you decide.
So, okay, I already decided. It's fine. But, sure. It's like, oh, well, I don't know what to do. Was that the right move on his part then? Because we've talked a little bit about, Scott's reveals of things and whether or not... Because, nothing and I don't know. Like, that is the antithesis of some of what we were talking about before.
Again, I think it depends on if the box really matters. Because I think... it would have been bad for him to reveal that if the box was important. I think the reason he revealed it is because he doesn't see it as important anymore.
But you have this giant group of people that do.
No, and you do. And he built a road for his own back. He did that by the way he built things and put things together. So he definitely made it to be more of a, here's like this big important thing. Maybe it will be open one day, and then never opened it. So that's definitely on him for doing that. As we're wanting clarifying details, there's a world, and I do wonder whether it's fair to go, look, if we are just barking up the wrong tree or going down a rabbit hole that leads nowhere, is it not better that he cuts us off at the pass and says, hey, guys, don't waste your time here. Like stop. Like, this isn't important. Focus on the things that matter. And like these other things, it's like there's so much to focus on. This one thing doesn't matter anymore, or I don't think it's important anymore. And so there's a world where he's like he's trying not to waste our time.
Right. It's just now you get into the realm of like death of the author, where it's like Scott can come out and say like, oh yeah, this isn't important. I'm not planning anything with this. We should all move on and focus on other things. But if you have people who have built this up to be this large thing, and in the space of like the people who are in it and like enjoy what this is, the box has become important. Yeah. And so there has been a new attributed meaning to the box.
Yeah, like all of these things, they live beyond their creator, right? But it's hard because I think the challenge with FNAF, especially in this particular debate, is the whole point is us trying desperately to find the answers and to solve the story. So it's not like, we're just, you're right. No, yeah. It's not like we're trying to, we're just it's not strictly just separating the author from the work.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of theorizing and us looking at these things is because we're trying to solve a mystery. And so if you can say death of the author, sure,
But if the author hasn't got a mystery there to be solved, then yeah, we can make stuff up and we can find a theory, and we could easily theorize that about what's in the box and probably find an answer, but it's not going to be right, and it's not going to be the story that the actual story we're trying to uncover, and all it might do is complicate us further.
Well, I mean, but we've also said already that, like, Scott is changing the story.
Yeah.
Right?
Also
so
true.
It's like, in a sense, the death of the author has already happened because it's all the deaths of the previous authors.
Yeah.
All the previous authors of Scott.
Yeah, Scott undoing all of his past work and like killing the previous versions of himself, essentially. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, it's in this weird nebulous state, therefore.
Yeah.
Where it's like, as we're trying to find these new narratives, it's like, yes, we're taking pieces of things that Scott has moved on from.
Yeah.
We're also taking pieces of things that Scott is now like, oh yes, this is going to be in the story. Those are being merged together, and the lines of what's what are not clear.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I think for this, I mean, like,
R.I.P.
don't get me
camera.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I would love for something to be in the box. I'd love for that to be a reveal that happens. I think that would be great. Like, because I too was sitting there going, "You've built up this big mystery. Why is it not there?" I think for me, it just depends on like how and why. Because Scott has said like, "Look, what was in the box doesn't really make sense. The story's moved on in a different direction." I think there's a world and a way he potentially moves that back, but I think it's one of those things of, for now, maybe for now, it's not worth worrying about or thinking about until such a time as he brings something up that makes us go, that's the box, or that's to do with the box. Like, because if he brings something back, because he said like, I'm not sure I'll ever do it again, doesn't mean he's totally not doing it again.
Right, and therefore like Schrodinger's FNAF box.
Exactly, but it therefore means that like, if right now he's saying, I don't think there's anything here, or I've not figured it out, it's then for us as theorists going, I'm just going to park that. Like, you know, Matt had theories and I've got theories where you just kind of have to park them for a bit until we have more to say or there's more evidence. So you just kind of go, okay, this is just like helping us narrow our focus. We're going to park the box discuss like the theory for a bit, and then down the line we may find he releases a book, releases a game or something,
right,
where suddenly there's a key detail about the box, and like, or a key thing where it's very explicitly like, this is about the box, which may mean that Scott has suddenly figured out what's going to go in the box.
Yeah.
And at that point, we can then dive back into that debate. But I think in this interim period, until that happens, it just kind of gets to that point of going like, it feels like we're talking about something that he doesn't even care about. And so while we can find an answer, it will never truly be satisfying because Scott doesn't even have what the answer is. So we can't...
For right now.
For right now,
until there is the death of this version of Scott. And we go to the future and it's like, oh, well, here it is. Back around.
Exactly. We'll see.
We'll see. But that's the thing. Like, what's in the box? Like, for right now, yeah, sure. But in the past, there have been things in the box that are no longer in the box. In the future, there will be things in the box that are not currently in the box.
Yep.
So what's in the box? There is literally no way for us to know.
No.
Sure, right now, we're being told this. But, like, that's not the ultimate end-all, be-all.
No, 100%. And that's the thing, is then going, well, where do you draw the line in terms of how much you want to time and effort you want to give to thinking about it, because like you say, it's just going to change,
right? So
like there's a really like, it is that thing of going, okay, right now it doesn't really matter what's in the box because it's going to change.
But like, again, with how, you know, the movement and how we're kind of thinking about theorizing, if a lot of it is like narrative clarity, then there are people and theorists who are going to find the most narratively satisfying thing to be in the box and find evidence to back it. So like, we can literally will what is in the box and just have like, you know what, and this is what a lot of us believe, and it isn't confirmed, but like, this is what we're saying right now, friends.
I guess it's just whether it's more about you and whether you want to exert that energy for knowing full well that there is no answer. Like, you're making an answer for something that there is no answer. Like, we know there is lore to FNAF, but we know right now there is nothing in the box, and you're just, like, putting something in the box, which, Scott could change his mind later, but you also have no idea where he's changing his mind to or what evidence he's got, and so you end up in a position where you're like, you're going to put something out into the world, which, for all intents and purposes, is just wrong.
Right.
potentially out the gate, and then he'll release something later on. Is that going to make it really dissatisfying because he's completely changed what it is because you were working only on the evidence that we have right now?
Right.
I guess.
Yeah, and that's,
And that's theorizing in a nutshell, to be fair.
Right, but also the other thing here is that kind of thing is fun,
That's fair.
Like, going into the box and still trying to figure it out of, like, you know what? I'm not going to take nothing as an answer.
Yep.
Let's see and let's go in deeper.
Yeah.
Like, that is still fun and rewarding,
Yeah.
right? It's just a matter of, like, I don't think we can definitively just say nothing because that's the thought right now and then move on.
That's totally fair. That is totally fair. I mean, like, to be fair, I was always a proponent of it being the crying child or the robot parts of the crying child, like the whole I will put you back together thing, and like it's like the things that are best left forgotten. Like, it's the thing of, like, because it didn't work, he couldn't bring his kid back to life or whatever, like that to me, that was what felt narratively satisfying for me. But I know there's a lot of different interpretations out there of what could be in the box, but because it's also that thing of you're kind of limited to the first 4 games and the story of the first 4 to figure out why that box should be left forgotten.
Right. But it's also kind of nice.
Yeah.
If you think about it, it's nice to have, like, a contained, like, oh, okay, so this is what I've got to work with, and these are the puzzle pieces, right?
And I mean, it's something that Matt taught me to do very early on was with FNAF. It was like recontextualize everything. So it's like, when was this released? What else released around this time? Like, so I know John as again did something similar where he's like, the books release around the same time as this game, and so what was the things that tied together with those things? And it's that kind of feeling of, like, what else is going on that allows these things to connect and make sense. And sometimes it's recontextualizing, right, what's the story beat in this era? Because especially the first 4 games all came out within 13 months. So it's like, that is a very enclosed, like, story and era of FNAF. Whereas the later games have taken longer and come out more further apart. And so it's like, well, what is trying to be told and what's trying to connect through these stories, which I think is interesting and fun to look at, especially because then the books start coming into the mix. So it's like, what's the parallels here in terms of the stories being told in the books versus the games? Matt talks a lot about how Fazbear Frights should have tied into Security Breach from a timeline perspective, but then the Security Breach got delayed so much the Frights books just kind of kept coming out, and so it kind of messed. But I think that's an interesting thing to look at, is when you're trying to sort of look at the lore of Security Breach, go, well, look at its original release date and look at where Fazbear Frights is, to kind of go, right, what stories map on or could be mapped on or could tie in some way. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
How long have we been talking about Five Nights at Freddy's?
3.5 hours.
Oh my god.
So far, we're doing well. I said about 4 hours.
Yeah, I think we're on par, man.
Yeah, we're doing. I'm an hour ahead of you.
You're more than an hour ahead of me. And that's okay.
That's
you know?
okay. I mean, you
That's
did
alright.
stream until very, very late last night, so I think you get a bit of a pass there.
I know, and, like, I'm saying my FNAF thoughts. You know what I mean?
You are, and you have very good FNAF thoughts.
And you have very good FNAF thoughts.
Ooh,
Good FNAF thoughts.
the left-handed shake. That was a bold move.
Dominance.
That was absolutely a power move right there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cross. This is downstage. That closes off the body.
So you made me cross downstage.
Dominance.
See, power move. Okay. Right.
We deserve a penalty.
Yeah, we should.
That was a penalty.
That was a tangent, but I'm actually going to ask for my chat pass, I think.
All right, grab your chat pass.
Yeah, grab my chat pass. Sam, what we got? Oh, the clear of the throat
Let's
every
see.
time.
Oh, perfect timing. Somebody wants to talk about Eclipse.
There we go. We said we'd get back to
Whoa.
it. I knew there's like 3 things we put pins in and not actually gotten back to.
I know.
What are your feelings of Eclipse? You seem to have some strong feelings, Ash.
Here's the thing. I think Eclipse smacks. As a character,
Yep.
I am so eager to learn more. So eager, especially with the content update for Help Wanted 2. When we were looking at the building itself, right? All of the sun and moon imagery was so prominent there. And, we'd been speculating that Sun, Moon, Eclipse was like a previously established character, right? And that was going to be something that we would get more info on, which is satisfying with, like, the later release of Security Breach and seeing this character. Oh, great, now we get to see more of them? at the very beginning, there's
Yeah.
an additional importance here. Whoa! And also, like, the fact that this has been maintained this long period of time.
Yeah.
That's so exciting to have that, right? So I remember being particularly hype when I saw that going through the VR experience. So in terms of how I feel about it too, like, again, the question comes up about the technological like advancements through like Eclipse and all that, because you know, it's kind of like, it's simplistic, but it's also pretty complex. Like, both of those are true about its design.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm excited that it could be coming back and added back into the recipe.
It does feel fascinating because we talked about it in our mimic theory about how like, oh, the mimic essentially not kind of but not really, but it's that thing of like being retconned back into like the earliest part of the franchise when it never existed, and we went through like the paper pals and things like that to go like, oh look, the mimic was there all along.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting, and if Scott has like planned it in a way where he's like retroactively tied all these things together, I think it's incredible if he's done that, because that's actually really impressive. But it's like Sun and Moon as well is the same thing, where it's like, here's a random character that does not fit the glam rock aesthetic. Like, why are they here? Like, they are the odd, like Circus Baby, they are the oddball here. It's like, you don't make sense. Like, and you're a daycare attendant, and then the books, it's like, oh, they were a theater performer originally, which again ties better into a circus and all that sort of stuff. So
You're talking about tickets for like a singing show or something.
And exactly, you're going, oh, you've got like, because he was like, he played both the hero and the villain when the lights went out and stuff like that. So you're going, that makes loads more sense as like a show for kids.
So sick.
Which is cool.
It's so sick.
But which is where like Eclipse becomes slightly confusing, because if his lore was like, oh, he was meant to be the villain and the hero, it's like, was Eclipse just him when he was like totally, like he was able to switch for the sake of a story while being totally like okay, whereas like him being split into those two personalities more distinctly made it more uneasy and like less like stable. I don't know, but I do think it is fascinating. Again, like we talk about the teeth of Sun and Moon being very similar to the Mimic's teeth. They're kind of like they're moving parts.
Yes.
Which does tie it back to that like old school thing. And again, seeing the stuff in Help Wanted 2 in the update definitely made it feel like, oh wow, like there's a connection here. The other weird connection with that is the fact that you've got like, it's a golden Freddy and a blue Bonnie, right, as well, with the Sun and Moon imagery.
Yes.
Which is
Yes.
like that was a weird, that was like, what's that about then? Again, because we've talked about these characters being alive for a long time, but it's always been golden Bonnie and golden Freddy, but now it looks like a golden Freddy with a blue Bonnie, or is it like the lighting? So is it a brown? Like there's some weird stuff going on there with, and yeah, it's strange. I think the thing that's always stood out to me, and it's something Matt and I went back and forth about this for a long time, we just could never quite figure out how to frame it, is another theme, because we keep talking about themes of FNAF. Themes of FNAF, who'd have thought, is duality.
Yes.
So the Mimic has a duality with between like its body and its digital self, with like Helpy and the physical mimics. They're literally arguing.
Yeah.
So it's like there's this duality. Even Helpy has that duality in Ruin. So you've got a duality there. You've got Sun and Moon is a duality. So since like Security Breach, we've really been focusing on this duality. Tiger Rock, two different colored eyes, and it's like those sorts of things of like, and we talked about like the duality of like Elizabeth versus Charlie, even we've talked about, and like Henry versus William. It's like there's all this sense of like opposite forces constantly, and Sun and Moon is the biggest like manifestation of that.
Right.
And so that's where I'm intrigued to see, because it feels like, again, there's a level of importance to their character and to this duality that I don't think is going to be important necessarily. Like, I'm not sure that Sun and Moon are going to physically be important characters in like the lore of the story, but I think they are going to be able to teach us, and Eclipse is going to be able to teach us a lot about other characters in the story through like the symbolism of their duality and like the things that we learn about. So like the Mimic, like the blue Bonnie and the golden Freddy in the sky thing. I think through Sun and Moon, it's going to be teaching us about these other things rather than like, oh no, it turns out Sun is the main character of this friend. Like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not that kind of reveal. It's more their importance and their place is going to show us loads about other people, and their duality is going to highlight something. I'm sure of it. I just do not know what it is yet.
Right. So occasionally you'll find these characters that are just like touchstones of such themes, right? And sometimes when you have general themes, you can kind of place different characters on almost like a graph or a spectrum of where they fall on different sides within that theme. So I could see Eclipse being a touchstone of that, and then a good source of comparison for other characters.
Exactly. For this, for either like the Mimic with its own duality and its internal fighting.
Yes.
Because again, like the whole point in Ruin was we fix it, turn it back into Eclipse so it's one thing.
We fix it.
We fix it.
We fix it.
I can fix it. But we kind of put it back together would be the other way of putting it, which is much more on theme.
Haha, yeah. Theme.
But
double joke. The duality.
We've been doing this for too long.
Yeah, I agree.
But it is that thing, and so that was kind of where I went. That was what initially tipped me off to. Oh, these are the Mimic is two separate things. You've got the program, and the thing is this duality coming back together into one. So like I felt like Eclipse was kind of teaching towards that. But again, it's just that thing of going like, yeah, where. Like the Eclipse part of it, I think is fascinating. The coming together of the dualities.
Yes.
So again, if you want to go to like Henry and William, it's the coming together to create Fazbear. Like them coming together create something, or create something more stable, but independently they don't quite work properly or whatever.
Yeah, I mean we've seen kind of the duo thing before too. Like even in Ruin, right? The purple and the green, right?
That's exactly it. Yeah, so you had the purple and the green, and then obviously with like Tiger Rock, it's the similar thing of the blue eye versus the green eye. It's exactly that. It's the purple versus green was the big one, which is where we're going. Oh, it's Afton v Charlie, and you know, or Elizabeth v Charlie, or whatever. Like there's a few interpretations.
Charlie's just ready to brawl.
Yeah, Charlie's ready to go, man. But you know, that's why we didn't pick her to be for the person we'd fight, because she's clearly ready to go.
No, yeah, Charlie would take me out.
Exactly.
Easy.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. But it's that kind of vibe of going like, there's this duality, there's this fighting, this coming together of those things to create something more stable. And like, which is fascinating when you go, again, stable doesn't necessarily mean good. So if the Mimic comes together, it may be more stable, but that may not be good. Or is it good? Is it actually like the idea of while we're sitting here going, no, don't like let the Mimic come back together. Actually, it coming back together like neutralize, like because you've got the good and the bad comes together and like neutralizes it. Like possibly there's a lot of potential in terms of speculation.
Right.
But I again going to Secret of the Mimic with it, I do think having Sun and Moon or Eclipse, however, again, I think that will be interesting is what if we see them.
Yeah, what variants?
Which is it? Is it Sun and Moon? Have they been separated for that long? Or will it be Eclipse? And actually, it's a bit like, it was a much later they split into like the two. And how and why? Maybe we see the split. Maybe like the Mimic has like a part in that or something. I don't know. But like I think that will be interesting, and again that helps map things onto the story and figure out how this works and why Eclipse as a character is important,
right?
To see how the coming together started, where it began, and where it goes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like again, it's one of those things where I think that the development and the changes of like Eclipse with Sun and Moon, like it's one of those things where it's actually emblematic of another storyline, right? Where we're talking about patterns, I could see Sun and Moon, Eclipse, the separation, the coming together being like story ingredients that can be used elsewhere. Not exactly in the same way, but like, you know, it's just one of those things where it's setting up something to remember. It's like, hey, look for this pattern. Like take note of what's happening here.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. And again, I think because you've immediately got the parallel there with the blue Bonnie and the yellow Freddy, who again, we've always said, look, Bonnie often ties to Afton and Freddy often ties to Henry, just based on things like the Silver Eyes, where they literally wear those costumes. It wasn't blue Bonnie, admittedly, but those characters, there's always like a tie between those characters. And so again, it's like, you've got 3 degrees of separation here, where you're then suddenly going, here's Sun and Moon, and what we learn from them will teach us about Freddy and Bonnie, which will teach us about Afton and Henry, which might teach us about the Mimic. Like, there's a lot of things it could lead to, which so I'm really fascinated to see how and where that goes. But I do think so. I think Sun and Moon are going to be important in helping us figure that out. It's just how and when and like in what form we see them in.
Yeah, and it's not to say that it would for sure be that level of interconnected.
No.
But like it feels like it's going to have at least some degree of like narrative importance beyond itself.
100%. 100%.
So,
They're a good character. They're fascinating and they're
right?
fun.
They're so fun.
And-
it's like, again, because, you know, it doesn't fit the aesthetic of what we saw in Security Breach, right? It's that feeling of being refreshing and new and like charismatic even in that way because it just feels so differentiated.
Also, him like getting upset because you knock over the barrels and him having to have them just right. I relate to that so hard.
No.
Just like, oh no! He's voiced by, it's Glamrock Freddy. It's the same voice actor,
Yeah,
isn't it? Which is like impressive.
it is.
I mean, voice actors are impressive generally, but you know, like, yeah, he's a fun one. He's a good character. I'd be interested to, again, I'm interested to see if we get any more new characters or whether we just find old characters
right?
going
And
forward.
I have to mention what the deal is with Jackie.
Well, yeah, because we got Jackie, and we hope we have Sun and Moon or
Yeah,
Eclipse.
some weather.
Some weather.
Something that'll
animatronic.
affect the tide.
But
sure.
we've also seen a bunch of posters of like other characters, and it's unclear whether those are Fazbear franchises or characters, or whether they are other franchises all being made in the same factory that just go out to the different companies.
Right.
Like, it's unclear right now. So we may get a bunch of new characters in animatronics, or it may just be, you know, the old gang again. You know.
It's true. You know those weird clown posters that we've seen throughout FNAF where it's
Yep.
like the kind of creepy clown?
Yeah.
I've been very curious if that's going to pop back up in some way, shape,
Oh,
or
I
form.
think I feel like, again, I almost mentioned it in my Secret of the Mimic theory. There's a reason I didn't, and we can talk about that because we've got all this time. But I almost certainly feel like that was Michael like drawing his memory of Jackie, like in the Mimic.
Oh my gosh, the Doodler.
The Doodler again, but it's because like it show like those posters are so tied to FNAF 6 especially, which we know is Michael,
Right.
and like he's putting drawings up and stuff, but there's no clown for another character to like. I mean, you've kind of got like the lemonade clowns or whatever, but they're not the same, and it's like it feels so tied to Jackie's design. Like it's the orange hair, it is this big grin, like evil grin that even Baby doesn't have, and so it feels very emblematic of that. And so I'd love for that to come back. Part of the reason, like, I almost included it as a detail to kind of again bolster the idea of like, look, the Mimic's been here the whole time. This is a memory that Michael is having. Like, this is him drawing a character from his memory of the franchise. The reason I didn't in the end was because there is one other picture that I couldn't explain, and if I couldn't explain it, it felt like it would just weaken the argument.
Right.
Which was, in FNAF 6, there is another poster involving that clown. Because there's the drawing of the clown, and then there's the poster, which has a bear, a clown, and a man in a purple suit with a ventriloquist dummy.
Yes. We saw that in John's timeline last week. Yep.
And that image very much felt, and Matt always theorized about and felt very emblematic of, here is the crying child that got bit by the bear, here is the clown Baby, and here is Afton with Michael as his puppet.
Yep.
Who looks like him and acts like him,
Right.
And that's what it felt like. And so the reason I then didn't include that in my Secret of the Mimic video was because if I suddenly said, well, this clown in FNAF 6 is meant to actually be the Mimic, you then have to explain, well, what does this poster now mean?
Right.
Because this poster, now it has the Mimic and Afton and a bear and a ventriloquist. And like, I had a loose idea that it was like, well, here's the Mimic as the clown because Jackie, and like at the minute we didn't have Jackie at the time. We only had the clown mask poking out of the box. But it's like, here's the Mimic as the clown. You've got the golden bear, like i.e. Henry, or this like the bear, the Freddy cat, the Fazbear character, and then you had William was like the puppet master at the back,
Right.
like controlling everything.
Which makes sense.
Which makes sense, but it just didn't feel as... It was very much speculation. It didn't feel as strong of a connection, which is why I then just felt the need. I was like, I'm going to cut this because it just doesn't feel like... It raises more questions and makes the argument feel weaker. But I do think that clown in FNAF 6 has something to do with Jackie and the Mimic, and so therefore I'm intrigued, like you said, intrigued to see it come back around and see if it does.
Yeah. Here's something that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of ties into what you were talking about with
Mm-hmm.
this poster, right? It's getting hard to deny the abundance of clowns that we've seen.
There's a lot of clowns.
There's a lot of clowns, and they all have similar aesthetics.
Yep.
You know, Jackie, Circus Baby, what we got, Eleanor, Ennard, kind of with the mask.
Ennard, Ennard with the mask again. That mask feels very emblematic of
right?
Jackie and stuff, and the clowns. Yeah, you've got those. Yeah, in terms of like clowns, those are the main four.
Right? Like, do we think, and this sucks, I'm sorry.
Go for it. This is what this is for.
Yeah, do we think that they're connected as characters at all in the beginning?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Like,
I mean,
I know I feel like I've seen people try to, avoid it because it's like, oh, it'd be cool if they were like more of their own things, but it's getting to a point where it's like if there's the possibility of Circus Baby existing as a character,
yeah,
like around, Fall Fest and all, is that possible?
I think it's one of these things. I think we've got some options because I think again in that Secret of the Mimic theory, I point out the fact that there's this circus mask, this clown mask, front and center in your office, and Sister Location very much has a circus theme,
right?
Which feels odd, unless it's about the circus origins and because like a white clown was always the centerpiece,
right?
I think there's a couple of ways it could go. I feel like it can either be inspired by, so like Jackie is the first, like it's a circus. At the end of the day, it's like Fall Fest is very clearly looking like a carnival and a circus. So
yes.
Having clowns there, I think is just how it has. Like you're just
right.
gonna have it.
Right.
It's just which of the clowns are there.
Yeah.
Obviously, Eleanor is like a slightly different discussion.
Yeah, that's like
which
an
is
agony thing. And
yeah,
it's like,
and there's all of that.
Yeah, take that away, but
either and again we kind of talked about in today's theory. I think either Jackie is going to be like the first and is like the inspiration for these later characters. Mm-hmm. With like the Ennard mark, like because again whether there is a character that Ennard is
right, the mask was used for
is unknown. It is
right.
a mystery. It could be a newer version of Jackie that they were going to make but never did, for example. It could be that. But I also think there is a world where, like, you often get multiple circuses. And we talked about it, where we go like, oh, William, Henry, and the Mimic essentially act like the three circus clowns, like the three circus acts.
Yeah.
And clowns often perform in groups. So I could see there being a world where they almost like play out the family dynamic, right? Where you've got like Jackie, you've got the baby, you've got
the baby.
You've got those things.
The baby.
Where they are all like a family of clowns that exist, and it's hard because like Jackie is a Jack in the Box, and so there's some complication there maybe, but I could see there being a world where they are like a family of clowns, like as an act in the circus, and maybe Ballora as part of that in some way or whatever, and so that's why they're all together. I think that could work and make sense. How that much they're tied to Jackie, because she's a Jack in the Box, is hard, whether she was like the inspiration or whether she just existed at the same time because Carnival. And so you have all these characters that exist simultaneously but maybe don't interact. It also then depends on, again, like, was baby actually a character, or was it like Afton's cute nickname for his kid who was walking around in a clown costume because she wanted to hang around with dad while he worked at the circus, right? Yeah. So it's like, oh yeah, it's just baby the clown. He just kind of made the character and then she became something late. Like,
right.
There's a lot of things you could speculate for narrative satisfaction or for narrative interest.
Yeah.
But it's so hard to say. I think we'll find out, definitely,
right.
Because clearly Jackie is tied to Fall Fest. Fall Fest has existed for 9 years
right.
at the point of Secret of the Mimic.
Right.
So Jackie might be the first. Jackie might be a later addition, like to the character roster.
Right.
Jackie could have been a character that then became the Jackie in the Mimic, in the Mimic in the Jack in the Box suit, which then evolved into Baby down the line, or. Mm-hmm. Like with the opening up of like a costume era of FNAF, there are so many possibilities to who existed when,
right,
and like which characters existed earlier versus later. Did you have multiple versions of the original FNAF characters? So I've said they had like the rosy cheeks and they were more like the toys. So you had the 4,
right.
But then Pirate Foxy, did Pirate Foxy come in around the same time, or was he an animatronic only edition or a much later edition. Like,
Yeah.
there's so much potential for like how many, because you see it in like Disney World is the prime example, right? Where you have you go to a different Disney park. You go to Disney World specifically, I'm talking about, but I'm sure it does happen in the main parks. But they make it very specific. There are rules about not having like 2 Mickeys in the park at the same time, or like
Right.
two, like,
Yes.
but at Disney World, you do have 4 parks, and they can exist at the same time because no one's going to be able to know if they're at separate parks because they're all a driveway or a monorail. But you would have Adventure Mickey in his safari getup. You then have regular Mickey at the Magic Kingdom. You have Mickey doing something, you know, he's wearing like his Hollywood tourist outfit or whatever it is at Hollywood Studios. Like they have different versions of those characters. And so I could see that being the case at the carnival, where you maybe have a version of Freddy wandering around who's like meeting the kids and like, having photos taken. But then you've got Fredbear's singing show. And so that's where like Fredbear is there, because, and you go and see Fredbear even though normal Freddy's wandering around, but maybe there is Freddy without his rosy cheeks. It's just the normal brown Freddy with like the original Freddy, quote unquote,
Right.
is at a booth that you go and meet. And so because they're all intense, it's like it hides it or whatever. And so you have this idea of like multiple versions of these characters existing all in one carnival,
Right.
because they're doing different jobs.
Yeah, and earlier, you know, because I think like we
Yeah.
associate with that like the addition of more characters like in the early '80s. But if we're saying Fall Fest, that's throughout the 1970s. And it's like, oh, okay, then this cast might have expanded even earlier than previously thought.
Yeah, exactly. And so actually a lot
And with
of
the blue bunny,
the blue
that
well, and this
is more contextualized.
well, and that's the thing, is like now we know almost for certain that a blue bunny existed at this point in the franchise, which is fascinating. Like, I mean, again, theorized because we had the concept art of all of the 3 main characters like that. But yeah, just fascinating that this blue bunny exists in 1970 in a mural. And so you're going, okay, these characters have to exist. And yeah, like, I think it'll be interesting. I do feel like we're heading in a world where the original and probably not the first Fall Fest, like 1970s Fall Fest, if that was the first, but like by 1979, we're at a point where the franchise, in terms of the amount of characters in at one time existing, is probably the biggest it's ever been. And then with the diner, obviously that's a small enclosed location, so they had to downsize. Even Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is a smaller location, so it's like, right, we're going to keep to the core 4. And then as time's gone on, they've branched them out into their own separate IP and their own franchises, like Circus Babies and all of that, and limited the amount because of the limitations of the venue. Versus when you set up a carnival, you've got a load more space, a load more things you can do with it.
Right.
And so it's the funny thing of actually going, this cast was always big.
Right.
Or at least early on was actually the biggest it's ever been. And as time's gone on, it actually narrowed more. And so that's why we only saw pockets of them throughout the years, because it was all about there wasn't the space. So they had to go to their own IP, their own thing. You know, there's a lot of talk of old costumes in the Tales books.
Right.
Like the final epilogue has like, I think like I did count it, something like 12 or 13 costumes that the Mimic is like hiding, and she's trying to sabotage them. And like she only mentions a handful, she doesn't actually say. And we saw there are extra costumes like the bird and the elephant down in the basement, right, of Ruin. But there's the one of the ones that stood out to me, or there's a couple that stood out, but the one that really stood out is there's like an alligator costume
Yeah.
in the basement, which implies Monty existed.
Yeah.
In the costume era.
Right.
So for the carnival, there was an alligator, which kind of makes sense. Like I could see there being a carnival thing where it's like, you know, trying to like wrestle the alligator, or you're like doing tricks above the alligator, like walking a tightrope above an alligator pool or something like that.
Montgomery also is a more oldie, like timey-wimey name.
I know, right?
And then you could see Monty as like a decent rebrand for that.
Yeah, Monty was the glam rock rebrand, whereas you go Montgomery Gator, and you've got like this like, you know, whatever it is, alligator costume. They also had one that felt like a chipmunk or something that felt like Lumber and Sons, like that whole character El Chip and stuff from the old days. There's a mushroom costume and a jester costume, which again feels like it ties into either Jackie or Sun and Moon or both. But there's that kind of thing. There's a lot of these old costumes and characters which imply, and there's also other ones. There was like a tiger. There was like a purple tiger costume, or it was a purple lion costume, or something like that down in the basement of the epilogues. So you've got a bunch of these old characters that exist that were part of the costume era for it. And so you go, not only would maybe we saw multiple versions of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica, but we also have just a bunch of characters that never made it. That never made anything. So again, like these old costumes that were down in the basement of Security Breach, you suddenly go, oh, like the elephant and the lion or whatever were just kind of there, but they just never were able to be used for anything else. And so they exist. And so you've got this massive cast of characters, which again, we've seen a bunch of posters for other characters with other like shows, and whether they're part of Fazbear or not, but they could very well just be this massively extended cast of like frogs and bees and stuff that I think we've seen posters for. And so you go, yeah, we could have more characters, or at least have hints. I don't think we'll see them all unless the Mimic literally does the costume changing thing, which I kind of hope we do see, where they pose as different characters throughout, and Jackie's just one of the ones they do.
Yeah.
Maybe it's their main one, but like they're jumping between the different costumes of like characters. I think that's a fun thing that hasn't really been explored outside of the true ending, where it just wears a costume. You're like, I think there's cool ways, again in the epilogues, where it's like hidden amongst the racks of costumes.
Right, and like we know there's like amalgamations, like weird combos of like costumes fused together. So it seems to imply that there are going to be multiple costumes explored and worn.
Which I think could be really fun, but yeah, it just means that Fall Fest had so many characters.
Right, which I kind of love
Oh, I
conceptually,
do.
because one, it implies that like there was more growth within the Fazbear universe.
Within Fall Fest was a massive thing in and of itself, which is then fascinating to them. Why do a diner?
Right?
Why essentially?
Yeah, why?
Why? It's growth, but it's shrinking. They clearly ran at the same time. That's the thing. The diner ran at the same time as Fall Fest. So Fall Fest goes to at least 83. The diner was 83. We believe, based on a comment that is made in Silver Eyes, that the diner was also 1979 as a start.
Yep.
So 4 years potential. Again, one line, you take it with a grain of salt.
Right.
But,
Make what you will.
But therefore for 4 years there's overlap between these two franchises.
Right.
So it wasn't about downsizing or shrinking. It was just a sense of, we're so popular, we should also open like a diner establishment, like a solid thing that is always going to exist, whereas the carnival's going to keep moving.
Yeah.
You know, and like have our main base, as it were, or like a place to see if that works. And then that went into Freddy's, and the Fall Fest fell apart, and then Freddy Fazbear's. Clearly the diner was like working enough that they were like, we can actually
we can invest in this and grow this portion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it shows that Fall Fest went for over a decade, 13 years at least.
Yeah.
Fall Fest was a thing, and so clearly it was successful.
Right. And it's cool to think about it that way, with like this expanded cast and this like very large, vast thing, because like the Pizzaplex is just a more concrete version of that. Literally, like it's brick and mortar of that.
And it's that thing of going, again, like a lot of the games and stuff, again, well, we saw it in Help Wanted, right, where you got like Phasablast, which is Phasablast in Security Breach, is like literal laser tag.
Yeah.
But Phasablast existed at Fall Fest
As a carnival game.
As a carnival game where you shoot the thing, like you have the plunger shooters or whatever, and you're shooting at the board or whatever it is, like you have that. You have the merry-go-round. The what do you guys call that? Oh, you call it
it's merry-go-round.
Merry-go-round.
We might call it a carousel, but like
carousel. That was the word I was looking. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you have that, but I think Monty Golf. You just like mini golf is clearly just a thing you could just do.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot of those and again, maybe that is why like Circus Baby is showing up unchanged, because again, even the games at in the Pizzaplex are just like revamps or the old of the old games that made Fazbear. You know, I don't know if that you'll have a disco necessarily.
We need to.
Oh no, but it's the 70s. Of course you would.
Yeah.
70s Music Man.
Oh my God.
Disco
dude.
Disco dude.
Disco dude is entering the chat.
Oh, we have to surely we have to have at least a poster of a like an afro wearing Music Man. If
there is a groovy rug, a groovy carpet, then I would hope that we are laying down some absolute disco jams.
The apps and again, I just love the idea of just Music Man just being there with his vinyls.
Right. Fredbear's Singin' Show is actually covering the Bee Gees.
Yes.
So
Oh, that's incredible.
that would change my life, actually.
Yeah. No,
That would change my life.
that would be incredible. But yeah, so again, you can have a disco. I was gonna say, oh, why would you have a disco? And then realized, wait, we're in the 70s.
I was like, yeah, dude, it's the perfect time.
It feels a bit of a weird connection for a carnival, maybe, to have a disco, but the 70s works, so I think that can work. I'm trying to think what other attractions. I mean, there's a bunch obviously in the book of like attractions you could have, but I'm just trying to think of like, what do we actually see in the Pizzaplex? What other maze size?
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
well, like a hedge maze or like a hay maze or something like that wouldn't be outside of it. It's not going to be as complicated and probably won't have the exercise element to it, but like a maze would make sense.
Well, maybe there's something in it that makes you run really fast.
You mean like an animatronic that's trying to kill you?
Yeah, maybe.
or a person in a costume trying to kill
maybe.
you? But yeah, no, and that's the thing. I think there's so much, like, it's why I was so fascinated, because I know Steel Will ages ago said they wanted to do a game in the 70s. Like, it was like a security breach level interview, like back then. They were like, oh, we want to do a game in the 70s. I'm like, that could be really fun. I actually think that's a really fun idea. We all thought it was going to be the diner, that would be the focus, because that's the only thing we knew that could be like around in the 70s. So I think it's fun that we're getting back further. Again, I'm just intrigued to see how it connects Fall Fest and this toy factory with the Mimic.
Right?
Because it's like, is it purely going to be Fall Fest exists at the time? We're going to see a lot of memorabilia around it. Are we going to be shifting locations? Where does the Mimic actually tie into it? Because I feel like with the amount of carnival build-up, we need something to do with it, rather than it just being, oh, here's a toy factory and the Mimic is here, and by the way, here's a poster. Like, that feels like a massive rug pull. A funky rug pull, but a rug pull.
I mean, a funky rug pull is better than just a standard one.
Yeah, for sure.
But
like,
still, that surprise of being just taken aback,
yeah,
you know?
So I'm intrigued by that, but I've really enjoyed the theorizing around Fall Fest and like the potential possibilities that exist. Again, like going back and finding that concept art, I'm like, you know, and I think John pointed it out first, which is where I was like, oh yeah, there's this art. I think it's so fun being able to have all these things and going, well, could this tie in, and looking at like the history of Disney again, talking about like the different versions of the characters in the parks and stuff, and looking at how the costumes work with Disney, the history. We did that for our timeline. Like, that's always been fun. Like, and I think why it feels fun is because it feels, again, it's much more speculative because we don't have any information, but therefore it feels like there's these endless possibilities of what it could be. The thing we have to be careful of is that we don't get disappointed when we actually get the result, because we can have all these ideas of going, oh, maybe this is the biggest the franchise has ever been. Oh, maybe the thing was a spin-off because of this reason, or maybe this, and then we get it and it's like, yeah, no, it was just like the one dude. It was just Jackie, and then like Fredbear singing, and that was it. And we are, oh, here's all this wasted potential.
Right.
And that's like the joy of any franchise, but FNAF, I think particularly, is like our expectations of what the franchise should be.
Right.
It's fascinating.
So, because this game will be likely coming out in the next 2 months.
We do theorize that.
Right?
Like,
we saw the date.
Unless they are complete trolls and just gave us a random number.
But it's a number with grand significance.
It feels like this really important number, and it ends in 25. Feels like it kind of needed to be, right?
Right.
But continue.
Yes. So what things, and this has sort of been the larger conversation throughout all of this, but what things should we be looking for, like yearning to dive into as we go into this next big wave of theorizing? Because as you previously said, right, that first week, that first month, that's when everyone's pushing out all the thoughts. It's when everything's going to come together. We're going to get those mega threads and see all the evidence piecing together, right? From your perspective as the game theorist.
Yep.
And going in, like, this is one of the big releases under your game theory tenure.
Like that and Poppy Playtime are like the big releases of this year, basically.
So,
and maybe 5 laps, depending on how that goes. But yes.
What are you anticipating? What are you afraid of?
What am I afraid of?
Going into this.
I mean, I'm always afraid that we don't get as much as we think we're going to get. Like, there's always the risk. Or you end up with a position, like some games do this, where they think they're giving you a lot, and actually it's not enough to work with. You go, because the thing you have to bear in mind, I think, when telling stories, and like FNAF has done this in the past, where Scott knows, and we saw it with the making of Security Breach. Scott knows what the story is. And so he goes, oh yeah, I can thread out these clues. Like, here's 2 clues.
that point towards this big thing. But because he knows it, of course those two things make sense together. But if we don't know the story, those two things, it's hard to necessarily go, well, these two things clearly connect.
Right.
And so you just end up with these two random pieces of evidence that don't make sense. And so you have to, it's why you need like three or four things that clearly point to one another. And so there's the risk of not actually like feeling like there's a lot, but not actually having enough to do anything with. You can have like a lot of single strands, but not enough to tie them together.
Right.
That's always the fear, is that you're pulling on a random thread that goes nowhere because there's not actually enough evidence to tie it to anything. That's always going to be a fear, just because that's what we make our videos on, right? So it's like, oh, my main fear is that I don't get enough to write about or to make a video about, or that I'm going to struggle to make a video.
Or like just stepping back away from the production stuff to theorize about.
Yeah, well, exactly, because that's the thing. It makes it less fun. If you're sitting here pulling out a thread which goes nowhere, or you go, I know these pieces are important, but I just can't figure it out. That's frustrating, and that's really hard, and it makes it much less fun to theorize about. And so I want this to be fun. I think it's got a lot of potential to be fun. Things I'm excited. Again, we've kind of talked about some of it. I'm excited to see where the Fall Fest stuff ties in. I'm excited to see where like the Bonnie and the Freddy side ties into it. I'm excited to see more of how Edwin ties into it.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
That is a big thing, because it's like, again, it's that discussion of, is this one-to-one canon, or is it like the Silver Eyes, where the characters have the same name and they follow some similar story beats, but the story is kind of different.
Right.
You know, like again, William survived his spring locking in the Silver Eyes. He doesn't in the games, but he's still farming Remnant in the same way. So it's like there's some similar. I saw that Remnant, but it's that kind of thing, right? Of like, how do we tie this together?
Yeah.
So again, I think the discussion around Edwin is going to be interesting. The main thing I'm going to be looking at is going to be things like posters and notes and like what's hiding inside of drawers, and like it's the environmental storytelling. I think with FNAF, that's just what we've learned.
He's looking at walls. He's opening containers.
I'll be the guy. Like, it's like we always joked about me and Matt being the ones like looking at the wall intently trying to figure out something, and then Dan's in the back getting like mauled by an animatronic. Was just like because he's the only one actually paying attention to what's going on around, while we're like focusing on the tiny detail.
Right. I think like part of being a theorist, it's some kind of environmental like detail awareness, but no situational awareness.
Yes.
Like I suffered this so bad during the Poppy playthrough, and like it sounds like we are setting ourselves up for that trajectory during Secrets of the Mimic.
Especially if it's VR. And so you have to get like close to the wall, which means you can't see anything around you.
Oh man, I'm so excited for it though.
It's gonna be great.
Like those playthroughs are so exciting. I know, at least for me, like as you said, the possibility of learning more about Edwin, really like the humans, honestly, but learning more.
It's one of the things we just don't have enough about, and they're the interesting characters. The animatronics are the animatronics, or they're a dead kid that's angry because they got killed.
Right.
Totally valid, but it's one-dimensional, whereas the humans have so much more potential for story and for depth.
Right, exactly. So learning more about them, potentially getting even more detail, right, about what happens to Edwin after the whole mimic brawl and 40-year hiatus, which is what I've been calling it in my brain. Just Edwin's cool little hiatus away from everyone else.
A chill 40 years
hiatus. Just a little hiatus, right? So getting more of that information will be exciting. Also, just more about, honestly, like, Jackie's design is interesting to me because it feels deliberately scary in a way that it's like, Jackie gives me the creeps in a way that it's like, it's hard for me to even, who did you?
I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's with Jack and the like clowns obviously have always been creepy, right? There's a general consensus that like most people find clowns creepy. Some people have, I forget what the phobia is called, but you actually have a irrational fear of clowns. That's a thing. Jack in the Boxes are fascinating. Again, I looked into all of this because we have to, and it just didn't make its way into the theory.
Oh, please.
But Jack in the Boxes, the original Jack in the Box is a demon jumping out of a box.
No kidding.
Yeah. It's meant to be, or it's like a demon jumping out of like a sock or something like that.
A sock.
Yeah, it was based. I'm trying to remember it because I really don't want to get it like totally wrong. But it was basically this idea of a demon getting like hidden away in like a sock and it trying to get out or something like that. Huh. And then a guy turned it into a demon in a box, and then eventually it became a clown in a box.
Wow, so interesting.
And so that's why I feel like a Jack-in-the-Box, compared to every other clown we've had, Jackie is really scary because the Jack-in-the-Box especially has that tie to like a demonic level, like a creepy origin.
I mean, it's like also baby's first jump scare.
Right.
Let's be real here.
Yeah.
They call it spade to spade.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's the thing. And so I think like there's a reason like early clowns and early Jack-in-the-Box designs are scary because they are like the Jack-in-the-Box is designed to be scary. The whole thing was like it was a demon popping out of a box. It was designed to scare the kid. Like it wasn't meant to be fun because it's like, but it's almost like that thing of like, look at humans, right? We always seek the thrills and the scare and the adrenaline. Even back then when it was just a wind-up toy, like we were always looking for scares. But so I think like there's something about that part of their design that harpens back to like that, and the fact that Jack-in-the-Box, like normal clowns aren't designed to be creepy, they just kind of are. Whereas a Jack-in-the-Box was meant to be creepy.
Yes.
That was part of its appeal.
Right? It's just like, but again, the ideation and the creation behind Jackie specifically is very interesting. Getting more information on that, right? There's also just something so fun about this carnival feel. Again, like connecting back to our discussion about FNAF World, the new and the refreshing.
Absolutely.
Right? Like that was a really fun, incredible part of Help Wanted 2 that like we all really dug the aesthetic of. So getting more of that now and finally seeing this payoff of like these themes literally sprinkled in of like circus and carnival for years and years and years, that payoff, but it still feels new and refreshing. It's going to be fantastic to play through.
Yeah, which is why I really want them to be leaning into that costume aesthetic, because again, that feels so different and new. Like compared to just animatronic suits lining the walls or whatever, or just animatronics everywhere. Having this idea of like, here are all these costumes is just such an interesting design aesthetic. You can have so much more, because it's that 70s vibe, right? It's that sense of like, it's old school, which again, we've not actually seen in FNAF because everything from day one has been relatively high tech. Because it's always been animatronics, even from FNAF 1.
Which
like,
is silly, because it's still like set like
In
very
the
far in the
80s.
past, in the 80s,
But-
you know, but like...
But it's always been relatively high tech, so it'd be nice to go to something where, yeah, you've got the mimic, okay, so that's a high tech thing happening, but having like the world around it feel old, I think is fun, and having all these bright colors, and here are all these random costumes of like an alligator costume and a squirrel, or like whatever they decide, chipmunk, or whatever they decide to do, and you know, I think, and like a purple lion is in the book again, I think, which I was like, that's fun. That's fun and weird. I mean, I think we're all going to lose our minds if there's a white tiger costume, right?
Oh my gosh.
If there's a white
It'll
tiger
be huge.
costume, that would be
It'll be huge.
I think that would be great. But I think all of that is fun. And so I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm just definitely, I think it's that reminder of just, the environmental storytelling, looking around us. Because in VR, and when you're playing the game for the first time, obviously the big thing is don't die. I need to actually get through the game for this to be somewhat entertaining. Because if I lose too much, it becomes really boring to play and to watch. But it's that thing of we want to beat the game, but it's also then being able to go back and going, now that I know what to do. And even in the moments where there are those moments of reprieve, it's going, right, what can we see? But, you know, I mean, the fact is we all know that lore is hiding in every chase sequence, always. Annoyingly, because you may miss it. And so that's why it's hidden there.
Yeah.
Right. The literal writing on the wall.
Right. But that's what makes it extra rewarding if you are able to catch it.
And why it's then like, you know, it's why then me going back through like GT Live playthroughs frame by frame and going, what was that poster? And like grabbing the screen grab of like what that moment was is always fun. So there's a lot I think to look forward to with it, and I think it'll be great to see. I'm just, again, it'll be fascinating to see if it does come in a couple months. I hope it does, because otherwise that feels like the biggest troll of all time.
Right.
But in typical indie horror fashion, we'll only find out 2 weeks before it launches, and then all of our schedules will have to be rewritten.
Here's the thing, gladly.
Yeah.
I will play if that is like what I need to do. If I need to lock in for a night and play this game, I will. I cannot express how absolutely hype I am for Secrets of the Mimic. Like, it's just so, there's a different air around it, I feel. Like, we've gotten, like, DLCs and, like, Help Wanted 2, and this is, like, more of, like, a true to form, like, mainline sort of thing.
Yeah, it's the first thing since Security Breach, really.
Yeah.
As an actual mainline game, because Ruin was a DLC. Which again is hard to remember because it feels such like a game in and of itself.
Right, it's exhilarating.
Exactly. So it is fun. It is exciting to be finally getting another main line, considering what Security Breach was 2021.
Yeah, late 2021. December, I think.
No, it was 2020. It was just, yeah, December of 2021. Yes, because
Yes.
I wrote the theory. I helped write the theories in early 2022
Yeah.
because I'd only just come on full time. Because I'd only started freelancing in 2020, so that's how that works. Yeah, that makes. I'm just like doing the math in my head. Like, I'm like, when does, because Security Breach was some of my earliest full time theories. Like it was, which is horrifying to think about. It was like, oh, I was thrown in the deep end.
Also, slight tangential, the memes around Security Breach were awesome.
They were.
Like FNAF TikTok around Security Breach was great.
It's true. I also loved that Sam's head just. You said tangent. He went.
Huh?
Paying attention.
No, it was related.
It was a Security Breach
It was
tangent.
related.
What I'm fascinated by, and this would be really weird with the release of Secret of the Mimic, is it's the 6th, right? It was the 6th of April that the date was. It was
Yes,
four, it was
correct.
4/6 because again American dates. So 4/6/2025.
Yes.
Right. That's a Sunday.
It's Sunday?
That's a Sunday.
What?
Like what game releases?
I
on a
don't know why
Sunday?
I'm checking my calendar as if
As if I've not got mine in front of me and as if I'm lying to you.
correct. Ugh.
Yeah, it's a Sunday.
Wowie zowie.
Which is because like video games releasing on Tuesdays or Thursdays or Saturdays,
That's very common now.
which makes sense. But Sunday feels like an odd choice of day.
I'm down with it.
I mean, like
I'm down
at the
with
end of
it.
the day, you'll come in and go, we're going to do a bonus live, and we're just going to do it on day of release or whatever, because you're insane like that. But and like
I'm excited.
no, exactly, no, which is great. And like, and I'm excited too. I'm excited to come in on Monday and watch all the playthroughs and like and like
Woo!
talk to you and go, right, what have you played through? What have you learned? You know, unless you want someone just sitting in the back to just watch the chaos happen, which I'll happily do. But regardless, like.
Okay, I can't. Here's the thing. I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it VR. So
Oh,
it's
100%, which is why I think it would be funny if I'm just sat here just like watching you spin around.
Yeah,
Do
but
you
like
need someone to course correct?
no. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I understand the risks and the opportunities that come with doing VR.
Yep.
And you know, I helped Matthew with his
Yeah.
microphone when it fell down in VR, and I gave him the jump scare of a lifetime.
You did.
And you know what? I saw the effects of that. I don't think I need to have that happen to me in an additional way.
That's fair.
So
That's fair. But yeah, I think. But yeah.
appreciate your enthusiasm. But
Hey, I'm here to help.
Yeah, of
that's all I'm
course.
saying.
Of
If
course.
you ever need it, I'm here to help.
I
But no,
appreciate
yeah, I'd be excited to come in and like, because again, it is exciting to go. The game's gone out, right? Let's see kind of what people are saying. Let's look at the theories. Let's like play the game myself or do whatever, and like let's figure it out.
Yeah.
I think that's fun, but it's just Sunday is an unusual day.
it is.
Especially because they tend to be later releases in the day. Like when they say, "Oh, it's like a Thursday." Like what time did Poppy? I know we got an early access copy, but when did Poppy Playtime actually release? It was like midday, right?
I think it did come out midday.
Midday. But then like Secure Ruin, the reason we were able to play it so quickly was because it came out because we didn't get an early access copy of Ruin, but it came out like early morning in the UK because it was late at night, like West Coast. But therefore, I was able to get up and get it downloaded and do all the downloaded. I thought I downloaded an update, and then we had to download it then and there because it was confusing. You know, that was a fun time and stressful for me, but it was fine. But the point was, is like that was because Steel Wool is West Coast. It tends to release later in the day, later-ish in the day because it's West Coast. So it might be midday to kind of end of day, which again, if that's a Sunday, is odd. Because you're not giving people, like, releasing it late on a Friday or on a Thursday, because then you've got the whole weekend ahead of people then downloading it and playing it over the weekend. Makes sense? So if they go for a Sunday release, that's unusual, unless they're literally going for, like, 6 a.m. Sunday morning. So that people can download it first thing and play it throughout the whole of Sunday.
Right.
From just a marketing standpoint, that feels like an odd decision if it's not if it's coming out on a Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's
I
like,
can't argue with the numbers they put on the game, but it just feels like an odd one, right?
right? I don't disagree. I mean, I like the idea of it being you know, a weekend though,
Yeah.
where it's like day one you can go in. There's a lot of people who don't have school or don't have work,
That's true.
and they can just like kind of lock in. Saturday, you get excited. The hype comes up. You spend Sunday playing the game. You go to work. You go to school. You go to whatever you're going to on Monday, and you're talking about Secrets of the Mimic, and like, what did you find? Oh, I found this. And
This is when we see the greatest number of sick days ever claimed on a single day. But like
everyone's playing hooky to play more Secrets of the Mimic.
Yeah, before we all know it's going to happen when GTA 6 drops. But like, just watch it happen. Like, that's work. You find that adults are all calling in sick for GTA 6, but suddenly all the schools are getting people call in sick when Secrets of the Mimic drop because everyone keeps wanting to play it on the Monday. I think, yeah, it's an interesting one. This is, or, they do the massive troll and it's actually a European date and it's actually the 4th of June. Because that's how we would have written the date. But I don't think that's the case because no one at Steelworld is European, I don't think, or at least they all live in the US. Yeah. So, because that would be a Friday. No, that would be a Wednesday, which is makes a little bit more sense in terms of game releases, but we'll see. I think it'll be a fascinating one, but I am excited. I think it's going to be a really interesting time because there's only so much theorizing you can do around the books, and like you get all this ancillary content, which is great, and you can theorize about it and it tells you little tidbits and little clarifications.
Right.
But the main games are where the hype always is. That's where the big stuff comes in.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to keep like going back to it and saying that I'm hype, but I really am.
You are really hype.
I really am. Like, I talk about this a lot, whether it's here at Theorist, outside of Theorist, at 2 a.m. to some of my friends about Secrets of the Mimic.
Ash is all in on the FNAF train.
I'm really excited. I've had so much fun learning things, right? Like, this has been a wild experiment because it's like, I think talking about anything for an extended period of time is a challenge, right? But, it's still fun, and it's also just like, oh my gosh, there's so much to wrap your head around, to take into consideration, and also like, again, a lot of stuff even being presented here comes with like, yes, we've been studying this and learning the lore and the details, but even so, with every source of information, because we're people, we're gonna feel inclined to believe one thing over the other, right? So as you talk to more people and listen to more, whether it's friends, fans, theorists, neither, both, or in between, it's like you learn more about the franchise and shape your perspective of it. And so it's a very enriching process for me, and it always feels like every conversation has merit because there's always something to learn and take from it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with 10 years of backlog to catch up on. Essentially, it offers that opportunity, and it is a unique experience because I did it. I loved Matt's FNAF theories, but I wasn't like so engrossed in it like to like insane degrees. I was following Matt's theories, I was following the odd theorist here and there and the odd idea, and I was like keeping up the franchise, but suddenly taking this job, I was like, right, I'm in this now, and I really got into it, and I love it, and I think it's great, and it's so fascinating. But it is that thing of having to catch up, because I suddenly joined because I hadn't read the books, and I was suddenly like, I now have to read the books.
To read all the books.
So I had to
which is what I'm doing.
So
I
had to speed run however many books it was at the time.
Yeah.
Like to get caught up. But it's a really different experience from Matt, who grew with the franchise, right? And so was learning it piecemeal, piece by piece, waiting for the next thing, which we are in still because we're always waiting for the next thing to learn the new thing. But we've got 10 years, and like you especially, have got 10 years of stuff to catch up on. So to have those new experiences, to come with new perspectives, to hear the different perspectives that now exist, again, versus like back then when really it may have only been game theory for a period, or like there weren't that many people talking about it. Now we've got so many. It's really enriching to kind of like have all of that learning that you can take away from it, because there's so much there's so many different things and so many details that some people put more emphasis on certain details than others, like the box, or like what makes you so special as a line, or like, or I will put you back together, and the color of that text, or whatever it is. Like, there are certain details that some people put a lot of emphasis on, some people put emphasis on other details, and so there's all these different perspectives and directions you can take this franchise, which is fun, and it's great to be able to learn. It's why I've been so glad, one, to have like someone like you now on this journey as well, because it now gives me someone else to talk to now that Matt's like, you know, not around or busier than he used to be
Yeah.
with just not on camera things. And so therefore he
Right.
doesn't have the time to go, yes, Tom, let's hash out FNAF for 3 hours. He doesn't have that. So now we get to do that, which is
Yes.
fun. And then we get to like make Lee go insane because he has to do it very rarely, but occasionally he does. And he's like, what is this franchise?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Exactly. But then again, like I was there for Security Breach and the start of that.
Right.
And then since then we've had Rye and ID and John and and like Dual Process and all these people coming out of the woodwork, which is awesome and so much fun to now have all these different perspectives and like get to know these people as well, just as people, because they're all wonderful.
They're so great.
They're all wonderful.
They're so great.
And they've all been such pleasures to work with, and the ideas that they give are just so interesting because we all have that different perspective. And
Right.
so even though like I can sit here and go, I feel like I know this franchise really well, as is evident by the amount we've been talking. You know,
Oh my
I feel like I know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I feel like I know this franchise really, really well.
Yeah.
But there is still more that I can learn just by talking to other people, which is great.
And even like we haven't really touched on this specific theory,
Mm.
but it was such an awesome one because I feel like there was so much positivity surrounding it. But like Hyperdroid's theory about the crying child's name.
That really brought the community together.
That was like that was such a celebratory moment of people being like, you convinced me. Like that was such an awesome thing to experience. And then Hyperdroid pulling together a 24-hour timeline video. Like, again, as more people come together to create these awesome things, I just don't think we gave Hyperdroid enough credit, like, in our discussion here today. As we talked about everyone. It's just been so awesome to, like, be part of these developments and just to witness it, right? So
no, it's true, and I recognize that we keep not mentioning Hyperdroid. I keep referencing all these people,
like,
but
Hyperdroid writes.
But Hyperdroid is great. I've had so many great chats with Hyperdroid about their theories, and I love like the back and forth. Like we've seen it in our comments. He's often commenting on our theories about timelines and canonicity, and we're often, again, when we did, because then we reacted to his theory and then he did a follow-up theory using some of our evidence as well. And that's what's great, is us being able to go, actually, I think he might be right about this, because like here's some extra evidence he didn't mention, and suddenly he's then able to come back and use that or like extend that further or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, it was awesome.
And like that particular theory was a really cool one. I think there were two over the last year that did that, and I think it was Hyperdroid with the crying child's name, and I think it was Dual Process theory with Golden Freddy.
Yeah.
Were like the two big ones that
awesome.
that really got people talking for very different reasons. Because I think Hyperdroids was that moment of like everyone suddenly going, "Oh gosh, you might be right," and that not everyone agreed. And that's, again, the way with FNAF. Not everyone's always going to agree. But I think there was this sense of, wow, like, oh, this actually makes a lot of sense, and would just tie this in a really nice bow to like settle this debate.
Right.
And like so again, it was the people jumping in to find extra reasons to justify it, to make it feel like, again, part of a team thing, so that Hyperdroid had the initial discovery, and then we all came in going, actually, there's extra evidence, there's thematic evidence, there's this evidence, da-da-da-da. We all came together. And Dual Process's theory was slightly different in the sense it was a very out there theory. It's really wild. It's a totally different perspective on the franchise. And like, not in a bad way at all, in a very good way. Like we talked about how it's so important to have these new perspectives.
Yeah, and also different presentation styles.
Exactly.
Dual Process theory was so funny.
Yeah.
They were so funny together.
And so it's that thing, I do love that their tagline is it's like, autism rubs together sometimes to make thoughts, or something like that.
To create thoughts.
Yeah, which is like, it's just so, and it's so accurate in their presentation style. It's wonderful. But like, again, that theory was really out there and different, but it made everybody think. Like we rethought about it, going, does Cassidy being the crying child make sense? And again, like we landed in a place where like possibly we've kind of come around to going, probably not.
Yeah.
But it was so interesting to think about it, and it was so fascinating to have someone with no other videos just come in and just shake the FNAF world like that, because they presented it in such a great way where we could all sit there and go, oh, it made you rethink whether you agreed with it or not. It made you rethink, and that's why that's what brings the FNAF community together, is giving enough evidence to make you rethink that assumption, which is great. And so yeah, like there's been a lot. There's not been that many moments of like coming together in the FNAF world to go like, we can all get behind whether it's totally right or wrong, we can get behind the idea that this feels like a good solution or this feels like an interesting discussion to have.
Yes.
Because it's so divided so often about like, here's like little details, and then you've got, you know, Rye is like doing a theory every single week on FNAF. So like, I mean, power to you, but like, that's hard work.
Yeah.
And so I know that they do a lot of discussions about just like, what, not quite what if scenarios, but it's that kind of, I'm exploring every avenue.
Yeah.
Which I think is great. I think there's some real value in exploring every avenue to kind of figure out what the answer could and should be.
Yeah. And you know what? You know what, Tom?
What?
I want to thank you for helping all of us come together today to talk about FNAF, to explore some new possibilities and connections. I think I am now at that point, my friends.
You done?
I just can't anymore.
That's fair.
I think this was a really great, point of like, it feels like we've hit a very satisfying conclusion. Like,
Yeah,
I feel
wholesome.
warm and fuzzy. I feel like we said what we needed to say. And there's still things that are untapped and open to another one of these
100%.
FNAF talking marathons later on.
I
I am
mean-
proud of us for not running down the kill switch.
Oh, we've done very well.
We did.
I mean,
and-
what we lost, because we ended up, I think, with a max of 307. So we've only lost about 8 seconds.
Which, you know what? GG's.
I assume those additions were because like people paid or sub memberships. Why did we gain time? Why did we gain time?
Do you want to guess?
No. Like I mean I can guess, but like was it because I said a word or like you said something or like I have no idea why we gained time.
Really? Sam, how many times did I say it?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. Did Tom say it at all?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh. What's happening? I feel like there's an extra layer to this that I don't know about.
There
Okay.
was. Chat, we did it. He didn't notice. Here's the thing. I laid it on pretty heavy at the beginning.
I knew there was something weird about the beginning, but then I kind of just got wrapped into FNAF and forgot about it.
No, I'm like when we were talking about FNAF, like I was like, am I saying it too much? I'm saying it too much. He's gonna catch on.
Okay.
And so I backed off a little bit, and then I did it with the cough drop because I thought I was gonna be sneaky, and I did.
Oh.
Do you have any guesses what it was?
You did describe the taste in a specific way. Was it something to do with that? Because at the very, very, very beginning, you were talking about sour and like you had some weird descriptors of like just describing what today was going to be. And
You're
I thought
close.
That was weird. And I think
You're close.
Trying to remember what the word was, but I think you described that sweet in a way that I wouldn't have described it, but I do not. Like, I was like, okay, I kind of see where you're coming from, but it's not necessarily the go-to word, but I cannot remember what it was now. That's the problem.
Oh, wow. He talked about FNAF for so long.
Yeah,
that
literally.
The memory is starting to fade. We were so present in that moment.
I mean, like, my initial thing was like, I was like, oh, we didn't say remnant that much. That felt like it would have been an easy keyword, but we didn't say it that much at all,
I
actually.
purposefully withheld.
We didn't. We actually really didn't. I expected that to come up. We didn't have any discussions about remnant or agony really at all.
Yeah. It's for next time.
Yeah, for next time. No, I've got no clue. Like you said, like sour. Like again, I could literally list off the ways you describe
Did
flavor.
I say sour even once?
I feel like
I don't know if I did.
I feel like you said sour in the very introduction of this episode.
Oh yes, I said sour in the intro when I was just explaining temperatures, tastes, and all.
But that's the thing.
Shapes.
And so that felt weird in that moment.
Oh, that
and
has
so
nothing to do
That
with
has
it.
nothing to do with it. Then
Yeah.
I've got no idea.
Okay.
I'm really
well,
lost.
then it'll be Chat and I's little secret.
Oh great! I'm gonna have to watch the playback and see what on earth you've done.
Oh yes, of course. Tom, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you, Ash.
And thank you all for joining me today. Shake of the hand. Sam, thank you, Mr. Tech, for being an absolute trooper, programming these macros.
Yeah.
And, keeping stream running along.
Anytime.
All right. Awesome.
Gosh, those macros are upsetting.
Thank you all so much for watching. And remember, this wasn't just a live stream. Not at all. But this was a live stream for you. See ya! Oh my gosh.